Hi, everyone, and welcome to SASA's 6th Annual Virtual Conference, Opening the Ancient World. My name is Abby Bertram, SASA's Virtual Conference Team Leader and co-organizer of the conference, along with Dr. David Danzig, SASA's Executive Director. I would like to express how happy we are to have all of you join us today and tomorrow. This year's conference theme is Fashion Forward, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Ancient Apparel. I'm going to spend the next several minutes giving some introductory remarks, after which we will move on to the first session of today. Although we do not have a conference sponsor this year, we are continuing the tradition of engaging people interested in the ancient world from around the world by including Spanish and Arabic speakers in the conference. Simultaneously to the English language streams of the conference, we are supporting 2 streams with translated captions in Arabic and Spanish, which you can find at SASA's live conference webpage or on our Spanish and Arabic YouTube channels. In this way, we aim to continue to truly open the study of the ancient world to everyone. First, I'd like to introduce myself and our virtual conference team members. Then I'll introduce the conference theme and finally explain the conference format, where it's being live streamed, and how you can participate. So again, my name is Abby. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Art History, and I am actually beginning my master's program in Art History this fall with a concentration in Costume History. I started as an intern with SASA in January and soon took the lead of the virtual conference team, and I am so happy to be with you all here today. David Danzig is our co-organizer, and he holds a PhD in Near Eastern Studies from the Institute for the Study of Ancient World of New York University. He is also an adjunct professor of history and Jewish studies at the Yeshiva University and is a research affiliate at NYU. He started SASA over 6 years ago, and in that time, we have had the wonderful pleasure of benefiting from the time and effort of over 600 volunteers who helped make all of this possible. This year's conference could not have happened without the amazing work and dedication of the virtual conference team. Cindy Circa is SASA's programming coordinator, and she has helped us lead the virtual conference team and was a huge support here and in many other programmings that SASA provides. Cindy has had many roles in nonprofits across New Jersey, including the Princeton Historical Society, Grounds for Sculpture, and the Princeton University Art Museum. She is a very experienced nonprofit leader, a museum educator, and joined SASA about a year ago, helping us arrive at this wonderful event today. I'd also like to introduce our virtual conference interns and volunteers that have made all of this programming possible for us this weekend. Sophia Atkinson, Heli Baez, Jocelyn Chen, and Sophia Wang. We also have our Spanish translator for the virtual conference, Susana Vega, and our Arabic translator, Razan Al-Jalad. Lastly, I would like to introduce and thank the moderators who will host the sessions over the next 2 days of the conference, including Matilda Seabrick, Martina Dapenbrook, Cornelia Kaspervich, and Chris Webster. So I will now explain what SASA is in a nutshell. The mission of Save Ancient Studies is to promote ancient studies in order to reverse the current downtrend study and the study of the ancient world. By building a grassroots movement through outreach, collaboration, accessibility, and public scholarship, we work toward our goal of inspiring a wider, inclusive community of learners and students. SASA's projects and programs are based on 7 strategic areas, which we call the SASA ARC. By working on each of these areas, we are revitalizing ancient studies as a vibrant, inclusive, accessible, and widespread area of knowledge, study, and engagement. The first ARC is research, educational sociology, and marketing research about ancient studies. Number 2 is raising awareness, generating interest in the ancient world, highlighting the value of ancient studies as our source of knowledge in the ancient world. 3 is supporting education, supporting formal and informal ancient studies learning at all educational levels. 4 increasing accessibility, increasing the access to ancient studies for all. 5, forming an alliance, encouraging ancient studies fields to come together and make public outreach integral to our work and our addition to teaching and scholarship. Number 6, re-envisioning post-education scholarship, creating a wider, inclusive community of ancient studies, scholars, and students, invigorating people of all backgrounds. And number 7 is advocacy, helping advocate on behalf of departments and institutions that are experiencing difficulties. Over the next 2 days, interspersed between our wonderful academic presentations, you will learn about the many projects that SASA is working on to attack the problem on all of these fronts. Now we want to explain a little bit about the SASA virtual conference. This conference is intended for all ancient studies scholars and anyone interested in the ancient world. In presenting an academic conference, it is an open access online format advised to widely advertise as widely as SASA is able, and we have 3 goals in mind: to hold an academic conference freely available to the public, to foster discussion and action regarding public outreach and scholarship inclusiveness, and to present and support excellent scholarship by independent and underemployed scholars around the world in order to continue building a joint community of scholars, including both those whose occupations are inside and outside academia. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, the theme of this year's conference is Fashion Forward, Interdisciplinary Approaches to Ancient Apparel. This weekend, we hope to explore the deep-rooted history of fashion, from basic clothing to expressions of community and human creativity via dress and adornment, challenging the common assumption that fashion is primarily a modern phenomenon. The human experience of creating clothing items and body adornments is universal and timeless. Throughout antiquity, dresses, armors, jewelry, and clothing styles, and also weaving techniques and traditions, have played a central role in material cultures across the world. By focusing on the comparative study of the deep past, SASA aims to explore both how ancient and modern societies constructed, understood, and expressed their identities, societies, and histories through what we wore. This interdisciplinary approach offers a broad cross-cultural perspective, challenging the typical privileging of the present moment and promoting a more universal understanding of the human cultural activity. Fashion studies is the academic discipline that examines the history of fashion, its social and economic functions, and its role in the development of global production and consumption of clothing in the world today. It is closely interconnected with several humanities subjects such as sociology, media studies, cultural anthropology, ancient history, art history, and archaeology. At the same time, the fascination with the ancient world has long resulted in the study and analysis of these aspects of material culture, iconography, and visual manifestations of pre-modern cultures, including clothing. This interdisciplinary conference seeks to explore symbolism, production, and social components of past fashions and apparels in a broad cross-cultural, global, and cross-temporal context, or in other words, as a universal cultural phenomenon shared across all human societies. This conference employs the framework of interdisciplinary ancient studies, the study of the deep past of all societies, to examine how historical fashion practices and mores are constructed, interpreted, and transmitted. In his seminal work, George Simmel of 1904 interpreted fashion as a form of imitation and so of social equalization that simultaneously and paradoxically unites the classes and segregates them from others. More recently, Bernard in 2003 sees fashion as a communicative strategy. Dressing is somehow an unconscious need. By signaling who we are by what we wear, we actively communicate belonging to a community and create a group identity. For example, the Hanfu movement in modern China has seen a rise in popular interest of pre-modern Han dress. In this vein, dressing is a performative aspect of social conformity and appropriateness. By sharing the same dressing customs, humans maintain their social group cohesiveness. and on a larger scale, iconic visual representations of important individuals that receive mass public visibility impact on how people think to represent themselves in light of identity based on such models. For example, the contemporary and in certain ways distorted perception of archaeologists have developed from models in films including Indiana Jones and The Mummy. In the ancient pre-modern, past attire and fashion were equally important. The attire of the elite was instrumental in their expression of power, such as the iconic headdress of the Egyptian pharaohs and the Mayan priests. Just as today, styles of clothing, embroidery patterns, and the use of certain colors and symbols are key to signaling identity. For instance, when we see a Roman soldier in their military dress and armor, the viewer instantly felt that the might of the empire was before them, while when the two Silk Road merchants met in Samarkand, hats, belts, and other apparels set immediate cultural expectations for their encounter. How people dressed in any number of different social, economic, political, and military contexts express social status and identity.
Thanks so much for getting us started. Why don't you turn on your camera and turn off your screen share so we can see you. Thank you. Now's where the camera opens. Oh. Do you see me set center for you? Am I in the center of the screen, Abby? Great.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Abby, for starting off the introductions. I would like to say before we continue that Abby Bertram has been a key piece of our team and helping produce this conference, and a wonderful co-organizer. And all the success you'll see today is in large part due to her and her work with her virtual conference team. And we'll learn about some of the other members of the team a little bit later. Before we continue talking about the conference, I'd like to announce an exciting new accomplishment of SASA. Save Ancient Studies Alliance has been recognized by the Archaeological Institute of America with their 2027 Outstanding Public Service Award. AIA is the world's premier academic organization of classical archaeology. SASA will formally receive this award at the AIA meeting this coming January in Boston. We're so very happy to have AIA support in our mission. And in fact, we are partnering with them to help bring this conference to more people, sharing access to the fascinating study of the ancient world. Now, over the next 2 days, in addition to our 3 keynote speakers, we're excited to have 16 presenters who will give academic presentations about fashion in the ancient world. Our presenters come from numerous spheres. They are independent researchers, PhD students and candidates, university and community college lecturers, archaeologists, and more. Before we start the conference, I'd like to go over the schedule with you. I'm going to share my screen so you can see that schedule. In a second. Okay. So hopefully you can see the schedule very well and nicely. Today we have a wonderful roster of people. We will have several sessions, beginning with session 1 on textiles across cultures, and followed by our first keynote by Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones. We'll have 2 SASA presentations today, and then a special session on podcasting as public scholarship, for which we are partnered with Archaeology Podcast Network, a wonderful group of podcasters who bring archaeology in the ancient world to everybody and to everybody across the world, to everyday lives. We have a bunch of wonderful panelists for this who are all podcasters on Archaeology Podcast Network. An important note here is in order to participate directly in the Zoom itself, in order to ask questions and interact and with the panelists and to raise your own ideas, you must RSVP in advance to participate, and you will get a Zoom link and then be able to join the conversation directly. For all those who do not wish to participate directly, you can ask questions in the chat wherever you are. As we continue this conference in general, anybody can ask questions in the chat wherever you are, and they should be relayed back to us, and we'll be able to pose them to moderators. The session afterwards in this afternoon will be on jewelry and adornment, followed by a couple of presentations by SASA teams, learning about the wonderful work that they're doing. And then our second keynote, Murali, at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, followed by session 3, and then our closing remarks. So, as I explained, there will be 3 types of sessions: a presenter session, keynote session, and a special session. Presenter sessions are regular conference presentations by our presenters. They consist of a 30-minute slot, 20 minutes of which will be presentation. About the remaining 10 minutes will be for Q&A via the chat. Wherever you are, moderators will pose those questions to the presenters, and hopefully they'll answer to the best of their abilities. Our keynote slots run for an hour each, about 45 minutes, which is dedicated to their conversation, their presentation, and then we have a discussion afterwards. And the special session is an hour and a half long. We'll have short presentations by each of the panelists, and then have an open discussion on a series of questions relating to podcasting as public scholarship. Again, if you'd like to participate directly, please RSVP. Go to saveancientstudies.org, our website, go to the virtual conference page, and scroll down until you find the RSVP for the special session. I'd just like to say that we expect to have a wonderful time, and we really would appreciate everybody's participation wherever you are watching. Please send us your comments and questions in the chat wherever you are. Also, for those tweeting, we don't do that anymore too often, but for those chatting about the conference online, please use the hashtag #OAWconference. Now, I'd like to thank very much wonderful partners who are helping us bring this conference to so many people. The way this conference works is that we are live streaming across the world on SASA's platforms, which include Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitch, and TikTok. But in addition, we have wonderful live stream partners who really help to make this a very successful event. These include Voices of Ancient Egypt, Past Preservers, Melissa in Nile, World History Encyclopedia, Archaeology Podcast Network, History Time, World of Antiquity, and Digital Hammurabi. We thank our live streaming partners and applaud their role in bringing quality ancient studies scholarship to their viewerships. Last year's conference attracted 17,000 viewers, and we are very excited about how many people may participate in this year's conference due to the support and participation of our live streaming. Before I continue, I'd like to talk about a new program that SASA has just begun. We're just kicking off a program for scholarships. Now, I don't know how many people out there have attended a conference before. This may even be the first conference you attended. But imagine when you were an undergraduate student, and some of our viewers may be undergraduates right now, but think back. An undergraduate student doesn't have that many opportunities, aside from what they have on campus, to interact with high-level scholarship in a really exciting environment that is an academic conference. Sometimes it can often be a pivotal moment in an undergraduate student's career if they have an opportunity to have a first-hand glance at how professional academics and scholarship works. While they make new friends, they begin networking, and they broaden their horizons. This can help them in potential careers as academics in the future, but also in any other professional sphere. So in order to make help make opportunities for conference attendance for undergraduates more accessible, SASA is now launching a scholarship campaign to support students attending Ancient Studies Conference. We ask you and everyone who's watching to take a moment to donate a little bit towards this scholarship fund. You can go to saveancientstudies.org/scholarships, or you can donate if you're on the SASA's virtual conference page in the bottom right-hand corner. Just give a little bit and help make a wonderful experience for an undergraduate student in an in-person conference. So, welcome to the conference. We're happy to have you all here. Please pop in and out of the conference all day today and tomorrow. Join us wherever you're currently watching or at saveancientstudies.org/virtual-conference. And now I'd like to hand things over to today's first moderator, Matilda. Matilda is an archaeologist and journalist specialized in prehistory, material culture, and science communication. She works as a finds analyst in cultural resource management and commercial excavations, that is, and as the social media marketing and events coordinator for the Archaeology Podcast Network. Through her platform, The Archaeologist's Teacup, she aims to share her love for archaeology and prehistoric objects in an accessible and approachable manner. And now we'll ask Tilly to turn her screen on for camera, and we will see you later, myself and Abby. Enjoy the presentations.
Thank you very much, David. So we'll kick things off right away for this first session, which is Textiles Across Cultures. And our first speaker, who I will ask to already share her screen if she likes so that she can get started while I introduce you, is Dr. Pratistha Mukherjee. I apologize for my pronunciation. Who is a dedicated archaeologist and heritage scholar specializing in ancient Indian sculpture, iconography, and temple architecture. She currently serves as an assistant professor at Rishiud University, where she combines academic teaching with active research and fieldwork. Dr. Mukherjee holds a PhD in archaeology and ancient history from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda. Her doctoral research examined the sculptural traditions of Yaksa figures in North India, with a special focus on the Ganga Valley. She also holds a gold medal master's degree in archaeology and heritage management from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. I'm so sorry, Pratishtha, for my pronunciation of this. Feel free to share your screen already, by the way, as I introduce you here. Her research career spans roles at the Archaeological Survey of India, National Museum, INTACH, and MSU Baroda, as well as international mentorships with, my screen's not changing, Save Ancient Studies Alliance USA. And Dr. Mukherjee is published in journals like KALA, Heritage Journal, and the Sri Lanka International Journal of Buddhist Studies. She is the recipient of the Sir Jadunath Sakar Fellowship, Junior Fellow, 2024 to 2025, under the well-known historian Dr. Vikram Sampath, and the IKS Research Grant in 2022, awarded for her commitment to Indigenous knowledge systems. A very high bar to start the conference off with, so welcome, and feel free to share your screen and start with your presentation.
Thank you, Tilly. I will request you if you can just let me share the screen because it says host disabled participant screen sharing. If you can just give me that control.
Yes, I will wait for our organizers to do that in the background. Our little elves, our digital elves working away behind the scenes. Okay, hopefully it's being sorted. If you can try again, maybe it'll work now.
Yes, I am trying, but it is still saying host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, okay. David, is there a special button we can press somewhere?
Oh, now I got it.
Yes, perfect.
Yes, Just if you can just give me a second. I hope
Okay.
my screen is visible and my PPT is visible.
Yes, absolutely. That looks great. Thank you very much.
Okay, okay. So I have 30 minutes, right? And which
Yes,
includes
indeed. Yep.
minutes presentation and 10 minutes discussion. Okay. So namaste everyone. I am Dr. Pratishtha, and before I start with my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers, SASA and Tilly, for having me here today and giving me this opportunity. And I also welcome to all the scholars and all the curious minds who want to know about ancient world, archaeology, material culture, and art history. So, in this similar context, I will be presenting my paper that is Draped Divinity, Sartorial Aesthetics at Ajanta and Their Afterlives. Now, when we talk about art history or archaeology in Indian context, the things go quite together and sometimes even parallel. To understand the concept and fashion lives in Indian context, I have selected a site called Ajanta. Now, Ajanta is one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites in India, and the site is it's a caved site which has beautiful paintings dating from 2nd century BCE to till 8th century CE. And these paintings have been standing there for so many years, and they are so beautifully depicted. So the major reason of selecting Ajanta is that even after so many years, after so many researches, ramifications about whatever it is found in the archaeological context, it is still relevant to us. That I will be showing you in the presentation itself. So my presentation has 4 parts, that is introduction and the problem statement, the Gupta aesthetic, the painted evidence, and the living archive. So when we talk about Ajanta, Ajanta falls in the city of Aurangabad. Now it is called Maharaja Shambhaji Maharaj Nagar in Maharashtra, that is in India. Now, when we talk about Ajanta, Ajanta has been studied from the point of view of iconography, ethnography, painting styles, stylistic analysis by several scholars like Vidya Dahijia, Professor Monica Zinn, Professor Susan Huntington, and several others. All of them have studied from the context of iconography and the location. They have studied it as an archaeological site, but nobody has understood, no, I will not use the term understood, but analyzed the meaning of the drapery or the dress. They have only understood or they have only analyzed that this figurine is wearing this type of drapery, this figurine is wearing this type of jewelry. But there is no proper analysis of understanding why a figurine, why a depiction is in a certain way. Now, a beauty about the Indian art and iconography is that each element of a figurine, each element of a divinity or a normal person's depiction has certain distinctions and depiction. It has a symbolic and a deep philosophical meaning. So this is how the art history of Ajanta has been understood. Also, when we perceive Ajanta as an archaeological site, generally when we talk about fashion or textiles in Indian context, the only way of reconstructing the past is through spindle holes or certain weaving techniques or an industry that we find in the archaeological context. Because India falls in the tropical climate, and we have a different type of climate system where things perish quite quickly. So in that case, Ajanta plays an important role because whatever we find it in archaeological context, be it we don't find cloths, we find impressions of cotton or other clothings, spindle wools. So Ajanta plays an important role of understanding that, something which was happening, we actually get to see it, that how it was actually depicted in a certain way. So that is why Ajanta becomes an extremely important place of understanding. Similarly, now when we talk about Ajanta, there have been several scholars who talk about Ajanta in different forms. Like I already named them scholars, that how they have analyzed. But interpreting Ajanta from an Indian context, there is a text. It's a beautiful and one of the famous texts called Natya Shastra, which talks about Abhinay Aharya. Now, when we talk about Abhinay Aharya, it means that drapery or the dress itself is a medium which is communicating certain ideas, certain philosophical symbolic meaning, which means that the person has different roles as well as the drapery, the dress that has been worn by him or her has a different meaning. It is speaking, it is communicating certain ideas which are to be understood by people. So, Abhinay Aharya, which is a chapter of Natya Shastra, helps us understanding that, the Natya Shastra is a famous text which talks about the dramatics, dance forms, music forms, and it is related to that. So out of the four chapters, not only expressions, not only mudras means which is the hand gestures or body positioning, but also your dress. It also communicates something very important to us. So that is how understanding Ajanta's drapery becomes pretty important. Now, when we date Ajanta from 2nd century BCE onwards and from 4th century onwards, we see a major role of the Gupta period. Now, in Indian history and Indian archaeology, Gupta period is said to be, which starts somewhere around from the last of 3rd century CE, I'll say 4th century CE, to, somewhere around 7th to 8th century CE, where we see it is said to be the golden period of Indian history, because we see the upcoming of temple architecture, we see changes in drapery, we see change in economy and literature, political systems, and everything takes a very dramatic change, and that too in a very positive manner. Therefore, most of the paintings commissioned here in the Ajanta caves, there are around 30 to 33 caves, and most of them are Buddhist caves. So those are, patronized under the Gupta and the Vakataka rulers. They were ruling in the parts of Madhya Pradesh, which is the mid of India, and Maharashtra and parts of Karnataka, which is the western part of India. So they have commissioned these paintings, and most of them, not most of them, maximum of them are Buddhist paintings, and they are beautifully depicted. What whenever you go to, if you get a chance to Ajanta, if you visit Ajanta, please do visit, because Ajanta itself is a living archive, I would say, because we say straightening hair or curling hair is a new trend, but you will see it in the Ajanta paintings as well, that how they were curling their hairs or straightening their hairs. Now in the present context, we see people keeping bangs in their head, a fringe type thing. Again, there is the depiction. So checks, the clothing checks, the depiction, or different type of depiction which I will be showing you. So that is how something happening at that point of time still keeps a relevance to the contemporary period. So that is why Ajanta becomes a very important site to understand the sartorial aesthetics and clothing. Now dress as a central meaning central to meaning. As I already said, that scholars have specifically understood the the figurines or the depictions at Ajanta merely as iconographic material, and ethnographic studies have been conducted. They do not specifically talk about why a depiction is wearing a certain type of dress. There has been no intervention so far, and this paper brings in that intervention, where I am trying to bring out that dress itself has a meaning attached to it. So, the conventional view says that art and archaeological scholarship has historically treated sartorial detail as decorative embellishments without semantic weight, ethnographic incidental documentation secondary to figural and the narrative context. However, this study's interventions brings in that the dress itself is a communication. It has spiritual distinction, it has sovereign legitimacy, and the cosmopolitan identity. So, when I use these three terms, you will see it in the imagery itself. Now, these are some of the paintings. However, the paintings are in a bit dilapidated situation due to the humid climate of Maharashtra and too much rain. And however, several conservation and preservation takes place throughout the year, but due to the humid climate, there is lot of deterioration in the paintings. However, these paintings are said to be painted with natural colors, like lapis lazuli has been crushed and then a powder has been made, and then a gum is mixed with it, and then the painting has been created for the depiction of the golden crown or any golden color. Natural gold has been actually utilized to paint all of it, so which showcases that what type of economy it was, how highly functioning economy it was. If you look at these women and their drapery and their types of ornaments they are wearing, you can clearly make out the difference between to the main character and the attendant, or an extra character here. Now, this is said to be a story about Bodhisattva, and he is having a conversation with his one of his, if not Bodhisattva, this is some king, yeah, I remember, and he is having some conversation with some woman. Now, if you just look at these other women, all of them are said to be attendant. But on what basis are we identifying them attendants? It is because of the given depiction, the type of dresses they are wearing, the types of jewelry they are wearing. Now, if you just look at this woman, she's most probably a queen or a princess, because she's wearing a heavily adorned necklace along which is an ekavali. Then we have trivali, the three strands on a single strand, along with pretty earrings, and she's wearing a tiara also. And this is how we identify. If you look at the women behind, they are very simple clothing with very simple jewelry and all that. So that is how they are communicating. The person who doesn't know any stories about Buddhism or Jatakas or Bodhisattvas, they will easily identify that this is not the main character, this is the main character, and these are the characters which are in the background creating the story. Similarly, this is again Bodhisattva Padmapani. And if you just look at his crown, it is such beautifully and delicately, painted. It has been painted so delicately. I don't know if this image can do the justice of what I have actually seen at the cave, but it is so beautifully painted. And when I visited, our teacher said that this is, actually painted of gold. So now they have barricades around that, so that people don't go and touch, which can, further lead to deterioration of the painting. Similarly, if you look at this person sitting here, he is also wearing a beautiful headdress along, and he's an attendant but not the major character in the image. So this is how Ajanta plays an important role. Now when we talk about Gupta aesthetics, as I already said, Gupta period was the golden era of Indian history and archaeology. Now, during that period, economy was blooming like anything. We had so much of gold, so well education, literature, art, architecture, arts, and singing or playing instruments, that we see it in fact in the numismatic evidence as well, that what type of instruments were being played, conquests were happening. So it was a blooming economy at that point of time. At the same time, art and architecture was touching its zenith. Now Gupta period has certain characteristics of understanding, and those understand on those key markers are quite common in the depiction of sculpturals, in the form of sculptures as well as in the paintings. You will see commonality, and therefore on those depictions we place them in the Gupta period. Now the Gupta aesthetic was the diaphanous drapery with lots of pleats, with lots of clean pleats, with extra flowy the type of clothing. You will see that. Then the adornment, the beautiful adornation you will see in these sculptures and paintings, and sensuously restrained corporeality. So all of these emerge through overlapping, not always coherent, but networks of influence also. So since I was saying that economy was booming, so there were, obviously, when we talk about ancient India or the ancient world, there were networks where people from outside were also visiting India, and there were, exchanges of not only commodities, but also traditions, cultures, types of jewelries, drapery, that we see it in the sculptural as well as artistic depictions. Because from China, several scholars like Hyung Sang, Fahian, Itzing, they were continuously visiting. Silk route was there. Major port cities like Tamralipati, Barigaza, which is Bharuch today, all of these were important sites under the Gupta period, where all of these exchanges, all of these transmissions were happening, not inside India, but as well as internationally. Now, when we see their depictions, so the depictions of Ajanta is generally royal patronage, monastic agency, mercantile sponsorship, and workshop tradition. So if you go to Ajanta even today, you will see inside the cave itself that how these paintings were being produced, because there are small cupolas which are found inside the caves, where the stones or the leaves or the natural material were brought, and they were crushed and mixed with gum, and then they were utilized to paint these beautiful paintings. So these are some sculptural depictions. These two are Vishnu. So if you just look at them, however, they are different in looking, but the depiction of their drapery, their jewelry. Now, if you just look at the sacred thread, which is called the Yagnopavi, you will see the depiction is pretty similar. However, he wears a broad ekavali here. Here it is mixed with ekavali and these several strand necklaces here. Now, if you see the Kirit Mukha, the Vishnu is wearing, you will see that there is pretty similarities. However, there can be changes, localizations can happen. Here the halo remains broken. the halo is present here. Now he wears a beautiful Vaijanti Mala, which is the large garland which flows from the behind of the deity till the legs. So this is called Vaijanti Mala. And if you see, the Vaijanti Mala is flowing from here. However, the sculpture is half broken. So therefore, we cannot see the whole of it. So you can see the similarities between in both of them in the depiction, because every sculptor, every artist who was making it, he or she has given their presence in the depiction as well. So each of these art forms are not just copies. We cannot say that, this is the style, you just have to copy paste and make it. So every artist, every sculptor had that freedom of giving their own special changes in the depiction. However, the major crux remains same, but there can be changes. So when I talk about this, so you can see the depiction here as well. So when we talk about the drapery, however, this is again Bodhisattva sitting inside the temple complex. I did not have an image for the temple complex. So when we see it in the archaeological context also, if you just search temple number 17 at Sachi, you will see the similar depiction in the painting and in the archaeological context. So this is Shibi Jataka. Now, for understanding what exactly Ajanta does is, I have taken the most famous and okay, sorry. My God. Yes. So to understand this better, I have taken one case study, that is Bodhisattva Padmapani, which the first cave, the cave number 1 itself has the Bodhisattva Padmapani, and this is one of the most celebrated imagery in India, not only in India, but now internationally. Several book covers, several, images for the house paintings have this Padmapani. Now, when we talk about bodhisattvas, the concept of bodhisattvas is one that who are, in the process of becoming Buddha, that is the enlightened one. But they have not, still achieved nirvana, this enlightened one. They are still in the process. So they are bodhisattva. Now, if you look at Buddha's depiction, generally Buddha is depicted in half closed eyes, and his robes are, quite ascetic, and he is absolutely renunciated and ascetic form. He has nothing to do with the people in the society. He has achieved his nirvana. He has left everything in the world, and he is a different personality overall. But however, when we see Bodhisattva, now Bodhisattva is depicted in a certain way that he looks like a king, right? There are absolutely no depiction of Buddha where he has been depicted as a king with a huge crown or with a sword or anything like that. He is not depicted like that. But bodhisattvas are generally depicted as kings, but not with swords, but with pretty subtle hints like holding a lotus, holding a chakra, sometimes standing in certain mudras. So that is how it has been depicted. Now, this is one of the most beautiful paintings of Ajanta. And if you just look at his, beautiful crown he is wearing, it is said that it has been painted with gold, which I actually said it before. And there are several attendants behind him. So he is in this beautiful world where he's about to become Buddha. He's in the process of becoming Buddha, but not Buddha yet. So he is in a different world which has every good things and only good things. It's a utopian world generally. And he holds Padma, which is the lotus, and hence Pani, which means holding. So Padma Pani, so he's holding a beautiful lotus. So lotus is a quite common motif, which is not only common in Indian context, but also in other civilizations and cultures. So because it showcases fertility, a softness, wealth, prosperity, and so on and so forth. Now, if you just look at him, his eyebrows are flowing, and his face showcases so much compassion, so much peace that he brings. Now, here the Padmapani depiction or the any Bodhisattva depiction depicts the Mahayana doctrinal. The doctrine is that since they are not Buddhas yet, they are about to become Buddhas. So they are in the world itself, be it a utopian world, be it in the mortal world, they are in the world. Therefore, to protect people, to help his or her devotees, to fulfill boons for people, he has to behave like a king. Therefore, his drapery, his depiction has to be in a similar way. That is where the dress stands out here. That is the core of my work. Now, if you just keep Bodhisattva different and keep the dressing different, you will get confused. Because if I keep Bodhisattva as a concept and I dress him like Buddha, you will get confused that is this Buddha or what it is. You will think it's Buddha because there is a different idea, right? So if I keep Bodhisattva and the drapery, the dress, the type of jewelry he's adorned with, that is where it speaks that this is a bodhisattva or this is some other divinity. So the main crux where I said that in Natya Shastra we have the Abhinay Aharya Abhinay, which says that our drapery, our dress, our jewelry speaks individually. This is where this is where the concept gets concretized in the form. Also, during the Gupta period, we have lovely text called the Meghaduta, the Abhigyana Sakuntalam, which has been authored by the great poet Kalidas. So if you get time, you should read. So Kalidasa talks about beautiful draperies, the sensuality through drapery, the softness through drapery, the touch of the drapery, the type of clothes clinging to the body. He talks about it in a very sensual and in a very beautiful way. So if you read the text, you will understand. And Ajanta showcases that beauty in material form. The types of drapery he speaks about, the types of jewelry he speaks about, the types of the cloth clinging our body. Whenever we move our leg, our pants or our clothes will have a different type of mark on them. So that is where you would actually see it in the material form when you go to Ajanta.
Just
Talking
quickly,
about,
2 minutes left, just to say. Sorry.
oh my God, I will just quickly, thank you,
Sorry.
thank you. Please, okay, thank you. I'll just finish it off. So yeah, this is similarly what I was talking about, the weight of cloth, the weight of silk, the depiction of the body, how it is clinging to the body. It talks about. Now, if you just look at this beautiful woman, she is the princess. And now if you just look at her type necklace, these are some necklaces which were quite common, the young teens who are recently wearing. And the beauty is that it is said that when a torch or a diya or a lamp is lighted below that painting, these necklaces look like, in the 3D form, it will look that she's wearing a necklace of pearls. So that is the precision that was achieved by the painters. Now, reading the murals as material documents. Now, I will just conclude saying that whatever, when you visit Ajanta, there are several type of depictions of clothing, types of several type of patterns and everything, which we see it in the present saris and in the present textiles as well. We have several GI tag, which is a geographic indication, which is a tag given by the government of India, saying that this is unique. Now, it has a continuity from Ajanta itself. So what we have done, it is said that Indian civilization is a continuing civilization. So when you look at these patterns, these are present in Ajanta. So these are not simple copy pasting of the patterns, but the patterns have evolved over time. We have reutilized over time. So it is not simple copy pasting. So therefore, I will just conclude with my points. Therefore, Ajanta becomes a living archive. However, we have we find several things in the archaeological context, but Ajanta proves those existence which has actually happened in the past. So therefore, the past at Ajanta is not dead. It is a resource for contemporary identity making and creative practice. So with this, I will end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have cut
I'm
you off
sorry.
there. We were all
I'm
into it, but I
sorry.
suddenly looked at the time and went, "Oh gosh, okay." It's your passion for this topic very clearly comes through. So thank you
I
very
get a
much
bit
for that.
overwhelmed with this. So
No,
sorry.
it was fantastic. So much detail. And to be honest, I had questions that kept coming up, but then you would answer them in the next slide. So I was going, oh, okay, I don't have that one. And it seems that we don't have questions from anyone listening right now, but you shared your email at the end. If anyone wants to contact you with the questions or for further information, where's the best place for them to go?
They can simply email me. I will answer them as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. Well, then I think we'll finish there. Thank you very much for your wonderful
Thank you.
presentation. Beautiful depictions as well. I agree, they were wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, then we will move on to our next presenter, who is Alex O'Day, who I believe is in the room now. Yes, excellent. I see you there. Alexa O'Day is a first-year master's student in art history at the University of Iowa, whose research analyzes how the material culture of ancient Near Eastern societies can inform our understanding of their religious ideologies. Her research bridges the gap between art, philosophy, and religion to contextualize the worldview of ancient peoples. Alexa has studied ancient Greek, Assyrian, Egyptian, and Nabatean cultures. She is also the 2026 recipient of the Jennifer C. Groot Memorial Fellowship and will be traveling to Jordan this summer to do an archaeological survey of Petra. And she will today be presenting her talk, Threads of Influence, Assyrian Textile Motifs and East Greek Pottery. So please do feel free to share your screen and your video, Alexa.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, perfect.
And thank you to the Save Ancient Studies Alliance for having me today. And also thank you for giving textiles and fashions a platform to demonstrate just how powerful they were in the ancient world. You include a quote in the introduction today, as well as in the program from Simul, discussing, quote, that fashion is a form of imitation and so equalization. And this idea of imitation and inspiration is one that I see at play between the Assyrians and the ancient Greeks during the Archaic period, and particularly within the textile trade. Assyrian textiles and the agency that they once carried can present a tricky research challenge, primarily because any traces of the physical fabrics themselves have deteriorated thousands of years ago. Without this primary source, the textile itself, researchers instead look to secondary sources. For Assyrian textiles, there is a rich array of these secondary sources, including trade receipts and legal codes and visual representations of the garments in their sculptural reliefs. It was within these visual and textual records that I noticed some stylistic similarities between the intricate and ornate style of Assyrian dress, and a contemporary Greek pottery style, the wild goat style, a style some art historians have unfairly dismissed as rudimentary or even crude. But my research explores this thematic connection between Assyria and East Greece. By tracing how both cultures depicted the wild goat, I examine how textile motifs transitioned across media and borders by analyzing how fabric influenced pottery. Now, the ancient Mediterranean was a washing machine of peoples, traditions, goods, and stories constantly moving and changing and mixing. So I really want to avoid discussing influence as a directional point A to point B dissemination, but rather as a crowded conversation where 10 people are all speaking at once. And within this dialogue, textiles didn't carry with them just their monetary value as clothing, but also as the artistic value via the visual vocabulary of its weaver. Textiles held immense agency and have been acknowledged as an influential medium during the late Iron Age, but it is specifically within the transmission of goat imagery during the late Iron Age that I found documentation to corroborate this hypothesis. To discuss this transmission, I will first consider how Assyrians portray goats in their artwork. Second, view how this goat imagery is detailed within Assyrian trade documents. And third, compare the Greek wild goat pottery. Lastly, a unique example in Greek vase painting where an exotic garment resembling the wild goat pottery style could be showcasing the now lost Assyrian garments. Now, goats are found throughout the Assyrian art, from monumental palace reliefs to cylinder seals measuring just a few centimeters tall. Sargon II even presents a goat to a god, though most goats are frequently shown as natural creatures in the wild or being hunted. Now, this saturation of goat imagery is what led me to question if Assyrians' use of goats in their visual culture may have influenced early Greek artists and ultimately ushering in the wild goat style. In the British Museum, two monumental 7-foot-tall reliefs from Nimrod flank the Assyrian wing passageway. Rather than holding weapons or symbols of power, these protective demigods, likely Apkallu or sages, as indicated by their tasseled robes, gently cradle a goat and a fallow deer. While some scholars view these animals as symbols of territory or literal scapegoats used to absorb demonic spirits, others interpret them as sacrificial offerings. Near Eastern historian Mehmet Ali Ataç posits that if these animals do represent sacrifice, then their pairing with the divine Apkallu imparts themes of rebirth, rejuvenation, and the spiritual transcendence. The Assyrian Empire maintained its vast territory through strict administrative bureaucracy and military might. This administration left behind a rich quantitative record of correspondences, inventories, and trade receipts, including a trove of cuneiform tablets excavated from the capital of Ashur. Known as the Steward's Archive, this Middle Assyrian deposit provides a valuable snapshot of the textile trade, even though it does predate my investigation in the Greek Archaic period. These archival receipts record exported textiles, detailing the dimension of the fabrics, the fiber composition, and sometimes even the decorative elements on the fabric themselves. One thus tablet describes a shipment of fabric sent from the steward of Adad Riba. As quoted here, the textiles were decorated with stumbling ibex and stumbling stags. The ibex or goat pattern is not unique to this particular textile shipment either. An inventory from the cult center of Karjakulti Ninurta describes a woven tapestry featuring decorative goats. While the frequency of these archival records suggests that goat-themed textiles were relatively common commercial goods, the animal's role in Assyrian visual culture extended beyond mere decoration. An outlier in goat imagery is a peculiar mythical goat figure that is common on Assyrian cylinder seals. Goat imagery has reached its highest echelons of Assyrian culture in a unique hybrid form, the shihirmashu, the goat fish, an upper body of a goat and the lower body with the tail of a fish. This creature represents Ea, the Sumerian Enki, the god of both wisdom and magic. The goatfish appears frequently on cylinder seals, as shown on the image on the left, above the two central and left figures, just above their heads, and the cylinder seal on the right, above the central and right figure. And then the goat imagery is reinforced as the central king offers the goat, like a regular actual goat, to the god Shamash. While the divine Shihirmashu remains conceptually distinct from the corporeal animal, this overlap between natural and the sacred highlights the complexity of the goat for the Assyrians and the multifaceted way that they understand the goat imagery. Now, the goat is a common figure in Assyrian artistic canon, though the level of importance the goat had and its potential religious undertones do require further study and could end up being just up to individual interpretation. The frequency and potential spiritual weight of the goat is what piqued my curiosity regarding the connection to Greek pottery. While the Greeks may have traveled to the Assyrian port of Almina for trade, the Assyrians themselves never traveled to Greece, as I understand. Although Assyrian traders left no physical presence in Greece, their goods did. Ivory, tin, and metalwork have been recovered across the Aegean, carried there by Phoenicians or smugglers trying to avoid taxes. While the textiles documented in the archival receipts have been lost to time, this material void with the lack of actual textiles may not be the end of the line. By analyzing the steward's archive of these cuneiform tablets alongside sculptural reliefs, one can almost reconstruct these exported textiles. Inventories and receipts list both wool and linen fabric, and having been dyed with madder root and alum to produce vibrant colors of reds and oranges and yellows. These records also reveal a diverse fiber trade, where scribal notations distinguish between, quote, weaver's work, meaning woven textiles, and of knotter's work, meaning like knotted rugs. This creates a blueprint for the physical properties of the textiles. But to go further, the sculptural reliefs, as shown here, document the visual properties of Assyrian dress. Costume historian Mary Houston famously analyzed these reliefs to reconstruct original Assyrian outfits, mapping their cut, draping, and adornment. Many reliefs did act as royal propaganda, depicting kings, gods, and soldiers defeating the enemy. So while it's not a comprehensive Assyrian wardrobe, it does provide common motifs and styles. Despite the steward's archive descriptions of garments with patterns of goats and deer, the representation collected by Houston gives only geometric designs. Furthermore, these reconstructions fail to distinguish between fabric and applied adornment. The excavation of the undisturbed queen's tomb at Nimrud yielded nearly 800 gold rosettes as clothing appliques, as shown in the bottom right. This discovery suggests that the geometric designs on the reliefs, as shown here, the image on the right, could actually depict individually stitched on golden appliques rather than woven textile patterns. And if so, this absence of the figure representations, the goats and the deer, may just be like a logical choice where a gold encrusted robe would project far greater prestige than woven animal patterns. This is an assumption, but It does demonstrate that one shouldn't take these sculptural reliefs at face value. An absence of animal patterns could demonstrate that these elites didn't rely on woven patterns for their garments, but instead luxury adornments. Woven animal motifs, such as the goats and stags documented in the Steward's Archive, may have characterized the more common commercial exports. Inventories record that while the highest qualities of textiles were kept in Assyria for the king or as a gift to the god, the lower grade garments were systematically sent, quote, west. Scribes often include export destinations in their receipts in the inventories. For example, one tablet designates a shipment for a Cypriot recipient, a Greek colony. This map shows the expanse of the Syrian Empire at the height of their conquest. As traders mention Cyprus by name and is an area frequently discussed in these bureaucratic tablets, I believe that the inclusion of just the word west rather than a specific location or territory could be describing the areas directly west, such as Western Turkey or continuing on the Aegean or mainland Greece. Despite an inconclusive export destination from the Assyrians, there is a resulting stylistic shift in both Greek clothing and pottery. As the Assyrians' trade network expanded during the Bronze Age, Iron Age, Greek clothing also underwent its own metamorphosis. Women's clothing in Greece during the Bronze Age was very simple, monochromatic, as shown in line A here, and unpatterned. By the Iron Age, Greek dress changes dramatically under Near Eastern influence. Textile scholar Isabella Benda-Weber traced this evolution across Greece, Asia Minor, and Anatolia. Benda-Weber followed a similar methodology as Houston by viewing textile trends through the analysis of painted pots, statuary, and archaeological finds. Greek dress remains unadored and simplistic until the influence of Asia Minor. In this chart, rows A and B record the dress of both the Minoans and the Mycenaeans. Now, these regions have been cited as possible locations from which the wild goat pottery style originated, though their textiles offer no further evidence of this. The dress of Asia Minor confirms their interest in pattern and animal imagery, as shown in C here. The visualized flowchart shows this through the arrow that there was a connection with Greece at this time, resulting in a stylistic shift, and showcases how unique the Near Eastern dress was compared to its contemporaries. I now would like to transition away from the Assyrian clothing and look instead to the East Greek pottery style. During the 7th century BCE, pottery saw an influx of naturalistic goats depicted grazing, leaping, and running. Now, goats are very commonplace in the ancient Greek landscape, yet they are rare, if not often entirely missing from their artistic media. What caused Greek artists to suddenly include these innocuous animals as the central subjects in their pottery? Although a few Minoan objects depict goats, an example here on the left, this theme was rarely seen in art afterward. Nevertheless, some scholars do credit the Minoans for the wild goat style design. Additionally, I have found a Mycenaean sherd with a goat image that is strikingly similar to the wild goat style on the right, though there is a large gap in time between the Mycenaeans and these East Greek artists, as well as its rare presence doesn't really offer much context for this being a common motif at the time. As noted on the map, the primary production hubs for the wild goat style were concentrated in Western Anatolia and the Eastern Aegean Islands, specifically Miletus, Ephesus, Smyrna, and others. Milesian merchants would later travel south to establish the settlement of Naucratis in Egypt as a trading port to connect the Near East to Greece. If traders were bringing Assyrian goods westward, then these cities would have been along the trade routes. And the proximity between the Assyrian Empire and the production centers could also indicate a multicultural heritage of these cities' populace. Craft people operating within these fluid cross-cultural environments, possessing probably an intimate familiarity with both the Aegean and Near Eastern visual traditions, were uniquely positioned to translate these foreign textile motifs into this new Greek ceramic style. Wild goat pottery is a subdivision of the Orientalizing period, which is often absorbed into the Archaic period. The wild goat style is defined of clear bands of animal friezes, including more than just goats, but also lions, deer, birds, and often rendered in just a black outline, relatively clean. They are paired with geometric and particular floral motifs. Lastly, the wild goat style tends to be grouped by their East Greek geographic origin. The pot on the left is in this wild goat style, friezes of animals, decorative, geometric and floral motifs, and this was made in Miletus, an East Greek city. The lower open and closed lotus may have been imported from Egypt, as it does have religious significance there, or as described by our previous presenter, the lotus is commonly used throughout the area because of its connection to fertility. However, this particular style of open and closed lotus is very Assyrian. You see it in their architecture and a frequent motif throughout their entire visual record. The braided guilloche across the mouth of this pot is also a design seen in Mesopotamian art dating back all the way to ancient Sumer. This pot on the left is really an amalgamation of Near Eastern artistic motifs, suggesting that the Greek artists had close contact with imported objects. The goat doesn't have quite the ubiquity in Egyptian visual culture as it does for the Assyrians, which is also why I see the Assyrian textile exports as the potential influence rather than the Egyptian goods. While the Near Eastern influence is undeniable, East Greek artists did not merely copy these foreign designs. Instead, they demonstrated immense individuality and some regional variation as well. The pot on the right is a crater found in Rhodes, but likely produced in the North Ionian Production Center, exhibits a whimsy and charm that is quite different from the pot on the left. Each individual workshop retained their own unique styles and patterns that I don't think should be overlooked. It's not just that they are copying and pasting from the Assyrian textiles. There is some individuality to their designs as well. Yet what wasn't present before this period is the influx of goat imagery that seems to be everywhere at this time. One element that I am questioning in this is the pose of the goats. Further nuance on this translation is needed, and I wonder if the choice of the word stumbling in the English translation is maybe indicative of a bending or leaning pose. The goats on this pot, as well as others, they're not stumbling as described in the Steward's archive of what was on the textiles, but are, leaping or grazing, or often they're just standing on the frieze. However, the Assyrian pairing of the goat and the deer, as seen in the British Museum examples, is particularly present here. And it's not just any deer, but specifically the fallow deer, identified by its white spots and seen here on the shoulder of the pot. Many of these wild goat pots utilize this pairing of goats and deer. And while these creatures aren't being presented by demigods as seen in the reliefs, they are still occupying the same space. The mirroring imagery between Assyrian textiles and East Greek pottery with their goats and deer may be attributed to similarities in their local fauna. Yet trade documents listing textiles with the same pattern and the combination of goats and deer does lead me to think that it was a purposefully inspired design. It is hard to say with complete certainty that Assyrian textiles made it to Greece, as the archaeological evidence can't corroborate this. However, a Greek vase shows 3 goddesses in exotic dress with fabric designs mentioned in the steward's archive. The highlighted processioner, Thebe, is wearing a pattern chiton similar to the Asia Minor dress, as discussed in the garment flowchart seen earlier. At the bottom of her dress, as detailed here, are grazing deer and griffin, as well as the open and closed lotus pattern, though kind of in its inverse upside down. And at the top of her chiton is a relief kind of right around the bust of grazing goats. Thebe's dress may offer a visualization of the very textiles exported to Greece. This pot differs from the wild goat pottery in its design, time period, presence of human figures, and it was made in Athens, not East Greece. So it was clearly not in the same production workshop as the wild goat pottery. Yet this goddess or deity, she's a nymph, is wearing a dress that is nearly identical to the wild goat style pottery. The animals are in registered. It is this black and white style design, and they are accompanied by both geometric and the open and closed lotus. This style of dress seen here is not common in Greek pottery. I am constantly looking at what the figures on pots are wearing, and I have yet to see any other examples of figures wearing dress like this. But its striking similarity and my interest in the wild goat pottery's connection to textiles does make it potentially intriguing for my research. During the Greek archaic period, the goat had a striking rise to fame as it began to star on East Greek vases in this leading role of the central register. Analyzing where this happened might be just as important as why. The cities of Miletus, Ephesus, and Smyrna would all have been multicultural cities with its inhabitants speaking the visual language of both the Greeks and their neighbors. Further, these Greek colonies were receiving trade goods from both their Western Greeks as well as the Eastern traders, thanks to the social and geographical factors. The documents from Assyria offer a glimpse into what those imported products may have looked like, and the Greek change in dress demonstrates how they were received. Textiles, fiber arts, and other products which have been seen as lesser or minor arts, while not given the prestige in art history textbooks, still played an incredibly influential role in the evolution of visual arts. Their ubiquity imbued them with agency to influence people beyond their respective borders. And while the physical remains of these textiles may be lost, their agency can still be observed within sturdier artifacts. My future research plans with this topic include to continue surveying Greek artifacts for goat imagery, to understand the motif's evolution, and as always, to keep searching for anyone else wearing that style of dress shown in Greek pottery. Also, while the Steward's Archive is an incredibly valuable resource, these tablets are Middle Assyrian, not Neo-Assyrian, which is the time period where this exchange is happening and the wild goat pottery begins. So a comprehensive analysis of Neo-Assyrian trade documents would support this period's trade culture better than those from the Bronze Age. And lastly, I thank you all for having me today, particularly to the Save Ancient Studies Alliance virtual conference team. I would also like to thank the Stanley family, the University of Iowa's School of Art, Art History, and Design, and the graduate and professional student government for their support of my research. And at this time, I will gladly like to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Alexa. Very, very interesting talk again. And it's so nice to see so many links between all of the talks. And we're only on talk 2, so a good sign for the future. We don't have many questions come through. We did have just one comment, which I guess maybe you could elaborate on about the goatfish and the link with potentially the astrological sign for Capricorn. Is this something you, yeah.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that it is still in mainstream media today, seen as a goatfish, and that its origins trace so far back. And it feels particularly fitting because the Assyrians were avid astronomers and loved to study the stars to try to predict their futures and see what the stars were predicting for them. So the fact that they were seeing probably this figure in the stars, that it has this connection to wisdom and magic and predicting the future, and it's still used today, I think is an interesting example of how elements and little echoes from the ancient world are still present in today's culture.
Yeah, perfect. Which also links beautifully to what Pratishtha was saying as well, that these are not dead textiles, they're still happening and they're still going around. We also had one quick question, which I think we have 2 minutes, so we can quickly fit it in. In addition to kind of the cultural links with depictions that you were mentioning, do you know of any links in also like technology or technique associated with textiles?
As far as the links between the two, there is one that I wasn't comfortable saying it with conviction, but the spin of the ply is actually something that there might be further research that needs to be done. In the Near East, they typically spin their fibers in a Z ply, so kind of like counterclockwise as it spins around itself, where continental Europe, from my understanding, typically use an S ply, so a clockwise spin. In Macedonia, there was a piece of fabric recovered that did have this Z ply, potentially showing that this textile that was found could have come from the Near East. I think it does still need further research, and I need to be better informed about ply techniques in the ancient world. But because there are so few pieces of fabric and fibers remaining, it can be difficult. But I do think this potential spread of ply techniques could be interesting to show how the technique was perhaps spread, if not the physical fibers themselves.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. If anyone has any further questions or wants to follow you, where can they best contact you?
Of course, emailing me. My contact is on the University of Iowa's Art History website. I believe also my contact is on the program as well. So thank you very much.
Great, perfect. Thank you very much, Alexa. Okay, we will be moving on to our first keynote talk of the conference by Professor Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones, sorry, not Lord Llewellyn-Jones. Coming soon, I'm sure. Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones is a professor of ancient history at Cardiff University in Wales, a leading expert in ancient Persian history and culture. He has served as the director of the Ancient Iran Research Programme for the British Institute of Persian Studies, and is the author of many books, including Persians, The Age of the Great Kings, and Babylon, the Mother of All Cities. He is also known for his work on dress and gender in antiquity, and he will be presenting the keynote today, which is entitled Crafting Persian Luxury, Dress and Adornment in Achaemenid Iran. Apologies for my pronunciation again. 559 to 330 BCE. Just a very quick reminder as well before Lloyd starts that if you want to participate in the special session coming up after the keynote and the next talks, make sure to pre-register through the link. And if you have any questions for anyone, please do comment them in the boxes. Okay, Lloyd, feel free to share your screen and your video.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. That's a good start. I'll share the video, which is here, I believe. Okay, from the beginning. Now let's go from the beginning. Thank you so much. And thank you to the SASA for inviting me to do this. It is a great pleasure, and it's also exceptionally timely because I'm sad to say that my own Department of Ancient History is being closed at Cardiff University, where we are being amalgamated into the bigger picture of history, and so losing our ancient history individuality. And this is just a tip of the iceberg of what's happening here, certainly in Britain, but I think more generally around the world. So what you're doing, SASA, is absolutely needed, and you can rely on my help whenever you need it to promote your works and your activities. So thank you. I want to thank, before I start, and here's a little indicator of the kind of work I did on ancient dress. I started out as a sort of Greek cultural historian, and I've drifted east over the years. That's not to say I'll come back to not come back to Greece. I'm sure I will at some time. But I also worked for a long time as a costume designer for film and theatre. And really, it was those years that fostered my interest in ancient dress, what ancient dress tells us about society and culture and how we perceive that. I'm very interested in the anthropology of dress too, but also it gave me a kind of head start in the thought of clothing in action. You know, we look at vase paintings and sculptures as we've just seen, but of course we have to remember that these are living garments which needed to be held together on the body and were capable of movement, of not going correctly, not always replicating what we have on the body. And so my work has been very much focused on that idea. And what I want to talk to you about here then is an opportunity I got to work with the British Museum in 2023. And thanks here to the British Institute of Persian Studies and others who helped with this project. In 2023, I was asked to be a co-creator of a new exhibition at the British Museum called Luxury and Power from Persia to Greece. And this was one of the really remarkable moments in the British Museum, which is very much, sort of demarcated according to its departments, where there would be a little bit of a crossover. So people working in the ancient Near Eastern section of the museum would also be working alongside people in the Greco-Roman half of the collection. So this was really a wonderful opportunity to put things together and see how emblematic and important the Persian world was in the Greek-speaking world as well. How objects of art, drinking vessels, pottery, all sorts of things infiltrated its way from the Persian Empire into Attica and the wider Greek-speaking world. And when I first arrived on the scene to take up the position of co-curator, one thing I realized was that we had absolutely no textiles in the wish list of objects that we wanted to put on display. And I realized straight away that if we wanted to tell the story of luxury, then textiles were absolutely essential for that. Now, we do have some textiles surviving from ancient Persia. These two images here of the same thing are felt cloths, horse saddles, horse cloths really, that were discovered in the Pazyryk burials in the Crimea, where they were frozen in ice and therefore were pretty well preserved. As you can see, they now sit in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. And it was impossible, as much as we tried and as much as the Hermitage wanted to help, to get these on loan to the British Museum. So we hummed and hawed and thought, how do we go about building the visual world of textiles when we can't actually get any textiles from antiquity themselves? So this is when I came up with the idea, and I'm really glad to say the British Museum really backed this. For the first time this had been tried out, that we try to reconstruct items of ancient Persian dress from the period of the Achaemenid dynasty, that is 559 to 330 BCE. So that's what we did. It was a great archaeological reconstruction experiment for me and for all the people who were involved in it. And I'm going to talk to you about the decisions that I had to make to bring garments to life, and also about the research that underpinned it, and some of the reactions perhaps as well to what we finally saw. So to begin with then, if we look at the iconography that comes out of Achaemenid Iran itself, here you have a representation in the center of a sculptural relief from the Apadana or throne hall at Persepolis in southwestern Iran, dating to about 500 BCE. You can see that essentially the Persians wore two forms of dress. One of them a voluminous garment, which you can see on the right, and the other something which is tighter fitting with trousers. Now, in books still written in the early 2000s, people tackling Persian dress, and there have only been a few of us, have said that the trouser outfit is the outfit that was worn by the Medes, and the large baggy tunic was the garment of the Persians. This is absolutely wrong. Both forms of dress are Achaemenid Persian dress. So we need to get rid of the idea that they are Medes and Persians. They are all Persians in a court ceremony, but they are projecting two different elements, if you like, of Persian culture: a horse riding culture and a sedentary courtly culture. So I'll introduce you to the first kind of garment, and that's the court robe. In Greek texts, it's variously referred to as the serapis or the kalasiris or the akatai, but we don't know, sadly, what it was called in Old Persian itself. We have many representations of it, although, of course, most of them are two-dimensional, and even a third-dimension statue, now headless, of Darius the Great, originally made in Egypt, but discovered at the city of Susa in southwest Iran, shows the court robe in a very stylized manner. The idea is, for me, of course, is that any draping which is held together with belts, brooches, or pins is not necessarily always going to stay in place. If you think about something like the Indian sari, it is in a constant state of motion. And a dress made out of something as voluminous as this court robe would be would also, of course, not hold its pleats and its falls with the precision that the artists give us in the iconography. But we do get a sense, at least, of what this court robe is all about. I could couple that with a few smaller finds, like this little ivory figurine you can see next to Darius's statue, which gives us an impression of some of the seams, or at least decoration, which you can see on the back of the garment, and also the way in which the long garment is hiked up from behind to cause these deep pleats. Again, nothing set, of course, and these are not pinned or sewn down. And in a way, I was reminded that this large, essentially huge rectangle of fabric with a hole in for the head is very reminiscent of Coptic garments I'd studied from late antique Egypt. I'm not saying that anyone had the influence on the other, but certain styles just refused to die. And so I was able to look at some Coptic garments, which are in the British Museum collection, and just look at the methods for making this. And I was really struck by how familiar, in fact, these kinds of garments are. Within the iconographic record, the first time we see the court robe depicted dates to around 522 to 519 on the so-called Bicetun relief, which depicts Darius the Great in his victory over his enemies. Alongside him, just behind him, are two of his noblemen, also wearing this distinct form of court robe. That we have no image of this beforehand gives me pause to think where this actual item came from originally. It may well be based on an Egyptian linen tunic, which essentially was just a baggy rectangle of linen, since the Persians conquered Egypt in 525 BCE. So just a few years later, maybe this form of garment was taken over to Iran, but certainly it was changed by them. And from that period on, the court robe becomes the locus classicus of any depiction of the Persian great king. He is always shown repeatedly in this large, voluminous robe, as is on the treasury relief here from Persepolis, his crown prince, who are basically doppelgangers of one another, and they both resemble the hairstyles, beard, and the garment of the god hovering above them. That's Ahura Mazda, the wise lord. So this is a garment which screams of courtliness, of culture. It's interesting to see that when Persians depict the great king as a hero in warfare, they still show him wearing this voluminous court robe, which of course was completely impractical to wear as a battle garment. It was just, unwieldy. You can see that in the images, the sleeves are pulled up, as it were, the pseudo sleeves, the overhang is pulled up to the shoulders, and sometimes the long skirt is girded, so pulled in to the belt to form a kind of trouser. But this is still a very unrealistic garment to wear into battle. But what it does mean in the iconography of the Achaemenid Empire is that you can always identify a Persian when they are in battle with other Iranian or nomadic trouser-wearing peoples. So it's a small code, if you like, to pin out the Persian from any other trouser-wearing people, because as I'll come to show you, trousers are certainly part of the Persian sartorial system too. One really interesting element of the Persian court robe is that it was identical to the garments worn by court women, royal women of the Achaemenid era. Now, this is exceptionally strange. In any anthropological setting, women's dress and men's dress always have variations. But to all intents and purposes, the garments of women and the garments of men in the Persian period seem to be identical, at least in construction and draping. Of course, color, embroidery or weaving, as well as perfume and maybe decoration, could have made a distinction between the sexes. But it is really quite remarkable to see how, such as this cosmetic flask from the Al-Sabe collection or its companion piece here, we see essentially the same elements of the garment, of the court robe itself, being shared between the two sexes. And that within dress history is quite extraordinary. I'm not sure if I can explain it yet, but it's something I want to think about much further. So how did I go about creating the court robe for the exhibition at the British Museum? Well, this is my original design for the piece. And then on the side, you can see on the left side, are the various appliques and fabrics that I managed to source. Now, thanks to the British Institute of Persian Studies and to the British Museum themselves, I managed to put together a good budget for this project, because I knew straight away that it would take quite a bit of money to do, because after all, we are dealing with luxury garments and also with the fact that we're dealing with good quality fabrics on quite an impressive scale. So the court robe, for instance, took 5.5 meters of very fine lamb's wool to create. You can see a sachet, a little swatch of the lamb's wool that I used. It was actually made for me, bespoke, at a mill here in Wales, according to was created on a warp-weighted loom, in fact, in the traditional method, and I took Persian devices, so geometric patterns in particular, in order to use this. But then within Persian garments, if we look on the original iconography, I can show you the Susan guards, which you can see on the right here. We know that there were segments of the garment which had a colored band to them as well. So that was worn out separately, and you can see it was simply woven into a very, very pale blue with a darker blue polka dots covering it. And these colors, the blues and the yellows and golds and the grays, are all attested in the painted bricks from Susa and other places. So this is us starting to put the pieces together. Now, of course, in an ideal world, all of the braiding that's there would have been handmade, but I didn't have the time to do that. So I sourced these pieces from Iran, in fact, and had them sewn down. But one thing I really wanted to put was a kind of iconographic details within the clothes themselves. So on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that I had woven up a strip of silk brocade. We know that silk was being used in Persia at this period. And the silk brocade actually shows scenes of the court and also of mythological beasts that we see on the representations at Persepolis. And that's because within Persian art, there was a constant need, or a desire at least, to replicate the visual world around them. So the winged sphinx that you can see sitting there, I also had placed into the brocade weaving, as I did the seated great king and his son. Also, I had them placed into the weaving as well. So up close, the visitors to the exhibition would be able to see how iconographic motifs moved from the palatial world itself, the stonework itself, into the textiles that the Persians were using. The other thing, of course, that the Persians used, and we've already seen these in an Assyrian context, were broquettes, or little gold discs, as well as embossed pieces. You can see on the guard on the right-hand side, he has little sort of military towers on his garment there. Whereas the line drawing of the king, you can see that his court robe, the upper part of it at least, is covered in discs of gold and possibly semi-precious stones laid in to create these lotus blossoms and petals. So I realized I wanted to create this and to try to create them in quite a number. But my inspiration actually came from a genuine find from Persepolis, which is now held in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's the head of a roaring lion, which I had reproduced by some very, very clever students who are working in a costume design degree course here in South Wales. And they made them up for me in resin from an original facsimile, which I made from the brooch in the Metropolitan Museum. And then we gilded them all with very fine gilded paper, so that they at least had a kind of sheen to them. And then these myriad of lions were sewn to the garment, together with a few lesser images I also had made, which again were based on finds from Persepolis in the Met, and they decorated the upper section of the garment. So essentially, when we placed this all on display, and we had to have a special stand made for it because we didn't want a bar to be seen at the neck, it looked like this. And we decided we want to show it in its full size, without being put on a human being or a model, a mannequin, just to show the volume of cloth that is needed in a garment like that. So it's pure lamb's wool, as I say, and it is lined with pure dyed blue linen. So when actually, when picked up, it's actually a very, very heavy garment. It really does weigh something down. And I think the linen was an appropriate choice, because I can't think that somebody like the great king of Persia would just put bare wool to his body. I think it needed that kind of body. And before it went on display, I hired a model, and in the British Museum, we had a series of photographs taken of the garment as it really was. And you can see that while, of course, it has absolutely the shape of the iconography that we see, those pleats simply do not hang in that repetitive and perfect way, because garments, as I say, do not do that. They move constantly. But what comes out really clearly here is the overhang, in which kind of pseudo sleeves are made. So this is not a garment that requires cutting or stitching or pattern making whatsoever. In fact, the last thing it needs is any of that. It is a simple, huge rectangle. As I say, 5 meters goes into this altogether. Also, we made shoes for him too, based on images at Persepolis, a belt based on Persepolis as well. If he'd had a long beard and lots of flowing curls, that would have been great, but my model didn't. But he still looks good, and I was really pleased to see, even when he sat down, the garment took on the right shape, and I think the right weight. So that, I think, as far as I know, that's the first time a court robe has been tried out in kind of an archaeological exploration, sort of recreation. But I wanted to turn my attention now to the other kind of garment that the Persians wore, and that is riding dress. The Persians originated from the steppes of Central Asia, and they were an equine people. They were at home on horseback. Even Herodotus, with many of his misguided ideas of what the Persians were, tells us that when they were still young boys, Persian boys were taught to shoot the bow, to tell the truth, and of course to ride the horse. And horse riding remained, even at the height of the Persian Empire, the absolute indicator of what it was to be Persian. And in fact, on his tomb at Nakhchi-Rustam, just outside Persepolis, Darius the Great himself records, "I am skilled both in hands and in feet. As a horseman, I am a good horseman. As a bowman, I am a good bowman, both on foot and on horseback. As a spearman, I am a good spearman, both on foot and on horseback. These are the skills which Ahura Mazda gave me." And interestingly enough, so important was this idea of the bow and the spear and the horse, in that it is that in their coinage, which they distributed in the western part of their empire, including in central Greece and Attica, you can see either the king is represented in a gold daric, holding the bow and arrow and wearing, incidentally, the full robe, the court robe, or else a horseman, a Persian horseman, not a king, he doesn't wear a crown, is represented with a spear and his equine garments. So the second outfit I wanted to create was a riding dress, the riding habit, which had to consist of a tunic, which would be belted, a pair of trousers, and a coat, which would sit on the shoulders, but could have the arms put into it, which would be overlong. So this is the basics of Persian riding costume, if you like. And you can see that in the iconography, Persian elites are usually shown just holding this coat on their shoulders. And in fact, you can see in the sculptures that the sleeves of the coat simply hang down at the side or hang down at the back. And this is a form of garment which is still used in places like Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, as the felt example on the far left of the screen shows you too. The garment itself, the coat, was known as the gaunaka, This type of garment, the three essentials, the tunic, the trousers, the coat, were essential for all forms of horse riding. And therefore, the Persians are depicted as much in the riding garment as they are in the court robe. The two garments basically stress the different elements of Persian life as courtiers and sedentary people, but also as nomads and horsemen warriors. The so-called Alexander sarcophagus from the Levant, dating to the very early years of the 320s BCE, depicts actually Persian soldiers, and this is the colored version of it, which is a lot of work has been done to restore the color on this, and you can see very clearly by the soldier, for instance, on the far left, who's holding the shield, that he has that tunic, which is belted, his long trousers, and that thing that's flaring out behind him with the blue, that's his coat, that's his gaunaka that he has on there. Likewise, the horseman at the center wears these three elements too. Actually, if you look behind the shield bearer on the far left, you can see inside the shield, we've discovered that there was painting an audience scene showing the great king sitting in audience wearing the court robe. So in fact, the both forms of Persian dress are depicted here. And at Persepolis, near to the audience relief that I showed you earlier on, we have a whole series of tribute bearers bringing their gifts to the great king from all over the Persian Empire. The four I've given you here are all Iranian-speaking delegates. They've come from different parts of Iran or from different parts of the Eurasian steppes, bringing their gifts. They have horses, of course they do. They have jewelry, but in the colored boxes I've given you, each of the delegations brings the king specific garments, and the garments are threefold: a coat, a long sleeve tunic, and trousers. What are they doing here? Well, I think each of these delegates of Iranian-speaking peoples are coming to the king and saying to him, we recognize you as the great king of the Persian Empire, but you are also the premier horseman of the empire, the Khan, he who is of the horse, and these are your garments for that. I'll just give you a little close-up of them here. These are from Parthia, and they're bringing garments. You can see the trousers even have built-in feet to them. Or to give you a bit more of an indication, that's a colored version that I've done. This motif of presenting the king with riding and with a riding habit was so well known that as far away as Xanthos in Asia Minor, we have a delegate of peoples bringing the king the same garments as well. So this is in basically Greek-speaking Anatolia, in the south coast of modern-day Turkey. These ambassadors, gift bearers, are bringing exactly the same gifts that we see at Persepolis. So it was obviously quite an important image for the king to bear. So it suggests to me that in real life, the great king of Persia really did wear the riding habit along with his other subjects. But in art, as I emphasize, he is only ever shown in the courtly robe. But this image here, crafted no doubt by Greeks, it's a very Greek style after all, perhaps allows me to segue a little bit into Greek perceptions of Persian dress. And this is where really we become unstuck and where a lot of work has been done on Persian costume, but I think sadly from a non-starting position, not a good confident position to start with. The Greeks, of course, saw Persian dress, but it was a complete abstract to them. It spoke about, for the Greeks, the Persian love of luxury, of its effeminacy, of its simple otherness more than anything else. The Greeks invent for themselves a kind of vocabulary of Persian dress, which is not real. The Greeks, as we know, valued very much the idea of nudity as a costume, something that the Persians themselves would never tolerate. There is no image of a naked Persian created in Persia. They found that to be barbaric. Whereas, of course, the Athenians and other Greeks found the naked body something to rejoice in, and as Bonfante many years ago said, it becomes a part of Greek costume in a way, it's nudity. And so what do the Greeks do with Persian costume? Well, they created a kind of like a second skin. So they come up with this idea of a kind of catsuit, very often striped or with geometric patterns. You can see on the little ostracon there, we've got this idea where the Persian's body almost looks naked, even though he's completely clothed. So the complete clothing of the Persian body gives some kind of traction to the Greek conception of the Persian as the Eastern other. In fact, their literature does pretty much the same thing too. So, for instance, in an early 5th century fragment of a Persian history written by an anonymous Greek historian, we learn that the wife of Darius, a woman called Atossa, was credited by the Greeks with certain things. That she wore the royal tiara herself, women in power, something that the Greeks couldn't tolerate. That she wore anaxarides, that's the Greek word for Persian trousers, and also she castrated eunuchs and communicated decisions through her own writing. And of course, that shows the topsy-turviness of Persia as far as the Greeks were concerned. But the Greeks did have an insight into what Persian dress really was, because we know that Persian coins were flooding the Athenian market. Certainly, huge hoards of gold darics have been discovered in Athens. And so we have there the official image of the Persian king as the Persian king wants to see himself. And I think what we have in the black and white line drawing there from a vase painting is the Athenian bastardization of that thing, where basically he's put into a kind of composite Persian catsuit plus a Greek himation to create something that's quite new. The Greeks had been thinking about Persian dress since the beginning of the 5th century, if not a little bit earlier. In fact, it is earlier. This black and white photograph here of a vase painting in Florence is the earliest vase painting I've come across of a representation of a Persian great king in Greek art. And you can see that the defining thing about him are his colourful trousers, and they get the rest of it pretty wrong. And also you can see there a really amazing quote from Herodotus, who says that the Athenians were the first Greeks he knows of to endure seeing Persian dress and the men who wore it. In other words, looking at Persian dress, even at the height of battle, was something of a national trauma for the Greeks, it would seem. And from there on in, the Greeks essentially create an other image of the Persians, really to contrast with hoplite nudity and then the full dressed body of the Persian. Note, however, and I've put together a big file on this, and one day I'll probably publish it, that the Greeks never really understood how trousers worked. And so what we often get in the Greek iconography is that the point where the trousers meet the waist, and something going, the tunic covers, is always smudged in Greek art by a part of the tunic, by a belt, by a quiver. No matter what, they try to smudge really how these trousers join the rest, because of course something like that, a catsuit, with no zip, no lycra, no nothing in antiquity, not even sprang, that form of creating a sort of springy wool, could ever have done that kind of garment. It's an imaginary garment. So what about real Persian trousers then? How do I get nearer to those? Well, the answer came to me when a friend of mine, Katrina Gromer from the University of Vienna, sent me images of a mummy that she was working on. This mummy was killed in a salt mine around about 400 BCE, just outside Tehran. What happened was this poor man, who was only about 18, a seam of salt just collapsed on him and he was crushed to death. But he was wearing his garments, a long tunic with long sleeves and trousers and shoes with a lot of movement in them. They were made out of harsh wool. He also has, you can see there, perhaps just make out a little flask at his hip, which was full of goose fat, which he used to smear onto the ends of his fingers so that salt wouldn't get into his cuts when inevitably he was working away. So Katrina, very great. I mean, she went over to Iran. She measured all of the garments. She's an expert in ancient textiles, and she created a pattern from the garments, and it's a very, very simple trouser pattern, as you can see. It has a waist piece which can be with a drawstring thread through it. The only decoration are side seams are given piping in red wool. Now, when Katrina put them on her model, her son, they ended up like that, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. But for me, I realized that these would not serve the purpose for elite or royal trousers, because as you can see there, while the man himself could easily move his legs, there was not actually enough fabric in the crotch to make these feasibly a riding habit, a riding pair of trousers, because a lot more is needed to be able to straddle a horse in that kind of way. This would just be bunching. And after all, these trousers were made for the poorest of the poor, somebody who had to work in a salt mine, possibly an enslaved individual in that way. So now I'm stuck with the idea of, okay, there are trousers here, but not the trousers I don't think the elites would have worn. Plus, you can see that the elites in the silver, for instance, on the right-hand side of the screen, was beautifully decorated, woven patterns and so forth. So I was finally relieved to find a pair of trousers from Eurasia dating to about 500 BCE, so to the Achaemenid period. And of course, the Eurasian steppes were still part of the Persian Empire. This is where they drew, anyway, their ancestry from. Looking at the pattern, I realized that what had happened was essentially we have two legs sewn together to create an inside seam with a drawstring that could run around the waist to fasten, and then ingeniously inserted between the crotch was a large sort of ziggurat-shaped crotch piece, which allowed, therefore, the legs to spread apart without exposing any flesh to the horse or the saddlecloth. So in effect, this is what I came up with. It is a pair of trousers, as you can see, with this ziggurat piece sewn into it, following the model of the Eurasian trouser. And I think this actually really helped solve the problem. Plus, I also, there it is in a three-dimensional thing, you can see that that piece simply folds in on itself, and therefore it's comfortable, but also gives a lot of room when moving. In addition, you can see that these garments, these trousers, also have feet built into them. I couldn't find any in Eurasia, but I did find feet attached to shoes, really attached to trousers from the Danish bog mummies, and so I used that as a prototype. So I didn't ask the mill company, who I used for these fabrics as well, to weave up a shaped garment, but I added the foot to it myself. And in the final fitting, this is what it kind of looks like. So you can see quite baggy trousers with a drawstring waist, that large crotch opening, and also, following the images I've got from Iranian sources, quite a lot of vivid woven motifs as well. So finally then, there was the coat, the gaunica, which was needed and seems to have been obligatory even when riding horses. Like this man here, you can see the gaunica is obviously fastened around his neck and then flies out behind him. To all intents and purposes, the gaunica seems to have been around amongst Iranian peoples for a long, long time. Even the Avestan language, which predates Old Persian, had the word goana, which seems to be a derivation of the word. And this kind of garment, which is essentially a large baggy coat lined with fur, which sits on the shoulder, as I say, can still be found in parts of the Middle East and Central Asia today. The word itself, gaunaka, means hairy or shaggy, which suggests that probably in its original form, it was a shaggy sheepskin, which was cut and woven together. But in its imperial form, during the time of the empire, it clearly represented the fur lining that went inside. And you can see in this beautiful colored fresco from Karaburum in Anatolia, the satrap, or even the great king, wears a gaunaka of white, and it is lined with white leopard skin as kind of lapels. And you can see that kind of fur lapel, if you like, in these two golden images of men in riding coats, which are now in the British Museum. Essentially, to all intents and purposes, the cut of the gaunaka is exactly the same as it was in ancient Iran as it is now. And so what I did was to look very carefully at examples of medieval gaunikas that still survive in the British Museum and also in the Victoria and Albert Museum. And myself and my brilliant costume maker, Rebecca Southland, we made up a pattern based precisely on the garments that I studied. Now, what's really interesting about this is we used 3.5 meters of 45-inch wide fabric to get this. When you place all of the pieces, and you can see that all of them are geometric, usually rectangles, squares, sometimes even a little square piece which sits underneath the arm. When that was used, there was not one scrap of fabric left over. So it means that the Persians created their fabric on the loom for the specs of this kind of coat. And when it was put together, you can see here how all those different parts of the pattern fit together, where the seamage goes, so that there is absolutely no waste whatsoever. The sleeves, you can see, are very long and hang over the back of the wearer. And you can also see that I've studied the whole garment in these appliqued gold discs, as we see in some of the iconography. And then with the fur lining and some colorful lining as well, this too was a very heavy prestige garment, and that's what it's all about. It's all about prestige. And I chose also a purple color for this particular one because I wanted to link it into some of the other things that what we had on display, such as the murex shells from Phoenicia, which gave us that beautiful imperial purple color. Interestingly, it's probably this form of garment, and there you can see how it was displayed in the museum itself. This kind of garment, the coat, that was used during the royal investiture. The Persians didn't go for a coronation. Instead, they invested themselves with clothes. And the coat that they used was one that was worn by Cyrus the Great, Cyrus the Second, before he had become king. And I think it was endowed with a kind of supernatural presence, his own presence, because it had touched his body. So for over 200 years, successive Persian kings used this kind of coat as a symbol of their own authority. And that idea, which is called in later Persian language, khaylat, means that in the Islamic period, that feature of giving a garment that had been worn by a king to his successor or to his favored courtiers was still in operation. Robes of honor are the things that we call them now. And it's quite clear to me that they originated in Achaemenid Iran. We have the textual sources for that. So the final look for the riding dress was like this, in which I also made bashilik, which is this kind of headgear which wraps around. And again, just like the court dress, I was really pleased to see that it's a movable, of course. You know, you can sit in it, you can you can live your life in this garment, and that's a really important thing for us to try to recognize. Still, I'm not sure if we've really conquered Greek and Roman dress and the ways of draping, and just get to recognize the fact that draping does not stay in one position at all. So this was, for me at least, a really rewarding experience. I got to think about how clothing would have worked amongst the elite males of ancient Iran. Would I do things differently? Yes, most certainly, especially if I had a lot more money, because doing these kind of recreations is an expensive thing. But the feedback from the general public was wonderful, because I do think that the exhibition going public, people who are interested in ancient history, we connect really well to clothes because they are part of us as well. So to see antique clothing, or even reconstructed antique clothing like this, gives viewers a little bit of a thrill, because they approach the reality of antiquity more than perhaps by looking at, admittedly, some of the beautiful artifacts like the jewelry, the drinking vessels, or the sculpture, which was all around us in that incredible exhibition. So that was my job. I really enjoyed doing it, and I hope I encourage you maybe to think about actually turning some of your academic research into work in this kind of way. And this is working really well. I'm going to go and do some more of this kind of thing. I've recently done some work on Sasanian dress, so now I'm trying to put a budget together to recreate dress for a little bit of a later Persian period. But have a think about it. Try to turn your research, or try at least to visualize your research about clothing and the body into three-dimensional terms, and remember it as a living garment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. Fascinating talk. And speaking as an experimental archaeologist myself, I absolutely agree. We have to do as much reproduction as possible. I'm looking forward to the ancient Greek naked reproduction that I assume is coming up in the next talk. Yes.
Yeah, not so costly, that.
Yes. We have a couple of questions. The first one comes from one of our viewers watching online, about the court dress and why we assume that there was a linen lining attached rather than a separate linen undergarment.
There could have been a linen undergarment, of course, but in terms of simply making the project, it made a lot more sense to connect them together more than anything else.
Okay,
but the weight
so
would have been the same, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe David also has a question, and as he's in the Zoom, I will let him unmute and ask it himself.
Great. Thank you very much for this presentation. It was really wonderful. I've been doing some work on particularly the Book of Esther, and how it relies on some decent ideas of what Achaemenid court life was like, but also what the practical trappings of Achaemenid imperial power included, including control of different populations and taxation and the like. But Esther really is a very fanciful story where we get to hear all about these wonderful things that happen in the royal court. And there is definitely an emphasis on clothing as well. And also my understanding is that in the Persian elite system, gifting was a major component of shoring up alliances and showing appreciation for one another, and also showing the people's roles in the hierarchy. So gifting towards kings, but the king also gifting to other people as a way of concretizing their roles within his reign and within his empire. And I'm looking at how that's reflected in Esther. But one thing particularly I have a question is, which of these types of garments would have been ones that would have been gifted? We saw your great example of the riding clothes to the king, but what about in the other direction, from the king to other people? And in the story of Esther, there's the wonderful story of how
of Mordecai getting
Mordecai
the garment,
and the king is instructed to Haman to clothe Mordecai in the royal garments and hand parade him around the streets of Susa.
Absolutely. So there's a long history, which we have in Greek text, but also in biblical text, of this form of chaylat, this gift giving of garments from the king to his nobles. And I don't think it was ever the court robe. I think it was the coat, because it's so paradigmatically sort of Persian. It is absolutely unique to itself. So that's exactly what Mordecai gets. And the chaylat is always given with gold, so jewelry, with horses or horse pieces, and a dagger and a weapon. And at the end and of course, when Mordecai is honored by Xerxes in this way in Esther, then that's exactly what he gets. As I've argued in my commentary, I wrote a commentary on the Book of Esther and its Persian reflection. Whoever wrote Esther knew the court system very well. They really did. I mean, and it is the most visual book of the Hebrew Bible as well, without a doubt. It basically says, look at this, look at this, look at this all the time. So I think it's probably an early 4th century BCE text with later additions. But I think what we get there is a really good reflection of the courtly world of Persia and the use of dress within it, definitely.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Okay, we have a few more minutes, so I also have one last question for you.
Sure.
In our previous talks, both our speakers made wonderful connections between the ancient world and the modern world, and how it's living, as you say. And especially in light of what you were mentioning before your talk of, unfortunately, all around the world, we're seeing ancient studies, archaeology, heritage being defunded, being undervalued. Maybe you could just elaborate a little bit on how you see that link and how you see the importance of studying these ancient textiles in relation to relevance to the modern world and modern societies.
Well, everything comes from it, doesn't it? There would be no trousers in the West if the Persians hadn't got there first, which is a starting point. But, just to see how many fashion designers and influencers of fashion have used ancient dress, because it is the starting point for everything. So, amongst, those who are enthusiastic about a Greco-Roman dress, of course, in the 1800s, the Empire line, Jane Austen and all of that, we've got a huge revival there. In the 1930s, Madame Gris was doing exactly the same thing, reviving, Greek-style dresses. So I think we've always indulged in a language of ancient fashions. They come back constantly. There was nothing in my Persian coat that wasn't seen in the 1970s in hippie dress, for instance. So the reception of fashion, of ancient fashion in the modern world, I think is a fascinating area to look at in itself as well, that it's constantly giving us new ideas. There was a recent exhibition on Byzantine dress and its use in contemporary fashion, and the way in which people like Versace, Lacroix have utilized, all the gold bling of Byzantium and the purple to create their own collections. So that's another fascinating way of looking at dress as a conduit to the past through fashion houses of today.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, there don't seem to be any other questions coming in, but as with the other speakers, if people want to ask any questions or get in touch, what's the best way to contact you?
Through my university address. So you'll get me at Cardiff University. Absolutely.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you very, very much, Professor Glenn Jones. We will now be moving on to our next talk, which is from the SASA team. So our first presentation is from Jacob Lindberg, who is on the research team. So please feel free to share your screen and your video, Jacob.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me get this shared up. Well, awesome. Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Jacob Lindberg. I've been involved with SASA for around 5 years now. Certainly have enjoyed my time here. I lead our research team, so kind of walk through a brief overview of some of what we do, kind of what this looks like, some of our big kind of key areas of focus. And so big picture, kind of have a few different big projects that we take a look at, have a bunch of other kind of mini projects and papers and research focuses that many of our interns, many of our volunteers work on. But big picture, a lot of what we try to look at are some of the downward trends, both within degrees, kind of among the university level, both bachelor's, master's, doctoral degrees, enrollment in different languages, so Greek and Roman languages, how have those shifted through time? Also evaluating hiring patterns, both within the US, around the globe. We also track and are working on a program right now related to departmental advocacy. And so I'm sure many, on this call aware and hear about, each and every year more and more programs, departments are either, having their funding cut or completely scrapped and no longer kind of existing. Many at, long-standing institutions and universities where they've been around for 50, 100, however many years, kind of see themselves as fundamentally part of the kind of academics there, but now are no more. And so kind of looking at putting together a kind of pathway and programs surrounding providing assistance to some of these departments, also tracking some of the cuts and where programs are at kind of given each individual year. Maybe some have found a resurgence and kind of what are they doing that we can kind of echo to other departments, both within the US and around the globe. In terms of a lot of our intern, our volunteer projects, we've got a great team here at SASA. A lot of great interns kind of each and every cycle that we've got. A lot of their projects tend to look at how history, how ancient studies, how education kind of impacts society and how we interact with it. So that's kind of where our interns, our volunteers kind of lie. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a moment. But this is a image from some of our findings with degree enrollment, kind of evaluating all bachelor's degrees across, all fields. Obviously, can maybe see some highs and some dips, but some of it, is and maybe not as well shown in this graph. But when looking at the numbers and the percentages of year after year, what some of this looks like, ancient studies has shown a disproportionate drop, and that does not look to change as of the last few years of data. So this is just an image of some of what we look at. We break down fields as well. We find some success stories. For example, master's degrees within the field of museum studies have experienced a massive growth over the last 10 years. And so, again, looking deeper into why some of this is, what, political, social, economic, everything kind of under that general umbrella, what's working versus not working, and how we can play a part in kind of promoting this across the board for all ancient studies and history based in related fields. So with relation to our departmental advocacy project, right, really just looking to kind of accumulate and gather resources to be able to help different university departments. We've got some different budgeting models, some different outreach program recommendations, different ways in which faculty support can play a role, some different future career resources, kind of gearing things towards the student, as well as some different kind of review and auditing resources that different departments can utilize both internally and externally. And again, kind of circling back on some of the intern and volunteer projects that we've got, papers geared towards a pretty broad range, broad kind of areas of interest. We try to align interns, obviously with the general goals of the organization, but with where they're at and where their interests lie. Many of our interns are our internship is kind of geared towards allowing each, intern to kind of take a project, make it theirs, write a paper, do the research. Got a lot of different, opportunities for them to learn, but also practice some of their skills, maybe get some of that real world experience. Maybe they're in school or a recent grad. We've got, people of all different types of backgrounds involved. And so really just looking to give, whether they're current students or recent students, kind of a catapult into the real world, gain some firsthand experience. Also learning through some of our workshops that we do. We've got several individuals with masters, with PhDs that assist with some of these workshops as well, and can provide valuable experience to any and all interns who get involved. And so here's just kind of a few different articles that we've got, many more to come. We've got a great group of interns right now, kind of finalizing some of their papers. So those will be coming out over the next few months. But we've got some different articles related to education and AI, how those kind of interrelate. Got some different kind of history through the ages, history of accounting, some different book review series. Several more of those are coming as well. We've got some different series written by one of our wonderful volunteers related to kind of some different Mesoamerican books related to Greek, kind of ancient literature, Roman, and a bunch of other topics as well. So many of that is still kind of scheduled to be coming, but coming later this year. So that is, I believe, everything that I have. So again, really, excited about everything that we are looking to continue doing throughout the course of this year across the range of projects that we're involved with. Would definitely love to have as many people, show their interest and join. Always love to have interns. So obviously, if you are interested in getting involved as an intern volunteer, reach out to myself or reach out to Ed, who's our recruiting coordinator. Got a great team over there as well.
Well, thank you very much, Jacob. Out of curiosity, are there any particular topics that seem to be from the viewers' side and people reading the projects, reading the articles? Are there any particular topics that are the most popular?
Yeah, we tend to get a lot of views and clicks related to some of our education-based work, whether some of that's looking deeper into maybe some of the history of different educational aspects, or I believe that the highest kind of interacted article that we've got is that kind of the negatives of artificial intelligence in education. So I've got quite a few people who have been interested in that, left some different emails to myself, talked a little bit more about that, but I'm always looking to kind of branch out as well and drive up interest as best as we can across a multitude of topics, but definitely education seems to be pretty popular.
And out of curiosity, is there an age limit of terms of who can be an intern or a volunteer?
No, I mean, not really. I believe across the organization, pretty flexible in terms of, right, whether you're a freshman, sophomore in college, or whether you're a graduate. Like I said, I've got, there are people with PhDs who have been working in the field, or other professors kind of around the globe that are involved with the team. So we really do kind of welcome, any and all who are interested in getting involved.
Perfect. Great. Well, thank you very much, Jacob, for that. We will now be hearing from another member of the SASA team who works on archaeogaming, which is Evan Mason.
Hello. Thank you for that introduction. Let me share my screen. Oop. All right. All right, so I am Evan Mason. I joined SASA in November of last year. I was a former school teacher for a year. I taught history, and now I'm a project manager in my day job. But I'm excited to tell you guys about our archaeogaming education team. So I'm sure, as everyone is aware, STEM has had a great push to get students interested in it, since that was something that students weren't really, getting into for a while, especially women and girls, and trying to get them excited about STEM, which is fantastic, but not a lot of that kind of same push has been happening for ancient history. And so how do we get kids more excited about ancient history? Because as Jacob said in his last presentation, a lot of those degrees have been kind of trending downward. And so one of the answers is archaeogaming. And so that is a field that really uses archaeological discovery and video games, and using video games as a window into getting kids excited about history, since you can kind of play with it a little more than just reading about it. And so we create modules talking about various ancient historical category or subjects, and we have a narrator. You can see kind of a screenshot here, usually in all of our videos, that kind of take us through each subject, and we have a variety of topics in each. So this is a screenshot of one of our modules on early urbanization, and it's talking about getting resources and how these cities develop. And this narrator will kind of take us through those subjects. And I'll get a little more into that shortly and show you kind of what they look like. But so these modules and these videos and these resources that we create are geared towards middle school students in the US, about 4th to 6th graders, because that's typically when they learn ancient history. After that, they kind of get into more like American history or world history and kind of leave ancient history behind. So that's kind of when we the age group that we target. And these are great because they're flexible and asynchronous. The website that we have, teachers can go and download all of our files and they can show it whenever they want. They don't need any gaming knowledge or a console or anything like that because we're really just using games as a subject matter to show these different topics that we're going through. It's not something that the teacher really needs to know separately. We have a lot of worksheets that encourage active learning. So when students watch a video or go through the slideshows that we create on the topics, they can have little quizzes or they can have worksheets that are relevant to what they just learned for extra supplemental materials. And this really helps teachers also with preparation. They can kind of just download what we have, read what we've created, and help get these students learning about ancient history. So this is our advisory board. We have Dr. Reinhardt, Dr. Farley, Dr. Rasale, Dr. Trusty, Dr. Zimmerman, and Dr. Wright, and they help advise the archaeogaming history team. And one fun fact is Dr. Reinhardt actually helped coin the term archaeogaming in 2013. So it's exciting that he's on our board. So I've kind of mentioned a few things that were in the modules, but here's the actual breakdown. So we have a video that's usually 15 minutes long about using video game clips and going through the topics. We have a PowerPoint slide that accompanies the video that teachers can use in class. The teacher's packet that comes with learning outcomes that are all states aligned to the state standards. We have an overview of what the module goes through, some context on the information if the teachers aren't aware of the subject matter as much. We have the answers to the activities that we give students and a couple other things, as well as various activities per module, crosswords, word searches, quizzes, discussion questions, really just handing over a lot of great stuff to the teacher. So what kind of modules do we have? So I mentioned we have early urbanization, but we also have Greek pottery, ancient Rome, medieval medicine, Viking diaspora, medieval Ireland. And right now we are finishing up our ancient Egypt module, which should be done next month. And we have a feudal Japan module that will be done in the next month or two in September, October. So hopefully you can see this, but this is the current live site. We're also hoping to update this probably by the end of the year to a new Wix site, but this is the site that teachers will get when they sign up for the modules. This is the link that they will receive, and they can go and download all of our modules at once here, which is a lot of information, and that's why you can't preview anything. But you can go onto the left and see all the different categories. I'm sorry, the modules that we have that I just mentioned: early urbanization, Greek pottery, etc. And on this website, you can watch the videos, you can download the teachers' packets, and the slideshows, and all of the different worksheets that were created to accompany them. This is how all the different modules look, but very easy for them to just click in and download these and use what they want in their classroom. They don't have to use all of these if they do not want. So that is kind of what our modules look like. And I'll show a video, don't worry. I know you're on the edge of your seat, but I also want to mention that there's so many different themes within each video. I know each of these topics are huge, and a Viking diaspora, there's many books you could write on this, and obviously this is only a 15-minute video for middle schoolers, but they do go through a lot of different themes. Like, for instance, in the Viking diaspora module we have early migration and trade, paganism and Christianity, slavery, as themes that we go through. In medieval medicine, we have first community quarantines, magic as medicine, medicine in the church. So we do go through a lot of different topics in that short amount of time with video games as the backdrop. So I'd like to show you what these actually look like, and we'll start with some couple minutes of the early urbanism, and let me just get to the right time. Hopefully you can hear this.
Unfortunately, we can't hear it. We can see subtitles, though.
Oh, that's strange. Well, I wonder if there's a sharing setting that I'm not doing. Let me just check super quick. Thank you for letting me know.
No worries. There usually is some secret checkbox somewhere
I'm
that's
sure.
like share audio.
Interesting. Well, I will keep that going just to see at least kind of the vibe of it while I try to find that really quick. All right, I don't want to go too far in if you can't hear it. Oh, reshare? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Let me try that. Technical difficulties.
I think it should be at the bottom of the little window that pops up. There's like a little checkbox.
Got it. Let me see. Oh, share sound. Thank you. Hopefully this.
No worries.
Egyptians even named their seasons after
That's
phases.
perfect.
Okay, perfect. I'm just going to keep it going from there, but I'm glad you
Achet,
can hear.
flooding, Peret, growth, and Shemu, harvest. The Nile itself was sometimes worshipped as a god, Sabak. In Mesopotamia, the main rivers, called the Tigris and the Euphrates, are very unpredictable and there isn't much rainfall. No magical life-giving Nile floods for them. So ancient Mesopotamians created a complicated system of canals to ensure fields regularly received enough water. Controlling the river and using it to water your crops is called irrigation. This system required a
Sorry, Evan, now your sound's off for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. But yeah, I just wanted to show you at least from this one early urbanism, and I know there were some sound difficulties, but I'm sure you can see we're using different gameplay from various video games along with real pictures about the topics that we're going through to have students, get a little more interested in things that they might already be aware of. They might know these games and they might, even if they don't, it's a little different from the kind of instruction they normally get. And I'll show you ancient Rome from the beginning with sound.
The thieves,
just as another example.
The thieves of antiquity have struck again. The sword left behind at the crime scene was a Roman gladius, used by thousands of Roman soldiers to uphold her laws and secure an iron grip for the Roman Empire. Our teams are analyzing the item as we speak, but we believe it came from a Roman fort. We just don't know which one. These massive fortresses were where the Roman army set up camp and was a main method of defense. Our stolen gladius sword was discovered in the ruins of one of these forts. Some were temporary structures made from wood used to launch attacks during campaigns. Others could be made from stone and were more permanent. During one campaign, 10 legions were sent to keep order in the Danube River in Central Europe. That's 1/3 of the entire Roman army. Legions were the basic unit in which soldiers were organized. Each legion contained around 5,000 soldiers, who were then further divided into smaller subgroups of cohorts and centuries. That's like 10 middle schools going to battle. But violence wasn't the only method Romans used to conquer territories. Sometimes, just the threat of force was enough to scare native populations into surrender, and negotiation could help ensure relatively peaceful takeovers. Famous border fortresses, like Hadrian's Wall in England, were actually most in use during peacetime. This was to boost Roman presence rather than defend against barbarian hordes. It was important for Rome that its borders remained open and easy to access. Rome conducted a lot of trade with the outside world, buying amber and fur from the Balkans, silks and spices from China and India, and gold from Central Africa.
So hopefully you can kind of get the excitement of that if you're a middle school student, really seeing these battles, these armies, these different gameplay clips. That is just a totally different way to experience ancient history. I'm not sure how many gamers are out there, but one of the big games that we use a lot in our modules that you've seen in both of those clips was from the popular game series Assassin's Creed. So this has been around for a while. The first game was released in 2007. And the idea is basically you're modern day protagonist that gets into a machine that lets you relive your memories from your ancestors. And of course, all of your memories and your ancestors are super cool, and they're, very adventurous, and we can go through these different time periods. But this has been a really popular game ever since it launched. It is actually the 8th best-selling video game franchise ever. We have Mario and Tetris and Pokemon above it, but the 8th best-selling video game franchise ever is a great foundation for these videos, because it's a great chance that these kids really know what this is, or at least heard about these kinds of games. And for our purposes, they go through these historical moments that we can really capture, and they really do take great care into making sure things are accurate. So these have been great for these kinds of videos. And just to show the kind of topics these games go through, they go through the Renaissance, they go through ancient Egypt, they go through the 7 Years' War, piracy, feudal Japan. They have so many different topics that we can get out of this game series that is already super popular with students. So it's a great foundation for these kinds of games. And besides games of like Assassin's Creed, we even can use older games just to get that different feel when these clips pop up, for students to not just look at just Assassin's Creed the whole time. We could see, oh, here's a game from 1999 on early urbanism. Here's so many different kinds of sources that we can use to really just shake up the video. So here's just a screenshot of a game we were using in the early urbanism module, and it's a sneak peek for our Egyptian one. We can even use virtual reality games. So there are games that are coming out where people have went into real tombs and made virtual spaces that you can explore, and it will actually like go through history and what these paintings mean, and just kind of let you explore a tomb from your own home. And so we can even record that and put these in videos, which is super cool. And these are things that students can even get outside of the classroom. They might see this and get excited and want to play this at home. Or even if not, if they're watching these clips and go home and play Assassin's Creed on their own, they actually can live in that world a little bit themselves with a new insight. So using games is really, a way to get these students excited and connected to history a little more. And I think you saw a little bit in these modules, we have these different animations and screens to really go through and really make it a really fun video. I mean, I think this would be really cool for any student to watch in the classroom. And I think you saw a little bit too. We have narrators for all of our videos that is really taking us through these topics. And we just have a variety of narrator icons that walk us through, which is really fun. And the goals going forward are to get more modules up, have some modules related to undergraduate level. There have been undergraduate professors that have shown these clips in class to great success. And so we might want to make some modules specifically targeted to undergraduate students using these games, because undergraduates are gamers too. And so that can be exciting for them as well. Talked a lot, but that is the presentation on the team and what we're doing. So hopefully that was exciting.
Thank you very much. That was definitely, I think, the most active the chat has been throughout the whole
I'm
time.
glad.
A lot of people messaging saying, this is amazing, this resource is great, love the interactivity. So we can definitely already see a interest there, I think. In terms of the upcoming projects, and you said you were trying to expand the expert database, is there any particular areas or regions or specialists that you're particularly looking for? Do a call out?
I think so. We're doing the ancient Egypt and Japan, and then I think with we are applying to some grants, and depending on what the grant subject are, is what the modules would kind of lead to what modules we were doing. I know we did a Western Civ grant, so depending on that, maybe we'll play around with the different modules. But we had like 32 ideas that we had, and we'll boil them down if we end up getting that awesome grant. So we'll have to see, but nothing particular besides Japan and Egypt right now.
Okay, great. And a lot of people are already saying very excited about ancient Egypt. So it's no pressure, but people are excited about
I think
it.
it's going to be good. I think it's going to be a good one. So,
and I guess final question is someone of the team in terms of volunteers. So you said that you don't actively work necessarily in archaeology right now or ancient studies. So anyone, literally anyone, can sort of join the team of volunteers and the people working behind the scenes?
yeah, I mean, we have people. I mean, I feel like the team is more educated than I am. I am a gamer, but I'm also, I was a teacher. But we have people that are more in the field and more educated with, masters and bachelors and history and and all those kinds of subjects. But you don't have to be. As long as you can research and write, and even if you're not a gamer, this is something that we always can use help on, because we need the different supplemental activities. We need writers, we need, people to have opinions on how to make that video look better and flow a little better. So it really could be anybody. Yeah.
Perfect, great. And indeed, the wonderful page here that is on show. So anyone who's interested, please do go and check out the Save Ancient Studies Alliance website. I have a quick little reminder again before we finish this session about the mini scholarship that Save Ancient Studies Alliance is now offering. For those early career researchers, because attending a conference is, usually quite a pivotal moment in an undergrad student's career. They get first-hand glance at professional activities and scholarship. They make new friends, they network, they broaden their horizons. I know that I always tell my students, if they say, oh, what's something you wish you'd done more of when you were just starting your career? Networking, that's the big thing. But of course, a lot of people, especially early career researchers, can't necessarily afford to attend those events and attend those conferences, and so further develop their career. So to help make opportunities for conference attendance more accessible, especially for undergrads, SASA is launching a scholarship campaign to support undergraduate students attending ancient studies conferences. So please make sure to go to saveancientstudies.org/donate. If you can, you will be helping to create a wonderful new opportunity for a whole new generation of ancient studies researchers. Thank you very much for joining us for this first session. I've had a great time moderating. It's been some fantastic talks. I'm now going to hand it over to Martina Dietenbroek, who will be moderating the next session, which I'm also in, and I'm going to quickly change locations before I join. So thank you very much, Martina.
Yes, I hope you can all see me and hear me. Hello, welcome. I'm sure it's been a great day so far. What a good session in the morning. Sorry. Yeah, so now we're going to move on to the next session, which is going to be, a panel discussion fast. Yeah, well, let me welcome you all. My name is Martina Processa. I run the creative and executive teams. Like Evan was saying, Argue Gaming does some behind the scenes stuff, but they then actually create the programs. Creative and executive teams do a lot more behind the scenes stuff. Anything that's needed to make sure the operation can run smoothly and easily. So that's what we do. So yeah, anyone who might also be interested in helping out with behind the scenes tasks, please reach out. We're always happy to take on new volunteers. So yes, let us now move on to this next session. I'm going to share my screen, just one moment. Yes. Yes, you should be able to see it. All right. Yeah, time for something different. We're going to move on to a special session on podcasting as public scholarship. Yes, please allow me a couple of minutes so that I can introduce all our speakers. We are, first of all, Dr. Carlton Shield Chief Gover. Then we have Dr. Andre Kinkella, Renee Whitehouse, and Dr. Mathilda Siebrecht, the one who was already chairing the morning session just now. So let us have a look first at who they are. Just give me a couple of moments so that I can introduce all of them. Yes, we keep this here as, sharing. All right, time for the, next session. Yes. Yeah, welcome. Thank you so much to the speakers who have all agreed to be here for the session on podcasting as public scholarship. So welcome to this special conference session, Podcasting as Ancients as Public Scholarship. We're very pleased to have partnered with Archaeology Podcast Network to bring to you a discussion about podcasting and how this fits into the ancient studies landscape. AMP it's hosted at archaeopodcastnetwork.com, so anyone can check it out whenever you like. And supporting a group of avid podcasters who create their own shows. To listen, check ANP on your favorite podcasting platform or check the website. So in this session, we've brought together a panel of ancient studies podcasters that talk about what they do and how it is an excellent approach to public scholarship, which means bringing together quality, specialized knowledge to a broad public audience. Podcasting has now been around for about 2 decades, and it has really improved and developed in that short period of time. A medium that delivers interesting conversations about many popular and niche topics to diverse audiences from across the globe. We have scholars, journalists, and invented enthusiasts that have taken up podcasting as a mode of sharing specialized knowledge with public audiences. And people in ancient studies field have been deeply involved in this. Now we're going to think together about 4 questions, so also for all of you in the audience, please think about the following. How do you think podcasting would help reach a broad audience? And how does ancient studies practitioners have successfully or unsuccessfully used this medium? Maybe you have an idea of good or bad examples. Maybe you like to follow a certain podcast. Please share anything in the chat during the session. The third one, what are the difficulties in reorientating the specialized information for a public audience? And what methods do you think are best to overcome these difficulties? And finally, how can podcasting play a role in our vision of a flourishing future for ancient studies? Because that is, of course, a main part of SASA's mission. Let me introduce our panelists. First of all, welcome to Dr. Carlton Shield Chief Gover, who is an assistant professor of anthropology and assistant curator of archaeology at the University of Kansas, where he also serves as an affiliate faculty in the Museum Studies and Indigenous Studies programs. As a citizen of the Pawnee Nation, his scholarship centers on Great Plains archaeology, indigenous archaeology, and collaborative museum practices. Dr. Shield Chief Gover earned his PhD in anthropology from the University of Colorado Boulder, with certifications further in museology and Native American and Indigenous studies. His dissertation on the seeds of ethnogenesis explored the formation of central Great Plains village societies through indigenous methodologies and Bayesian chronological modeling. His scholarship bridges archaeological science with indigenous knowledge systems, with research on maize culture, horse dispersal, and radiocarbon chronology. He is furthermore the co-editor of Indigenizing Archaeology from the University of Florida Press, and a co-author of the 2023 science article, Early Dispersal of Domestic Horses into the Great Plains and Northern Rockies, which earned an AAAS Newcomb Cleveland Prize. And he is a past board secretary of the Museum of the Pawnee Nation and currently serves on the board of directors in the Plains Anthropological Society as chair of Native American Students Awards and the Sensitive Image Policy Committee. Nationally, he is the co-chair of the Society for American Archaeologists Committee on Native American Relations. And he is also the founder and host of the Great Plains Archaeological Podcast, a format that elevates archaeological and indigenous voices across the region. And I think it's wonderful that we have someone from the Native American community, being here with us, sharing, his podcast, since the work sounds fascinating. And of course, it's one of the not so well represented groups usually, all around in science. I think it's wonderful that we have someone from this special Native American community. So thank you so much for joining us. Secondly, welcome Andrew Kinkella, who is a dedicated archaeologist and educator, serving as the director of Moorpark College Archaeological Programs in California. Since 1993, he has led 17 field seasons in the jungles of West Central Belize, focusing on classical Maya civilizations from around 250 to 900 AD. His research centers on 25 cenotes of the Cara Blanca region, exploring their use in ancient Maya water rituals through both surface and underwater archaeology. Beyond fieldwork, Dr. Kinkella is committed to making archaeology accessible and engaging, sharing his expertise through his YouTube channel, Kinkella Teaches Archaeology, offering educational content with a personal and humorous touch. He has also contributed to various media projects, including the History channels, History's Greatest Mysteries, and Science channel's What's on Earth series. And he's the host of the Pseudo Archaeology podcast and the CRM Archaeology podcast series. Thirdly, welcome Renee Whitehouse, who earned her bachelor's degree in archaeology from UC San Diego with a minor in marine science. While taking a study abroad course in London, she visited the Maritime Museum in Greenwich, where she had an epiphany telling her to go work in maritime archaeology. Since then, she has earned a master's in archaeology from the University of Otago in New Zealand, worked for the NOAA in Chesapeake Bay, finished a year of PhD coursework in Hawaii, before stepping that program for now, and got into 2 new archaeology jobs with Kilapono and SWCA. She also hosts a podcast called Detours in Archaeology. I like the name. Finally, welcome Dr. Mathilda Siebrecht, also known as Tilly, is an archaeologist and journalist who one day decided to combine her love for the past with her love of communicating, and the rest is prehistory, as they say. Mathilda's research background focuses on northern cultures, including research projects looking at vital metal works in Iceland, Neolithic amber beads from northwestern Europe, and organic material culture from the Paleo-Inuit sites in Arctic Canada. Her specialism is in artifact analysis and material culture studies, specifically microscopic analysis, looking at how objects in the past were made and used. Alongside her work at Germany-based commercial archaeology firms, Mathilda is a freelance analyst with her own company, Lama, and a part-time lecturer in archaeology and anthropology at Groningen University. Oh, that is nice. I am from the Netherlands. And the director and membership manager of the International Society for Experimental Archaeology and Open-Air Museums. Thanks to her experience in journalism, Mathilda became involved in science communication alongside her PhD, which led her to create The Archaeologist TCAP, a platform that's used to spread across social media, blogs, and podcasts, where she shares her love of ancient objects in a fun and educating way. The platform has allowed her to create content for blogs and magazines, offer workshops and seminars in science communication and public outreach, and collaborate with companies like World Virtual Tours and Adventures Archaeology magazine. And she also founded the Argeo Book Club, an online community for lovers of archaeology and books, to explore how archaeology is dedicated in popular media. And she hosts the podcasts And My Trowel and the Tea Break Archaeology. Right, thank you all so much for joining us. So we have a wonderful panel, various scholars with excellent backgrounds, and I'm sure this is going to be very interesting. So yeah, it is now time for a discussion in which these four colleagues will discuss their podcasts based on, of course, the questions that I mentioned earlier. And from time to time, I shall share the questions again. I think to start, it would be nice if each of you can briefly introduce yourself and share something about your podcasts. Should we start with Tilly?
Why not? Let's go. Yes, I'm Tilly or Matilda, and yeah, I started my podcast. I can't even remember now when it was. I think it was back in 2020 or 2019. So it's been going for a while, and it was mainly just I was always rambling and ranting to friends, to other to colleagues, to various people about the importance of providing accessible outreach for our research, because I think especially in terms of archaeological science, there's a lot of this focus on publish or perish in the academic community. You have to publish academic papers and journal articles and present at academic conferences, and there's a lot less focus on the more kind of accessible outreach. So for me, I really wanted to try and lead by example with that and practice what I preached, and so I started doing my podcast, and then eventually I had an idea for another one and found a willing victim who was keen to be my co-host. So that is how my trial started. The rest is history in that respect.
Thank you very much. Andrew, could you please share something about yourself and your podcast?
Sure. I have a background, so I have a doctor in archaeology, so of course I'm very, very important. But beyond that, I have a background in kind of in drama. There's sort of two halves to my brain. One half is the more sciencey, kind of a very sciencey sort of archaeology person, and then the other half is kind of the entertainment on stage drama thing. I was on a comedy team for a handful of years, kind of right after college, improv comedy. And anyway, I had this epiphany about 8 years ago. I remember this in my office where I always thought about kind of starting a YouTube channel, but I was kind of unsure. But then finally, I just literally I remember the day and I was just like, screw it. I'm gonna do it. And so I started what I jokingly call Andrew Kinkella's Media Empire, which is I have a YouTube channel, and then not too long after that, I became part of the podcast world. And I really enjoy, bringing this stuff out to the general public. I find that it's a skill that's not respected nearly as much as it should be. Those of us on here, we know how hard it is. And we know plenty of academic snobs who think that what we do is somehow beneath them. I find that embarrassing because I think what we do here is much more difficult than writing an academic paper on whatever it is that you're into. But I would just say that that choice a handful of years ago to actively jump out in front of the media was one of the best things I ever did. And I really enjoy doing both my YouTube channel and the podcast stuff.
Thank you very much. Sounds good. Carlton, welcome. Could you please share something about yourself and your podcast?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I don't know if there's much to share after you read my whole dossier from my website there, but I'm here at the University of Kansas. I both work in a natural history museum and I teach for the Department of Anthropology. I first started podcasting back in 2019. I started the Life in Ruins podcast with two of my colleagues from the University of Wyoming, where we got our master's degrees. David Ian Howe, who now does ethnocynology, and then Connor Johnen, who's now just fully in the workforce. And then once that podcast was rather successful for the APN. It ended abruptly back in 2023. I just kind of missed podcasting, and there was still this gaping kind of content hole when it came to Great Plains archaeology. For North America being one of the largest geographic regions and archaeological regions, has the least amount of archaeologists, the least amount of archaeological programs. And so trying to bring that awareness back to Great Plains archaeology, and as such, the Plains Anthropological Society, we've partnered together where they're giving me access to pre-released articles so we can start drumming up interest back into Great Plains anthropology in general. And so it's nowhere near as lucrative as the Life in Ruins was, but the show's been going on for maybe like 2 years now. But more importantly, it keeps me engaged in literature that I myself, as a researcher in Central Plains archaeology and for a specific time period, I'm not normally reading. So it keeps me as a scholar involved in the broader geographic region, and I'm reading things more intently than I would other if I hadn't been doing the podcast.
Thank you so much. And finally, Renee.
Hi. Hi. So like I got my idea for the podcast back, I don't know, 2016 or 17 or something, but I was too afraid to do it for such a long time. But I got my master's in basically comparative mythology and archaeology focused on ads tools in New Zealand and like why they're important in burials. So I just kind of moving back to Oregon, where I was living. I'm moving out to Cape Cod now for a new job. So the dossier is a little bit outdated now. But like I just started I wanted to bring mythology and archaeology to the public in an interesting way, like to tell stories and see how similar as humans all of humanity is. It's like we're all different. We all have cultural differences, but like the basic human congregations, I guess, is just like it's beautiful and it's amazing, and that's what I want to bring to people. Okay.
Yes, right. Thank you so much for your introductions. Yeah, and it really sounds pretty cool what I already read out and what you're also sharing with your various podcasts. I'm sure this is going to be an interesting discussion. I see we already have a couple of small comments in the chat. Someone saying, I'm sure podcasting is a way lot easier than digging into that. And History Unhinged and Lore Lodge can certainly also be entertaining, with Origins Explained, a great program also for high school students. So thank you. So it looks like more people know about various podcasts. Do share anything you like in the chat during the session, of course. Any questions and comments, because we shall keep checking this. For now, to start with the first question. How does podcasting help reach broad audiences? Any of you can share what you want.
I mean, I can start us off, but I feel like it depends a little bit about the podcast itself. But speaking as, I mean, we are all hosts in some way on the Archaeology Podcast Network. I see Josh is also here, joined. He is also an affiliate of the APN with his Screens of the Stone Age podcast. And so through the APN, at least, the Archaeology Podcast Network, all of the podcast episodes are published across pretty much every single podcasting platform that you have. So whether you listen to Apple Podcasts or Spotify, or I don't even know what any of the others are anymore, but there's a lot out there. You can watch them on YouTube. And it's things like keyword searches. It's things like having, recommended videos, recommended podcasts. Maybe if you like this, you're interested in this. And that's one of those things that the spread of it, the pure spread of something like podcasts or anything digital really, but I feel like podcasts especially is something that can really reach a much broader audience than something that people need to specifically go and find. And also in terms of accessibility as a podcast, at least for me, you can listen to a podcast while driving or while walking to school or while cooking or cleaning or anything like that. So, I mean, that would be what my initial response to that. I don't know if my fellow hosts agree.
Yeah, I agree. And I just want to add, like, they can be different lengths, like podcasts can be different lengths. So you can sit down for like a half an hour, like little talk about some discussion that you're interested, or you can listen to like a 1 or 2 hour thing, or you can just stack them together, especially when driving long distances. And it just makes it, encompassing for everybody. It's like if you have a little bit of time or if you have a long time, and then you could get basically a lecture or you can get a little chat.
I want to jump in and just ask a question of our APN podcasters right here. If somebody does have an archaeology podcast and they're interested in trying to reach a broader audience, how does one join APN? What are the criteria for eligibility, and how does that work?
I might just step in, seeing as I also work for the APN, so I have a little bit of the behind the scenes knowledge in that respect. So we have a couple of different possibilities. So, for example, myself, Andrew, and Carlton, our podcasts are APN shows. So it's fully hosted on the APN. We record, it's sent in. So for that, we all had to, I mean, to be fair, we've all been on there for so long. I think when we started, it was more just a private message to Chris, the producer, saying, hey, we have a show, can we join? But nowadays, because we have quite a lot of people asking, there's a form on the website, so you can go there and fill it in. And you just have to provide a little bit of information about what your podcast is about and how many, if it's existing podcasts, how many downloads it has, where you publish, and that kind of thing. If you have a new idea, you already have to have some ideas for episodes, because that's also one of the issues with something like podcasting. It's, I mean, depending on the show, mine is bi-monthly. I think your guys are bi-monthly as well, right? Andrew and Carlton, yeah. So, you know, you think every 2 weeks you have to have enough content to talk for half an hour to an hour, you know, which is, you know, first 6 months, fine. After that, it starts to get a bit tricky. So having that sustainability, you sort of have to prove that when you're applying. So that's sort of the one way. And then we also have APN affiliates, which is Renee with her Detours in Archaeology podcast is an affiliate. So she... you can maybe talk a bit more about that, Renee, so how that kind of works, and Josh as well, Screens of the Stone Age. Yeah, Renee, I don't know if you want to mention the process.
Yeah, so I applied about a year into my podcasting. You fill out the form, have like a back and forth with the people who run it, and they just they do want to make sure that you're actually gonna like stick to a schedule and that you make for yourself. I'm weird. I do it every 3 weeks just because I had a full-time job, so I was traveling and working in the dirt, and that's a little bit easier than podcasting is, at least for me. But yeah, so it was just like pretty boilerplate. It wasn't extremely hard or anything. You just as long as you make sure that they know, and so they know that you're actually going to do your part of the job, then yeah, you're pretty much fine. But I'd say if anyone wants to join it, definitely have at least maybe 10 episodes under your belt, I'd say.
I don't know as well, Andrew, you've probably, although I don't know actually, who's been the longest out of Andrew and Carlton on the APN?
I think Carlton beats me.
Okay.
Yeah. We used to chide each other about like downloads and stuff. You know, it'd be like, I'd be like, wait, how's Carlton doing this month? How many does he have?
We would get so mad. Andrew came out of nowhere and started rising to the top of APM numbers, and it took Ruins years to get to that level. And Andrew just comes in with his drama background and just these amazing 30-minute episodes and just blows away the audience. And like, I'm a huge fan of Andrew's podcast myself. And when I started Great Plains, I kind of modeled that 30 minutes off of what Andrew had done. So, I mean, like, we've been starting in 2019. We were there at the beginning, like maybe 2 years after the APN just had started. And so, yeah.
See, the hard part is Carlton has standards, and I'm just a sellout. So I rose much quicker.
I don't know about standards, but that's awfully generous of you.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious. Sorry, Martin, do you mind if I just ask a question? Because both Andrew and Carlton, I mean, I know that you both sometimes, well, Carlton, you sometimes have guests on, but it's more the single host without necessarily sort of guests or discussion, especially Carlton coming from Life in Ruins. Because that's something different as well, I feel, in podcasts, right? You have the discussion panels, or you have a single host kind of almost lecturing. So how do you guys balance that to keep it entertaining?
Single host is way harder because you have to have sort of the spine of the whole thing kind of ready to go and be able to talk off the cuff. If it's like a panel or something, you can literally turn the thing on, and if you know what you're going to talk about, you can just go back and forth immediately. But there's nobody to grab you if you're starting to fall, by yourself. I find that the pause button is an amazing thing to use from time to time if you're like, oh my God, I'm about to like forget what I'm going to say, and then you just pause and like get yourself back. But overall, I mean, those who've heard my show, I just go off the cuff and I'm going to talk. It's kind of like Carlton says. I try and keep it a bit shorter rather than long. It's like half an hour and then I'm spent. But you need to know, you have to have. I'm not here to say you have to have a script, but I don't. But I have sort of a bullet point of like 5 or 6 things. So I'll just look and I'll be like, okay, I got to make sure to talk about this. So you do need to have some sort of organization if you're a singular host, at least for me.
Yeah, and I tried it when we, as you mentioned, Tilly, like Life in Ruins, there was 3 co-hosts at one time, and then usually a guest. And so me, David, and Connor already coming in as friends, we could feed off of each other. And so some of the more fun episodes are just kind of the 3 of us just being goofballs and going off each other. When I started Great Plains, I was very intentional with I want the first 10 episodes to be background episodes that people can just listen to, so that way we don't have to like drag out the archaic period. And it was really tough doing it by myself. I was using my lecture slides because I teach a Great Plains archaeology course, like to help build it. But I mean, there was one episode where I'm trying to explain like the archaeological taxonomy. How did we come up with the vocabulary and archaeology soup? And you can hear me on the podcast, like just let out this audible sigh because I was bored to death. And I'm like, I don't even know why I'm doing this. Like, this sucks. And so that's when, once we got through that, that's when I was like, I function much better with a guest. And so that's when we started reorienting around like episode 11, 12 to start, now that the background had been covered, let's start pulling recent articles on Great Plains archaeology and then working with the guests that way. And so those episodes I point to people and I always refer back in those episodes like, hey, if you want to know more about what's going on ecologically in the archaic period, go back to episode 6, right? Like having those 10 of, that's something you can listen to in the background where I'm basically just lecturing. But even myself, like I'm a pretty animated professor. And so I bounce off the students. And when it's just me, Zencaster, I'm just staring at myself, I'm miserable. And so like I am totally moving away from what Kinkilla does, but he has that gravitas to be able to pull it off. I don't, because I'm much more situated towards feeding off another person's energy and the banter. So like just playing to my strength.
You got much more gravitas than you think, baby.
Thanks, buddy.
I had exactly the same thing though with mine. It was I did it by myself for a while and then thought, nope, I need a co-host, and I got Jess in. So now I have a co-host.
Well, now that we have you guys chatting to one another, I really wanted to know how you guys try to reach broader and broader audiences and move beyond the people who are already interested in some type of archaeology or some type of past history, but try to reach new audiences. Do you do other forms of outreach? Do you have ideas about that you want to try that you haven't yet had an opportunity to? You have other ideas that other podcasters have done successfully to reach new audiences?
I'll go. I saw Tilly, you unmuted at the same time. Yeah, I'll be quick. I would say this. Boy, that's a complex question. You can see us sort of being quiet for a second. For somebody starting out, here's what I would say. I would say focus on the one thing that you're kind of good at, or you feel comfortable at. Meaning the outlet, be it podcasting, be it YouTube, be it Instagram or like TikTok or whatever. I do know some people who I think go too far too fast, where all of a sudden they're like, I'm going to put something on all of these platforms, and it's just overwhelming, right? I've tried a little of that too in other arenas, but I find I've recently been wrestling with this, and I'm like, you know what? I am comfortable podcasting and I'm comfortable on YouTube. And too bad Instagram and too bad the rest. Like, I'm not going to do all this. It's too much. So it's good to think about expanding, but get your foundation there first, man. And if all you do is a podcast or something, you're not a bad person. It's fine. Like you're good. So don't worry about trying to overtake the world, you know.
Thank you very much. It's already becoming a very good, interesting discussion. If I may, we do have a question from Cornelia and also a couple of comments in the chat. So let me first start. How does any of you approach a balance between academic rigor and entertainment? Is it something you have learned or a trait you found in yourselves or it happened over time? If anyone would like to share.
I mean, it's a struggle. I'm pre-tenure, right? And so in the United States, you have this 6-year time period in which you have to prove to the university that you can stay, right? So I go through my mid-tenure review this fall, and there has been a paradigm shift in the field in which they are recognizing forms of science communication as necessary. Now, the degree into which that is rated is variable. So sometimes it's service, and so it's difficult, and that's why I do the bi-monthly. And what I do most of the time is I'll shotgun a bunch of episode recordings so I can get 6 out of the way over a period of a week or two, and then I'm good for the next couple months so I can do other things. Because it's not just, I'm also a curator. I manage staff, I manage a museum, I deal with contracts. And so I do have a little bit of, I have time periods. I need to make sure that I am free to do, manage these several $100,000 contracting fees. But being an academic and being a professor does translate to distilling complex jargon and these peer-reviewed articles into an accessible form of conversation, right? And so I have to do that already with undergrads. Like I think many people understand like 18, 19-year-olds are like pretty stupid, especially now with AI. Like I'm struggling with that issue. And so, we have to take these really complex theories, data processes, and distill them for a general audience. So it helps being an academic at the same time as understanding I have deadlines and timelines and there are expectations. Part of that is publication, right? For what I do. So it is a balancing act, but I believe it's important that we do have graduate level degrees providing a source of information to the general public.
I think as well, it's indeed having that prioritizing it. So I know that when I was doing my PhD, I was doing my journalism degree alongside, and I had the same issue, kind of as Catherine was mentioning, that I'd submit my assignments for the journalism course, and my tutor would say, "Oh, this is still too academic. Like you're still using jargon, you're still doing this. Like you need to just cut back a little bit. Like don't treat the audience as stupid, but at the same time, you have to be, accessible." But I think it's finding that balance between prioritizing what you think is relevant to be shared, and obviously within archaeology, it can be difficult sometimes to share the data in a way. Depending on the kind of data it is, right? I mean, for me, it was easy. I was just looking at objects that have been sitting in museums for hundreds of years anyway. So, it didn't matter if I shared a picture of it. It was already in the museum catalog. If someone's working with, for example, an indigenous site or something like that, obviously then there's a lot more sensitivity that's required about it. And you can't just post on Instagram or share a whole thing about it. But then having those sort of communications. And I think communication is a good way to have that balance as well, because you can collaborate with not just professors and specialists in academic senses, but also outside of the academic world. So, I mean, things like textiles, I did a sort of mini series where I had a textiles archaeologist who's doing her research on the Hallstatt salt mines, but I also had someone who is sort of an expert in doing prehistoric clothing replicas, but they're a weaver by trade, but that was how they kind of did it. And so, those sort of episodes together really shows you the kind of two sides of it. And so I think having a balance is a good one.
It's interesting, coming from, I came from an academic background since I do have my master's, but it was interesting, when I was writing it, my advisor kept telling me, "You have a very narrative voice. Can you make it more academic?" And so I did have it was a struggle actually a little bit for me to do that, to boilerplate it more. in an academic sense. But I got it, so I guess I did it enough. But then I worked in CRM, which is cultural resource management, as an archaeologist, writing papers and everything, like for any surveys or excavations that we have. So that you really have to just follow a formula instead of writing any kind of interpretation or anything except for right where it says interpretation paragraph, and recommendations. But yeah, like with my podcast, I really want to hit that academic and make sure everything is correct. That's what I'm afraid of, like mostly, is like when doing research and everything, I don't have access to all, like every academic source because I'm not in the system, but I can like try as best as I can to make sure like that I double check or triple, quadruple check everything I put in, but try to make it into a weave of a story rather than just boom, facts, boom, facts, boom, facts. And I would love to, like, be able to work with more people. I'm by myself. So I have a full script that I need to follow or I will wander and blabber and it's terrible.
Yeah, I would just say what when Renee brought up about that fear, I've let that go. Like I used to have that, because we all do at the beginning because the what we do, I call it candy making. I've used this a lot. I'm a candy maker. What I do is I take a complex topic and I boil it down to a nice little piece of candy and I go, here you go, have your little piece of candy. And you go, num 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 num. Doesn't that taste good? Right? Where I've secretly had a little bit of medicine in there, so you learned archaeology while you're eating your candy. And then again, when I first started, I was like what Renee was saying. I was like, oh man, what if Professor X heard this? They would disagree. Or, oh, do I look academic enough? Screw it. They aren't doing anything, right, to reach out to the public, but we are. And all of us here on this panel, we know our stuff. We have dealt with this stuff for decades and years. It's okay. I've said wrong stuff before. Oh no. But if I look at it in the grand scheme, I still have like a 98% success rate. So of course we're going to say something wrong at some point. Of course we're going to have some data point that's incorrect. Who cares? What I always say is like, well, if you did one wrong, make another video, make another podcast. And you know what? Make 3 more because nobody else is doing it except for a handful full of people. And so it's okay. Like let the fear go and just go for it.
Gosh, you're making me feel better.
It's fine. You're good. You're good to go, Matt. Don't have that worry. Is what I would say. Just say to everyone because, and as I talk to you guys, I talk to myself because I used to have that.
Yes, thank you very much, all of you. We have some questions and comments in the chat related to that as well. How is podcasting seen by any universities, maybe your own universities, or is it counted as publishing? What do you think? Is there anything you would like to share?
I think it depends on the university, but I know, for example, I was actually very pleasantly surprised in Groningen University where I was doing my PhD. And then afterwards, I was called back by my old supervisor who basically said, hey, you have a podcast, right? And I was like, yes. He said, oh, could you come and talk to my students? Because for one of their assignments, I thought it would be fun if instead of doing a standard essay, they do a podcast episode and, they need someone to come and talk to them about it. I was going, yes, absolutely. That's fine. But I think it's the same as video video papers and those kinds of things. Like presentations at a conference count technically towards your academic resume. So why shouldn't doing a podcast thing count? But I think in a lot of, at least in the Netherlands, so speaking purely from that perspective, you have associated with your like ORCID ID, you have things like the outreach that you do associated with that. So it is kind of considered an important part, but I think it really depends on the uni. And I already saw Andrew going, so I'm guessing it's not the same for you.
No.
Yeah, I don't. It's counted as service at KU, but I mean it's not like, at least in my experiences, it's ever been looked down on. Like I've never been told to stop. Like when I started Ruins, I was a PhD student. I hadn't got candidacy yet at CU Boulder, and like one of my first annual reviews that we got as a grad student was like, hey, we know that you have a podcast, don't let that get in the way. But I noticed we had like a we hosted a scholar every year. That was like our big department talk. And the scholar knew me through ruins and was really excited to talk to me. And it kind of threw the department for a loop because they were all looking around like, what is this second year? Why, like, what is going on here? And I think that kind of sparked an interest, and they kind of saw how big ruins was getting at the time. And it ended up leading to a job when I was at Indiana University briefly, where I was the curator of public archaeology, and they were interested in starting a podcast, but there was a lot of shift, and then I moved to KU. And so it's, for tenure and for ratings, it counts, at least in my experience, as service. It doesn't count as a publication. Like, it's not the same, right? A podcast is not a peer-reviewed publication in any way, shape, or form. It is nowhere near as rigorous in terms of the content. Now, I don't want to speak on behalf of like our amazing editors, Rachel, Chris. I don't know what Tristan Boyle does anymore, but he's around. He's there, but like they put in a lot of work that does equate to hours and hours of editing. But it's just not the same in terms of the academic weight behind it. But I think with a lot of the controversies surrounding a particular Netflix show and someone in our fringes of the discipline continuing to make claims and drum up support for these very incorrect interpretations of the past, the need for more public scholarship in science communication has been recognized. So I can't stress it's not being downweighted, but it's just not the same.
David, please go ahead.
I think what all of you are doing is absolutely great and wonderful. And I think this is one of the points of stress at SASA, is that people, students, undergraduate students, graduate students, and academics all need to embrace doing public scholarship as a normal facet of what they do as scholars, whether or not that counts towards their tenure count. And maybe it never will. And to some degree, that's okay, because it's a different type of thing. But I think it's also equally important. We do education in the classroom. Well, this is education outside the classroom. It's an informal type of education. And in some sense, it can reach much, much wider audiences than the 20, 30, 100 students that you might end up with in a class. And that over the course of your career, you'll impact hundreds and even thousands of students. But this opens opportunities up to thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or millions of people. And I think it's wonderful for our disciplines, and I really applaud all of what you do. And I think we are all trying to inspire together other people to do the same. And one thing we do at SASA is we really try to move in that direction. And actually, in my teaching, I include a digital component as part of the final project of every single course, whether it's a video or a podcast or something that the students are making, so that they're learning along with the research that they do. Part of their goal is to produce quality research and then to share it effectively with other people. So that was my 2 cents on the topic. We should move on to other questions.
Can I just add on to that? Because I think that that's also probably one of the reasons we do this is, and we've been talking already in the conference session this morning about how so many places around the world, archaeology or cultural heritage or ancient studies is being under.
Internet in Scotland's not working so well right now. Andrew, you want to fill in exactly what Tilly was going to say?
Well, unfortunately, I could not read her. Oh, wait, Tilly.
You're back.
Am I back?
Yeah, I know. Good.
I'm
We're
so
trying to
sorry.
do mind reading.
I think I'm in a wrong. I think I'm in a wrong place. But hang on. I might try and see if I can just. I think
we'll get back to your
busy.
point in a minute.
Run past them. Okay, I'm back now, hopefully. No, I think I was just trying to, I was sort of pointing out that indeed one of the things that we were talking about in the conference this morning was how much archaeology and its related topics have been sort of undervalued and underfunded and cut and everything. But of course, if the wider public doesn't actually understand what it is we do, then why should they be interested in it? And why should they give us money for it? And the only research that they see is something like particular Netflix shows that will remain unnamed because I don't want to give them that kind of publicity. Or, headlines like, wow, all this gold treasure hoard found, or, the biggest thing, or, whatever, archaeologists astounded. And it's like, well, actually, we're not really astounded. We've been talking about it on this podcast for the last year, but okay. And so through doing things like podcasts, which can reach a much broader audience, yes, maybe it's harder to juggle with things like academic development, which it is. I mean, as Carlton was saying, we're required in academia to put so much effort into developing our career in that way. And it takes a lot of time and effort to do something like a podcast or social media outreach or any other kind of outreach. But at the end of the day, it is something that has to be done in order to not just save our own careers, but the actual discipline, really, because we have to make sure that people understand what it is that archaeologists do.
Yes, thank you very much. And following up on all of that, let's move on to the next question. How have ancient history practitioners successfully or maybe unsuccessfully used podcasts? Do you have any examples? Maybe you'd like to share something of some of your own experiences or anything you know?
I mean, I really like, and I know they're here, like Screens of the Stone Age, I think does an immaculate job of distilling something that people are familiar with, like popular media through movies and television, and bringing in an expert to actually talk about what you see on the show, what are some inaccuracies, what did they get right. And so that's able to bridge a gap between two like already popular forms of media in a way that, increases the accessibility of how is Hollywood displaying the past, right? And then I think we can always go towards, I think there's a number of podcasts that could probably have been unsuccessfully using this media in terms of, and what I mean by unsuccessful, like they're using it to spout fringe or pseudo archaeological science, right? Like there's a huge market for people being in the alternative forms of media. And so I don't think that's too hard to come across. And I think most of the shows on the APN in general are incredibly successful in their own rights for being able to distill their information and their specific topics. Like I loved Rachel's show about
the historic yarns.
Yes, historic
yes,
yarns.
It was so good. I keep telling her to bring it back.
That is my mom's favorite podcast. Like she loved that one. Like that one was so great, and I really wish Rachel would bring back historic yarns. Like I don't knit or anything, and I also like thoroughly enjoyed it. So I know Rachel and Chris are watching because they're blowing up our Slack channel. But like bring back historic yarns.
Do any of you directly engage with pseudo-archaeology podcasts? Is this something, how do you go about it? Do you avoid, do you validate by engaging, or do you, bashing is never a good way for anything. That just draws the attention the opposite direction. What do you think?
I mean, I need them or I have no show. Like the pseudo-archaeology podcast, what am I going to talk about? I've found that the best way forward with that stuff is to just make fun of it, like to just have a laugh, not take it too seriously, just go check it out, while at the same time being very inclusive in the most general sense, right? I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you, right? So I take the audience along, I go, check out this story. Dude, like, let's break this down. Look how freaking crazy this is. Isn't this wild? And then we kind of go through it. And again, it's that piece of candy thing where I also, while I talk about the pseudo-archaeology, I'll give you like, here's the reality of like what actually happened, or here's some facts about Egypt that are true, so I enjoy, or like, I guess I do engage, and I think it's totally fine too. If we engage, if we talk about it, whatever. Like I hate this idea that especially some, intellectuals have of like, oh, you're platforming them. No, we're not. The pseudo-archaeology world has won and real archaeology has lost. So they're platforming us. Realize that's the dynamic, right? So I hate it when I get, again, these academic snobs who are like, oh, Andrew, how dare you platform them? I'm like, what, on my freaking like podcast that has like 46 people listening right now? I'm platforming them? Come on. So it's like, unfortunately, I blame academics for all kinds of stuff because they're children, and it's like, dude, we have to be grown-ups and we have to like fight this head on. And what that means is, what we keep saying, is just to make more. Real Archaeology Podcast, Real Archaeology YouTube channel, make more. More real scientists need to make more. The end. That's how we win.
And it's also though about storytelling, and I think that's why, I mean, like Carlton, the Life in Ruins one, the reason it was so successful was because you guys had such great chemistry, you had such interesting topics, you had cool guests on and everything. And so those kinds of podcasts are really great. And unfortunately, the pseudo-archaeologists, as in like the actual pseudo-archaeologists, not the host of the pseudo-archaeology podcast, they're well, you're also a good storyteller, Andrew, but like they're very good storytellers. Like you got to give them credit for that. They're very good at taking an audience with them. They're very good at following through their argumentation. And even sometimes you find ourselves following along and then go, wait a second, no, this is mad.
I'm so glad you brought that up. They are good storytellers, and you have to give credit where credit is due. If you watch some of the pseudo-archaeology shows, they're well produced. They run well. The storytelling's good, beginning, middle, end. It's interesting, you know. So the people who work on those shows behind the scenes are doing a great job, right? So often I've heard more academic archaeologists be like, "Well, I would be on a show if it was about real archaeology." I'm like, well, then make your own show. Like you are never going to get a call from National Geographic being like, please be part of our new real show. That doesn't exist. And on top of it, stop being so boring, academic world, right? I don't want to hear some fool with a British accent in front of a bunch of books going like, whoa. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Tilly, but you know the cliche is true. You know, talking about using jargon, talking about the ontology of who gives a damn, right? Like use real words and tell me real stuff that I would be interested in. But let me tell you how I really feel.
I mean, precisely. I think Andrew summed it up. And it's also having to take care and realize that when you do engage with these folks, you have to understand what they want out of it. And so, like with ruins, we didn't hit pseudo-archaeology pretty hard only because one of our first episodes, we interviewed a guy who was not in the field at all. It was like episode 7 or something like that. It might have been like 13 or 14. It was all about rock art. And like he ran away on our podcast super quick. We had an outline and he didn't stick to it. And we were chasing him the whole time, trying to get him to stop. And we ended up ending the interview early because we were just done with it because he took advantage of us. And so later on, we had to have an episode. We had experts, you know, what ended up being a 30-minute interview later on became an hour-and-a-half podcast with experts to like break down all of his wild claims and explain the House of Cards process that it took to build his argument. And so we can even look at examples like when Flint Dibble went up against Graham Hancock for the first time, there was practice behind the scenes. Like Flint took up to or at least a month with professionals doing mock interviews and like practicing for that, which ultimately became incredibly successful. And has launched Flint into his own little social media SciComm world. So it is understanding when you delve into that realm what that comes with. Like I think I did a episode for Plains on the Kensington runestones and other goofy Viking migrations, and that has been the amount of emails I got from that was just like, I said what I said, just deal with it. Like we're not playing these reindeer games. So it's how much do you want to, when you poke that bear is going to want to fight. And so it's understanding, do you have the mental, I mean, like Kinkilla has a whole show dedicated to this, right? So, I mean, like push it towards, give him content to do. But if you on your own want to engage with it, you have to understand what that comes with. And if you have even the headspace to deal with it, because it's just draining, right?
Yeah, that's really important what Carlton brought up. For those of you who want to get into this world, I live with that bear, right? The bear is poked and I live with it in a cage together. And some of the emails I get, some of the stuff, I think I have a pretty thick skin. I think some because of the drama background and stuff, you know, and doing comedy shows that went horribly. You know, I know what it's like to ruin an audience in a bad way. But so even in by the early days, I mean, just a handful of years ago, I think it still did bother me a little bit because if you have a ton of people talking about what a horrible person you are, no matter what, it gets to you. It gets into the, into the lizard brain a little bit. But I think at this point in my career, I truly don't care. And I'm trying to be honest. It takes time though. So like those of you who want to get into that world, you will get pushback by the hundreds. You will get reactions that are all like, "You don't know what you're doing." But now I have favorites of how people hate me. My favorite is when they call me a so-called archaeologist. I'm like, I'm pretty cliche in terms of an archaeologist. I mean, I kind of do the whole thing. I'm so-called, really, really, right? But so you got to have the thickest of skins if you want to work in that world, but it's worth it.
And
Can you give
acknowledge
us
when people, sorry, I'd also acknowledge when people just won't change their mind. Because there's some people who it's the bear and they don't want to not be a bear and they're like, whatever. And then you do though have some people. So I manage the social media channels and everything for the APN. So I'm seeing all the comments and occasionally I'll send Andrew some being like, I don't know if you want to respond to this, but this is what someone said, or something like that. But also we get some really nice, some ones that are like, huh, I never thought about it that way. Or like, oh, I like that you mentioned that actually. That makes me think of this, but what about this? And then you can actually engage. But there's people who are willing to engage and there's people who just want to, fight their corner.
So, Andrew, can you give us an example, maybe, about how you've gone about this with an actual practical example? I have a chronology project about the ancient Babylonian chronology of the first millennium BCE, and so in dealing with some degree, there are actually some really competent scholars who have completely different takes on how the chronology works. And they have 1,000-page books detailing, going through all of the texts and showing how their version of the chronology is correct. But, when you go through it as an academic, and they're trained also. They're trained scholars. I don't know where they were trained. I don't know what their goals are. Oftentimes they do have a certain religious angle and approach that they're trying to shoehorn into the data. But on the other hand, the data itself all hangs on several threads that you have to hold together. But when you actually look through the data, what they're saying is just spot on wrong.
Right.
But you have to actually see all of it together, and you have to read the 1,000 pages to actually get to that point. So how do you handle something like that?
Okay, so in general, that's a tough one. This is what I do. I'm not here to say that this is what everyone needs to do, but it just works for me. And it's this. Whenever I get that kind of stuff, the first time I engage, no matter what, I'm again very inclusive and positive. I never start out with "you're an idiot." I start with like, "Hey man, I see your point. I get what you're trying to say, but actually the data, right, very sort of data centric. The data really points to here. So we really need to spend our time over here, right? This is what we're going to do. We're not going to go down this pathway because that is not supported by the data. This is the better way to go. And you're welcome to come on with me in this journey where we explore the data together. Now, of course, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. And they just go, "You don't know what you're doing, you so-called archaeologist." And so my rule is the first engagement, super positive, super inclusive. But if they keep going and tell me what a terrible person I am, then it's open season to make fun of you. And I'll use what they say and I'll make fun of them. I won't, use them by name, but I'll be like, "Listen to what this guy called me." I've done this on my podcast a lot, but so I find that just sort of is like a way to let off some steam. But the first time, that's what's key, to be very, very positive and very like, hey, and also, as Tilly was saying earlier, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time going back and forth. Give them one nice one and then either just let it go, or sometimes I throw a little quip at the end, just to preserve my sanity, but that's it.
Then you were going to say something. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna, but before your comment, David, reframe as what Andrew was talking about, right? The difference when you're dealing with pseudo-archaeologists, there's a difference between call in and call out, right? Calling them out will never work, but what calling in does is it does get that 1 to 2 people that you otherwise wouldn't have had, and you, with that initial hug and bring them in, you've converted some people back to the reality of what the data that we know of this time actually says, right? Because as you're pointing out, David, I mean, that's just a matter of academic discourse. Like research and science is self-repeating, and it is self-promoting. And so our interpretations change, as they have done in professional archaeology since Belzoni first started pulling statues out of Egypt. So, just for people to keep that in mind, and I think you can look at the recent Monteverde paper and how that discussion has gone. So it's not just pseudo-archaeologists that can be incredibly full of vitriol. It's also like the established academic presence. And when you attack long-held beliefs and narratives that we've built many interpretations and histories around, when you start to dismantle that, people get upset when you start taking bricks out of their fortress, right? So I think that's just a part of the science itself.
Yeah, I'll just add, when talking about like mythology or interpretations of art, you're gonna have different like contradictory statements anyway. So I think it's important to like, bring all of that to the table and say like, okay, but this is why this interpretation is the one that's firmly held. Maybe that will help somebody.
I also always say, if someone's saying this is the only answer, then they're probably wrong, because there's never just one way of interpreting the past.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Moving on to another question. How do you think podcasting can play a role in our vision of a flourishing future for ancient studies? Thank you, David, for the question, which is related to a question we got from the audience and something I can also very much relate to. What is your understanding of what ancient studies and what we do with the podcast and all the work will bring to society, and why is it so important for us to uphold these disciplines? And I can very much relate to that, being a postdoc on temporary contracts. That is tough. Trying to show that I love ancient history, but yes, how it works bureaucratically, academically, it is tough. So anyone would like to share something?
I mean, this is my soapbox that I stand on regularly, is why is archaeology or ancient studies or anything relevant? Because, I mean, we see it today in politics, modern politics, and there's so much misinformation based on, oh, but this is how it's always been, and this is how our culture is, and all these, immigrants or, things like that, and all this kind of stuff. And it's just because of a potentially unintentional ignorance about, actually, no, this isn't the way that it's always happened. And there's so many amazing, I mean, not just on, obviously, the Archaeology Podcast Network is fantastic, but there's so many other great networks or great platforms or anything who are doing this kind of work and trying to showcase how all of these things that happened in the past, it's not just the past, it is all very relevant to the present, because it helps us to understand how we are where we are today and why we are where we are today. And I think it also helps a little bit to there's a quote I always say, which is like, archaeology isn't just a discipline, it's a state of mind, because it's how you see the world and it's how you interpret things and how you understand that actually, this is my bias and this is my contextual understanding and everything. And I think understanding that, so not just understanding the facts of the archaeology itself, but understanding how it's done. By the way, I'm saying archaeology as an archaeologist, obviously, I mean ancient studies, heritage, etc., everything related to it as well. But I think showing how the actual research process is done, which I think is something that quite a lot of our hosts do on the APN now as well. So like Andrew was saying, showing, okay, but what about the data? What's that saying? And what's all this happening? And how did we actually reach these conclusions? That's also really important, because it helps to sort of promote critical thinking, which I think in this day and age is essential to understand how we are where we are. So yes, that's I'll get down off my soapbox now.
I'll jump on your soapbox with you. I'll pull you back up and just say, like, ancient studies is extremely important because, like, it can bring us together. Like I was saying earlier, like, yeah, we're all part of like different cultures, like different subcultures, but like going back in time and just, I mean, doing comparisons and contrasts and everything, like looking at how we interact with mythology, how we interact with art, and with each other, is just like it it does like bring us together, and then like it does change the way you think about like people that you're interacting with, because it's like, okay, like, is there a reason that this all like politics is happening right now? It can be like compared to the past, it's not the same, but it can be like what George Lucas always said, it rhymes or something. You find that that's way too true for comfort sometimes, and it's incredible. Like, but archaeology and ancient studies, just like art history, is really important for that reason. So you can like learn about all of these different aspects of humanity.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to highlight the voices that have been traditionally relegated to the sidelines, right? So, I mean, not I try to do my best to like highlight people that people normally don't hear from. So I talk to a lot of tribal archaeologists, a lot of tribal historic preservation officers, and highlight these are American Indian folks who have a government to government relationship with the United States that are very much part of the archaeological legislation in our country that we don't ever hear from, or the perspectives of those people on their history, which archaeology in the United States is often swept under the rug and say, no, our interpretation of the past is correct. We don't need to hear from the people whose ancestors made it and whose stories have lived on. And so I've seen personally, ever since doing this for 7 years now, the rewards of the podcasting starting so early, and like going to conferences now and seeing grad students who know the podcast and or during COVID inspired them, or really hearing from tribal archaeologists, tribal citizens who have listened to the podcast and have felt inspired to pursue anthropology. Because in anthropology in the United States, where archaeology is housed, right, unlike in Europe, where it's oftentimes in the history department, anthropology is still seen as like a no-no field for many Native folks to get into because of the historic traumas that have been put upon American Indian groups by anthropologists. And so trying to open those doors for more people to get engaged with the field so we can increase the availability of data that we use in our research to create more holistic interpretations of the past. And so podcasting and other forms of science communication are one of those like SWAT team door kicker movements of getting people interested into the discipline.
Well, Carson, on that point, I really wanted to ask you about how you think that potentially archaeology in the Americas and in North America, particularly, and in connection with indigenous communities and indigenous archaeologists, could get more integrated into what we've been calling ancient studies. And for many different communities, ancient studies is a individual disciplines reach into the deeper past of cultures that still exist today, and that by no means is meant to impinge on who they are today. People all who exist today, different cultures, always see themselves in terms of a history. And so in terms of the deeper history of indigenous cultures today, how do you think that we could bring us other areas of ancient studies in connection with one another with North American archaeology too? Because I know we've at Ancient Studies, Save Ancient Studies Alliance, have had significant difficulty trying to connect to archaeologists like you and make it a joint enterprise. Are we going about it wrong, or what do you think?
I mean, we're highly skeptical of Europeans, to be honest. Like, every time I go to a conference in archaeology in Europe, like I thought the U.S. South was racist, and then I go to some places in Europe, and I'm like, oh, right, this is the origin of that racism towards American Indian people, and indigenous people across the globe. So I think there's part of that historic trauma, but I've always wanted to take a group of American Indian archaeology students, go to a site in Europe, and then write about it like they used to write about us, and be like, look at these people during the 1600s. They didn't fucking bathe. Wow, they didn't believe in doctors and stuff like that, and just flip it because it's a power dynamic. And so that's the hard part. And just getting enough people to take, or somewhat funding to go do that trip. But it's just showing the effort in trying to equalize yourself or equalize an organization with the American Indian folks, right? Like it's complex, and the systems that we have in the United States are built to be complex and to keep indigenous governments down, right? And so I think it's just trying, and it's also just about reaching out to the right people that can help you navigate those systems. And I do want to hear from Kinkilla about the importance of science communication for ancient studies. And then just email me, David. We can chat.
It's intrinsically fascinating. Like it sells movies. Like Josh is on here. Why do you think he has a podcast called Screens of the Stone Age and he can do literally hundreds of episodes? Because there's hundreds, thousands of movies on this stuff. And sure, it's fanciful, but the public loves this stuff. They love it. That's why pseudo archaeologists are successful because the public wants they're dying to hear about this stuff. And there's another thing that I always say. I'm like, it's okay if they come to you and like, I love treasure and I love mummies and I love big pyramids. I'm like, great. Right, that's cool. Now let's learn about the reality behind that. You know what I mean? Sort of let's come in. That's how I started. I always joke when I was a kid, my favorite show was In Search Of with Leonard Nimoy. I loved it's like Mr. Spock with a mustache, and he's like talking about whatever, any kind of pseudo archaeological stuff, but I loved it. Does that make me a bad person? No, I loved it as like a 14-year-old kid, but then that sparked the flame to learn about real archaeology. So there's a huge want by the general public to learn about this stuff, but to learn about it in real terms with real stories. And underneath it all, they do want real archaeology. They don't want pseudo archaeology. They just don't know the difference because the pseudo archaeology world's been so much better with the sales than real archaeology.
Which then brings it back to why podcasting is so important for it, because we need to share it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like every time I tell someone I'm an archaeologist, they go like, "Oh my God, I wanted to do that when I was a kid." And it's like, well, I stuck with that, so yay me, I guess. But yeah, like I was like, people always want like the stories behind the big stories. It's like, okay, give me the tea. And it's just like, okay, this is the real tea because truth is pretty much always stranger than fiction, unless you're just like bringing all this. Although even that, it's like, oh yeah, people can't build this stuff. There's aliens. It's like, no, people figured out they were smart enough to figure this out. And that's what's really fascinating. And that's what needs to be shared.
Yes, thanks, Renee. I can relate to that. People have asked me if I'm Indiana Jones. Well, it's not that adventurous. It's a lot more just studying and books and such. But yeah. Thank you all so much. I'm sure we can still continue for many more hours, but just about 5 more minutes, and then I'm afraid we need to bring it to a close because, yeah, we still have another whole program coming up. So could each of you maybe just briefly summarize something or share a few last points, and then we shall close the session. Renee, if you'd like to start?
Oh gosh, I have no idea what to say. Thank you. I'd say really dive into mythology and different artworks because like everything is like interpreted across time, like doing different things and like looking at a piece of like ancient like an ancient work of art on an Egyptian tomb wall, and it's just like, and then or Egyptian or a Greek wall or something, and then you like that myth behind that piece of art, and it changes across time. Then you like can highlight the Renaissance and like, how is this changed? And then you look at it today, you're like, oh my God, this is awful. It's like, or what they're showing is awful. But it's like, yeah, but it wasn't across time, or it's so beautiful but it was awful. It was like it just interpretations across time completely change, and I really love to dive into that. And I'd say like learning the myths behind the myths is what's really fascinating, so do that.
Thank you so much. Andrew?
I would say for anybody who wants to get into the podcasting world or to, do sort of public archaeology, to just be bold and be yourself. And that's harder to do than it sounds. You know what I mean? The data shall set you free. I've been worried sometimes about talking about certain like politically dicey subjects, and I've found the times that I was just honest to the data, it was the best. And I will tell you this. You'll get problems from the far right, but you'll get problems from the far left too. And personally, I've had more problems with the far left So just so you know that, right? But it makes me feel good. I'm at the point in my career, where I'm like, screw it. I will follow the data. I don't care how bad or good or whatever it makes you feel. I'm going to be honest to the archaeological record and the past. And it just I don't know. I'm at a point in my life and career where I feel really good about it. So those who want to do this as well, be honest and be bold.
Thank you for your advice. Tilly, any final thoughts?
Yeah, following up on Andrew's point, which I completely agree with, also be honest in terms of yourself, depending on where you're coming from within archaeology. And what do you think is important? Why do you want to start a podcast? And if you truly believe that it's something that is important, then, fight your case. Like I had to fight with my supervisor, not fight, but I made it very clear. I was like, this is important to me and I'm going to do it. And I'm doing this stuff. I was also doing a lot of social media science communication, which is still very looked down upon by the academic community. But, if you truly believe it's important and it's something you're really passionate about, don't let the ivory tower of academia or the I don't know what pit hut of commercial archaeology stop you from doing something that you believe is important.
I like that. Thank you. Carlton, last one.
Yeah, it's hard to summarize what everyone's already said. So I do want to just highlight the APN for those that are interested in podcasting, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to do this without the Archaeology Podcast Network, specifically, Chris, Rachel, and whatever Tristan does, but then also the staff that we have, like Tilly, because they do a lot of the editing, they do a lot of the heavy groundwork, and they do it for free for the most part. And so I wouldn't be able to do it without the support from the APN. So if you do have ideas for a podcast on ancient histories, ancient studies, or just past cultures, right, reach out and see what can be done. The contract's super chill. It's just do your recordings on time, follow the format, and you'll be good to go. And if your podcast does make money, they get a cut of it to actually cover their time, which is never nearly enough finances for them because they cover over a dozen shows, like 4 of which are highly successful. So they're kind of doing the other ones basically for free. So I really got to highlight that resource and what they do, and also the amazing affiliates that we have. So for those that are interested in getting into podcasting, please reach out to the Archaeology Podcast Network and see what can be done. Because the more shows that we have can bring more folks in and more sponsors, and hopefully we can get the APN to a place that it deserves to be in, both like financially and with the support to have full-time people to work and just make the whole channel, the whole network better. So huge shout out to them and for allowing us to have a platform to talk about all of our various interests in the past.
If I can just very quickly add, if you don't necessarily want to do a podcast, but still want to support the APN, you can become an APN member. It's kind of like Patreon. You get nice bonus material, you get a little behind the scenes stuff. We also have a Discord server, and you can follow us on various platforms, so on social media as well.
Follow your dreams, kids.
Thank you very much. David, anything you would like to share before I thank all the speakers?
I just wanted to thank all of you and of course APN. And I thought this was a wonderful special session, and hopefully we'll be doing more things together, SASA and APN and each of you individually. We look forward to a bright future for ancient studies as we work together. Thanks, Martina.
Thank you all very much. So please join me in thanking all our wonderful speakers and their great stories about how the podcasting worked and their experiences and sharing it. And if anyone is interested, do reach out to the APN because I'm sure they would be very happy to discuss any ideas for podcasts and such. And like Taylor said, you can even just become a sort of sponsor or a member. So please, thank you so much, Tilly Siebrecht, Andrew Kinkella, Carlton Shield Chief Gover, and Renee Whitehouse for your time and sharing your expertise. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. It's been great. Yeah, that was really fun.
All right, now we're going to ask everyone who's not on the next session to head out of the Zoom, and we will proceed with our next session.
Yeah, thanks, David. All right. Time to move on to our next session. So after the special session is now time for session 2 on jewelry and adornment. Starting with Sigrid van Rode, who's going to talk to us about ancient jewelry, modern assumptions, museum afterlife of adornment in the Near East. Let me just take a moment to introduce Sigrid. Welcome. Sigrid van Rode is an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and jewelry historian. Oh, that sounds quite fascinating. Specializing in personal adornment from Southwest Asia and North Africa as a historical source. Her work spans from both the 19th and 20th century adornment and archaeological material. She earned an MA and PhD at Leiden University and her doctoral research on silver of the possessed. Tracenet jewelry was used in the 19th and 20th century. Possession ritual entered museum and private collections. And how it became detached from its original contents, and how its interpretation shifted through scholarly writing and online circulation. Verrode examined possible functions of the jewelry within the rituals as well. The pursuit of her PhD was as an external, self-funded candidate in addition to a regular job. She completed a dissertation with support from the Junebald grant, which allowed her to allocate time to finish writing the thesis, and the GEMX 2024 Scholarship Prize enabled its publication in full open access, since open scholarship matters. Through Van Rode's consultancy at Bedouin Silver, she worked with museums and private collections of traditional jewelry from North Africa, Southwestern Asia, and Europe. Her research collections develop exhibition concepts and design public-facing programs. She also gave talks, taught workshops and courses, and wrote books and articles on personal adornment. And online, she enjoys blogging on all things jewelry on bedouinsilver.com and posting on Instagram and Facebook, so please do check out the website and accounts. Her Nino Visiting Fellowship allows her to work on her project Jewelry Between Worlds, the Afterlives of Adornment in Near Eastern Museum Collections. And by examining altered ancient jewelry and cases in which traditional pieces have been misidentified as ancient, the project considers how museum practices shape our understanding of the ancient Near East and how these narratives are conveyed to the public. Jewelry here serves not only as an object, but also as a methodological entry point into broader issues of disciplinary history and curatorial approaches that framed the region's past. Verrode pursued this fellowship because affiliation with the university, even if unpaid, allows her to continue to use academic sources that are otherwise unavailable to independent researchers. And I think that is an important point that again brings us back to what was shared in discussion earlier, how humanities and ancient studies as one of the humanities subjects is still very important and relevant. Danae, yes, I see you're here and I see you're ready. Would you like to share your screen?
I would. Let's see, that should work. Okay, are you seeing it?
Yes, we can see you, thank you. I shall switch off my camera and microphone for now so that it's better for the connection. Yeah, please, Dr. Sigrid van Rode, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, SASA, for putting together this amazing conference and for having me. And also a huge thank you to the Netherlands Institute for the Near East at Leiden University for hosting me as a visiting research fellow for the project that I will be talking about today. So in this talk, I'm going to present a few reflections on ancient jewelry as a historical source, as it is both present and presented in museums. And beyond that, like Martina just introduced, in wider public expressions. And just so we are clear, I am not going to be the authenticity police here. That's not my goal. But what I want to do is to examine how and what we may learn from this source. So you just heard it. I'm an archaeologist. I'm also a jewelry historian. That kind of happened by accident. And I work with both ancient and traditional jewelry. So that's jewelry from the 19th to the 20th century. And being an archaeologist, for me, jewelry is a historical source, just like your other forms of material culture on any project. So it's like your pottery, but prettier, if I can say so. So I look at jewelry as an archaeologist, not as an art historian, and there is a bit of a difference there. And jewelry tells us a lot, the actual jewelry from the past about its people. So you have focusing on things like how styles travel, how natural resources are traded and used and conquered if needed, how the technology used develops. That tells us a lot about societal aspects of jewelry. In turn, of course, that is also along with texts and depictions of jewelry. So for ancient jewelry, its original context is everything. I don't need to explain that to archaeologists. I do need to explain that to the wider public sometimes. What you see here is a beautiful pair of gold Byzantine earrings. They're from the 6th or 7th centuries, and I photographed them at an art fair, but their context is completely unknown. We don't know if it was a grave gift or if it was recovered from a hoard, maybe a deposit. That alone would tell us so much about the people that once used these items. For much of the jewelry that survives from the past, we know very, very little about its context, which is all the more reason why jewelry studies in more than just an art historian sense are so incredibly important. And the thing is that historical source lives for a large part in museums. That is also where they are available for study and research and to be seen by the wider public. The topic of my research project that I do with the Netherlands Institute of the Near East and what I want to present to you today is how and what we may learn from this source. So what we will go over in this talk is an examination first of what is actually in museums, and you might be surprised, how their collection history ties into that, what we show to the public in turn, and finally a few thoughts on jewelry as a historic source. So museums hold a great deal of ancient jewelry, but a first observation is that that is not always in the shape that it was in its own culture. That is maybe a no-brainer, but when we dive in a little deeper, you will see that this is actually something to note. Now, not all jewelry is suspect, such as the solid gold bracelets that you see here in the database of our own National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden here. Of course, they can always be forged, but notably beaded jewelry, that has been altered a lot. Probably not news to you, but the extent to which it has been altered, that might be. Starting with excavated jewelry on archaeological excavations. As we all know, the stringing, more often than not, often just hasn't survived. So restringing of ancient jewelry is necessary, but that is not always a very straightforward matter of, just stringing it anew. Here you see one of the collars, the beaded collars of Tutankhamun. It's an absolute mess. It was randomly thrown into a box and near impossible to lift, but it has been lifted with as much care as was possible in the 1920s. So because it has been lifted with care, Tutankhamun's beadwork can still be studied, and it yields fascinating results, such as the work of my friend Jolanda Bos that you see featured here. She worked on his beaded sandals and was able to reconstruct that they have been enlarged as the little king grew. Isn't that fantastic? A more difficult case is the jewelry of Queen Puabi. She ruled in Ur in Iraq. There is also where her jewelry was excavated. Here as well, stringing had disintegrated, but to make matters worse, the roof of her burial chamber had collapsed somewhere over time. And so as a result, everything in the tomb had turned into this incoherent jumble of beads and gold. And reconstructing what this might have looked like was a challenge and still is. New insights on what her jewelry looked like are still being made. Now, let's look from excavated jewelry to purchased jewelry that is in museums. These pieces that you see here are from Susa in Iran. That is the necklace on the left, and the others are from Egypt. And they have all been collected in the early 19th century by purchasing from local antiquity sellers. Now, you will notice when you look at them that they all look very, very much the same in their design. And that is where another layer of history beyond antiquity itself begins to emerge in these pieces, because this tells us about the time frame which they were bought. In 19th century Europe, French jewelry was considered very, very fashionable. And so that is a taste that appealed to European buyers. Local sellers catered to the needs of their clients. And so what we are looking at here is 19th century French fashion made with ancient beads. It ended up in museum records as actually ancient. Now, there are cases where it is possible to reconstruct that an actual ancient Egyptian ensemble, a set of jewelry, has been broken up and restrung into several other pieces that were fitted to fit the fashion aesthetics, shall we say, of that time. My point here is that it is very important to realize that a lot has been restrung. This necklace that you see here on the right is in the Mart collection of the Worcester Art Museum, and the museum has done extensive research to sort the restringing challenges of jewelry that was donated to them, purchased in Egypt. And this is, well, you could say its current manifestation that has been based on actual excavated examples. So restringing in contemporary forms and tastes is very, very likely for a significant part of ancient jewelry in museums today. And that is not just for well-known revival designs like the Cartier scarab that you see here. And one of the aims of my project is to see if it is possible to say anything about the extent to which museum collections hold actually altered jewelry that is being presented as ancient. But there are other issues. This bead here, that is in the museum database. This is a screenshot of the online database of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. This bead is said to have been excavated at the site of Nishapur in Iran, and with that it should date from the 8th to the 13th century. However, this bead probably is not that old because, oops, that's going too fast. This is a type of bead that was worn very, very widely in the 19th and early 20th century in Iran, and also in a wider region. You find them in Egypt, in Jordan, in Iraq, even in Armenia. They are widely spread throughout Southwest Asia. And that is where the excavations took place. So what you see here are a few examples that I photographed in the Pitt Rivers Museum in Oxford, and you see the dates on them on which they have been added to the museum collection. You will also see that they are said to work against the evil eye, and you will see that the other 4 rosettes are fastened to a camel harness. That's relevant for the rest of my story. In fact, they are still being made in Southwest Asia. I photographed these in Iran when I was there in 2009, and I purchased the small beads that you see on the left. So these are still widely used as amulets against the evil eye. While it would be fascinating to sort of trace back this belief to ancient Nishapur, I actually believe that it is far more likely that these beads were lost on site by local people participating in the excavations themselves. What you see here are the excavations of Nishapur, and in the front you see this young boy. Now, this type of bead specifically was worn by women, children, and animals such as the camels that we just saw, but also donkeys and mules, in order to protect them from evil. So with this category of jewelry, there is another layer of history present in museums, and that is that of the actual people themselves who lived near the excavation sites in the early 19th and 20th centuries. Another example is this piece that has been labeled as a Sasanian earring, but what it is a 19th or early 20th century nose ring. Nose rings are worn widely in a region stretching from India to Southwestern Asia. Traditional jewelry gets mixed up in collections of ancient jewelry way more often than you'd think. And it is still regularly mistaken for old jewelry, for example, by auction houses, and you will find them with online sellers. So with existing museum collections, that brings us to the importance of collection history. Because here we are, in museums, we find ancient jewelry that has been altered or restrung, and we have modern jewelry that is misidentified. How did that happen? We've seen a few reasons already, but there are more. And more importantly, we should wonder, what are the consequences of this and how may we move forward? Collection history is absolutely vital for jewelry research. Understanding when and how a piece of jewelry entered into a collection helps us assess its real reliability as a historical source. So the nose ring we just saw, I featured it here again. That was donated to the National Museum of Antiquities in Leiden after the Iranian Revolution of 1997, when 1979, sorry, not English speaker, difficult numbers, when many foreigners actually fled the country. But before that, the dress reforms by Shah Reza had already caused this type of jewelry to appear on the market for sale. Now, the donor of this collection had no knowledge of traditional versus ancient jewelry. He didn't know. The seller he had acquired it from probably did know, but then the museum curator who received the items again did not. So that brings us to another layer of collection history: the collectors, the curators, and the curatorial practices themselves. Collectors have their own collection interests and style, so there's always some filtering and some aesthetic preference going on there. Curators themselves also have research interest. In whichever museum I show up, jewelry is bound to follow. People suddenly get an interest in jewelry. So what also maybe not has been that helpful is that most of the early curators in museums were men. And I found a happy exception here in this man who is examining a necklace. Most of them actually were men, and what is more, they were usually white men who were unfamiliar with adornment practices of other cultures. Now, add to that in the 19th and the early 20th century, the view on importance of jewelry as a research topic of its own was also, shall we say, quite different. And I'm not saying that to just throw stereotypes around. I do have a great example of this worldview. And that is when Finnish PhD student Hilma Granqvist wanted to do research into Palestinian women's culture in 1924. Her supervisor had a much better idea for her to do the thesis about jewelry, because that would be easier for her. Because in order to write a thesis about jewelry, you do not really need to be so clever or so deep and can still succeed. I was reading this when I was doing my PhD research, and I thought, well, thank you very much for that encouragement. So that worldview existed. So where we are now is ancient jewelry is a historical source, but that source is flawed as a result of layering of acquisition and collecting processes, as well as curatorial practices. Now, moving on to what is available in museums with all its flaws has also served as inspiration to a wider audience. So let's have a look at how that is going. Of course, there is the wider consumerism. You have the TV industry, the movie industry. Here is the famous Liz Taylor as Cleopatra. We have a Canva mock-up of the goddess busted. And well, I'm always a little bit disappointed, but have come to expect a lack of historical accuracy in rendering the past. For this talk, I would like to share a few examples, both old and new, of rendering the past in museums. And I should mention at this point that the next slide contains an image of painted nudity and death. If that is difficult for you, you can look away now, and I will tell you when it's safe to open your eyes again. So this painting here is called The Death of Cleopatra. You see how it uses Egyptianizing poses in the pose of the servant. You see the dress, you see the jewelry, but I'd like to draw your attention to the earring that she is wearing. That is a 19th century Moroccan urban head ornament. You wear them in pairs suspended from a strap over your head. That is not ancient, but it is used to adorn a scene set about 2000 years ago. And it's safe to open your eyes again now. This is a detail of a painting called Tamar, and that was painted in 1875. And it is set in Jerusalem around 3000 years ago. It relates the biblical story of Tamar, who was assaulted by her half-brother, and then her brother vowed to avenge her. In the scene, Tamar's jewelry is spread and scattered all over the room, and I'd like to draw your attention to this necklace that is lying on the floor. That is a 19th century necklace from Kabylia in Algeria. Now, when it comes to curatorial practices, an observation also is that while these paintings are in museums, and while of course they are art, the presence of that other historical layer, living cultures of the 19th century, are not pointed out in the exhibition text like object labels. And that is an interesting phenomenon because their presence on the painting reflects ethics or, well, ethics worldview of the past, but I would argue that their absence in the exhibition text continues those worldviews into the present. So what am I talking about? The painters of both these portraits were French. And at the time that they painted their paintings, both Morocco and Algeria were French colonies. So these painters freely used contemporary jewelry to adorn an image that is set in the past. And in doing so, we see how Western culture claims ownership of both the past and the present of other cultures. So to expand my argument, traditional jewelry is a historical source. We've seen that it is flawed, but conflating traditional and ancient jewelry in visualization continues that narrative. And that is not just in 19th century paintings. On this slide, you see an Afghan bracelet on a man's wrist. And this is a photo that I took in the otherwise absolutely fantastic Pergamon panorama in Berlin, in Germany. This is an art installation where the Pergamon altar is virtually reconstructed in truly all its splendor. It's a breathtaking view. The people that are populating the altar are decked out in traditional jewelry from contemporary 20th century cultures. The bracelet that you see here is Afghan production of the 1980s. The exhibition texts do not address the presence of contemporary jewelry and only state that this is a reconstruction of the altar in 129 CE through an artistic interpretation. So at this point, to end my talk, I am returning to the beginning. Jewelry is a historical source, but what histories does it actually share? And that is more than just one. Now, of course, for ancient jewelry, it's always vital to check your primary sources first. You will want to look at the actual depictions, the remaining jewelry, anything that can help you assess whether or not a piece is in its original form. That can also be primary sources like evidence of jewelry creation. There are texts, there are images, and that helps to establish whether or not the piece of jewelry that you're looking at is actually ancient. Then we have awareness of collection history. That helps really a great deal in establishing when it was collected, how it was collected, by whom, and when. So provenance research, besides investigating possibility of looted artifacts, also gives an idea of what issues may arise and which biases of which time that you need to address more clearly. I would personally strongly advocate to differentiate between ancient and traditional jewelry in collections. That is, at this time, a field that not many people have looked into, but one that I feel does need addressing. Because to create an image of the past, to learn more about the past, of course, for reasons of accuracy and scholarship, we want to have a clear as possible picture and, well, as clear as possible primary sources. But we really want to break through that cycle of using traditional jewelry as a prop to dress up the past as well. So traditional jewelry, just like ancient jewelry, is heritage in its own right. Differentiating between the two is, I think, a beautiful form of interdisciplinary research that would actually benefit multiple fields of study. And I think it would be also very helpful to share what we have learned about jewelry in museum collections in exhibition texts that reflect these multiple dimensions that jewelry can have. You could mention the restringing, identify and explain the presence of other cultures. That will help the wider public to understand what they are looking at and how they may imagine the past, but also perhaps to better understand how these collections came to be where they are now. Because jewelry is a historical source, and it's a fantastic source. It's a source that holds multiple layers of history, that of the past when it was created, but certainly also that of the present when it was found. It allows museums to give a platform to other voices that are present in museum collections, those of the men and women and children, and maybe even the animals that worked on excavations that we rarely see or hear anything about. Like this image here of a Palestinian woman that was working on the excavation of Tel Dawit in 1936. You see how she is beautifully decked out in all her jewelry. And it's easy to imagine that maybe one of her necklaces broke and a bead or a pinned amulet may have ended up in the find registration. And the same goes for all of those workers whose name are now no longer recorded, but whose presence in museum collections through their jewelry still testifies to their existence. So, ending the talk, I hope to have shown you that the study of jewelry as a historical source offers not just insight into the past, but may also actively help to acknowledge and highlight the contemporary cultures whose materiality of the past now resides in museums. Jewelry carries not just one, not just two, but multiple layers, multiple histories in a single piece. And that is what, to me, makes it an absolutely exciting topic. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm looking forward to all of your questions. If you want to find me later, these are my social and my email data. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sigrid. That was fascinating. And I love it how you brought into the more modern and ancient elements together, like the Palestinian woman who was on the site. So she was actually helping with the excavations while she was also in her full attire in the dress. Thank you so much. So let's see if we have any questions and comments in the chat.
Would you want me to share to stop screen sharing? Would that be good?
Yes, please. That is all right. So we can have a look at some of the questions. Yes, we've got one here. Thank you. I'm fascinated to hear about the restringing process. I've never thought about it before. Given how elaborate beaded jewelry can be, do you know how does it actually work and what techniques were used?
Oh, thank you. That's a great question. So me personally, I'm not a beater because that is a profession of its own, a field of its own. What I do know is that when you lift an ancient piece of jewelry, it's very, very important that you draw or photograph the beads as they are at that point. And also be very, very careful with cleaning them because there might be remnants of the thread still in the bead hole, which may then indicate how they were strung together. For an actual researcher who knows her way around beads, I would refer to the work of Jolanda Bos, who is in the Netherlands, and she is a bead researcher, a beadwork researcher, I should say. She has also published extensively on the topic. I hope that helps.
I'm sure it does. Thank you very much. Let's see if we have any further questions or comments. Many people seem very interested. They say, thank you so much. It was fascinating. Let's see if there are any further questions. Here an interesting comment. Maybe you would like to react to that. I think wearing it, I'm assuming they believe, yeah, they're speaking about jewelry. Wearing it on the body allows you and the wider community also to interact with art much more often. And that obviously as a nuanced, nuances the topic. Okay, so someone saying wearing jewelry on the body, like what I was saying, the Palestinian woman at the excavations, allows you and the wider community to interact with art much more often. Yes, I think that's a good comment. Would you like to react to that, maybe?
Not entirely getting if we are talking about here about wearing ancient jewelry or contemporary jewelry. When
I'm
are
not
we
sure
talking?
I'm not sure, I'm afraid, because it's not specified. Maybe the person, I hope you can hear us. Maybe if you would like to clarify the question while we go on to another one. How can we learn more about traditional jewelry as ancient art curators?
That is such a good question, because I know it's unrealistic to expect that an ancient art curator, ancient art is a form, it's a scholarship in itself, suddenly knows everything about traditional jewelry. I think that it would be helpful to combine those fields of study, like find someone who does know their way around traditional jewelry and have them look over your collection. What I like to do as a pastime, it's just great, is just scroll through museum collections. Many museums have this little button, like have something to share about this object, tell us. And then I usually tell them, oh, this is not actually old, with a few parallels. This is more modern. So I try on my part just to help out as much as I can. I think it already starts with awareness that this may be the case. So if you have something that you cannot find parallels for in your own literature, in your own reference collections, then it might be worth widening the search to see if it might actually be younger.
Yes, that makes sense. Thank you. All right. Yes, more comments. Great presentation. Thank you so much. The person who was asking the other question, I can't see them responding here now, but of course you could always reach out to Dr. Van Rode at any point. Yeah, I think because of the schedule, we should move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much, Sigrid Van Rode. That was fascinating.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you so much. And then we shall move on to our next speaker. I see she is here, Roxana Jovanic. Yes, let me just introduce you briefly. Just one moment. Yes, I got it here. Yes, our next speaker is an archaeologist and educator at the Institute of Archaeology, National Institute for the Republic of Serbia. I like it. I also like it how all our speakers come from around the world. Her field of interest includes Hellenistic Roman Sicily, the Roman provinces, landscape and environmental studies, but also ancient diet reconstructions, that's interesting, and cognitive problems of the education and archaeological heritage, strategies in education, as well as methods of teaching the wide public about cultural heritage. Among them, most important are research and pedagogical training strategies linked with archaeological and natural heritage. She has organized various conferences, exhibitions, and events, and worked as editor of books and articles. She's author and co-author of over 145 peer-reviewed scientific articles and books. Wow. I still have quite a long way to go, if I say that. And leading international scientific research projects and excavations. Wow, that is a lot. Thank you so much. It's going to share, about Triskalas.
Yeah, I will try.
Trinesia and the territorial identity of Sicily, a gold plaque from the Greco-Roman town of Acrae. Yes, please try if you can share the screen. I said
I'm
if it's
trying.
not working, we will help you, don't worry.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I was afraid about this, that it doesn't work.
No problem. Let me see if I can.
No, please, because we'll lose time.
Yes, of course, no problem. Let me go to your presentation just one moment, because I
Will
knew
you
we
be
have.
presenting in Spanish? Roxana, will you be presenting in Spanish?
No, in English.
In English, okay. I'm sorry,
No,
there
in
was some
Spanish. No.
confusion.
Can be in Italian, but not in Spanish.
Okay, thank you.
Even in
I'm sorry.
Italian. Wow. Very multicultural and multilinguistic here. Okay, yes, we have the presentation here with the slideshow. All right. Yes.
Okay. So I will ask you to for the next slide. Thank you very much.
Yes, no problem.
And thank you for having me. And I'm really proud to share this presentation and this case study. It's because, as you read, I was doing excavation in Sicily, and I'm focused on the, let's say, classical archaeology. But during the excavation, I found a very special artifact, and I want to share this with the wide public because it has no analogies. So maybe somebody will find something similar or will help me to interpret this. And I'm really happy to have this previous presentation because as it was said that the jewelry and the personal adornment is not only for the wearing, it has also the different meanings. And I will try to speak about the Triskeles motif, as you can see on this first slide, as a visual and expression of territorial and cultural identity in Hellenistic and Roman Sicily. For the case study of the gold repoussé decoration discovered in the Greco-Roman town of Acre, and so Eastern Sicily in Italy, but also the motif which is present in the modern Sicily. So please, next slide. I will do the short introduction because it's necessary to have the general background. So as the larger island of the Mediterranean Sea, Sicily has historically occupied a strategic position at the intersection of the major commercial and communication routes linking Europe with Africa, as well as the Greek and Latin worlds in antiquity. Despite the fact that it's separated from Italian peninsula only by the Strait of Messina, approximately 3 kilometers wide, Sicily's insularity extends beyond its geographical character. Throughout its history, the island has regularly exhibited a marked tendency towards cultural autonomy. And owing to its strategic location and abundant natural resources, the island has been, since antiquity, a highly attractive territory and consequently remained under the control of various populations. Its complex historical development gave rise of remarkable diverse cultural landscapes, posing significant changes and challenges for archaeological research, owing to the continuity and multicultural settlement and the exceptional richness of archaeological records. So I will present some of them. Please, next slide. When studying the antiquity of Sicily, the island, which was inhabited by the tribes of Elymians, Sicels, Sicanians, colonized by the Carthaginians and the Greeks, and subsequently brought under the Roman rule, one may find many symbols, topoi, and legends associated with it. Among these are grains, for example, or ears of wheat, which began to appear in the iconography of the coinage and certain Sicilian urban centers as early as the late 6th century BC, and quickly became emblematic of the island's fertile and productive land, especially in the Roman times, in the Roman period. But the most characteristic motif, one that is inseparably connected with Sicily itself, is the Triskeles, meaning having 3 legs, also known as a triskelion or trinacria. Next slide, please. To this day, this symbol appears on the flag of Sicily and serves as the distinctive emblem of island's territory identity. In many places, from the local markets to very exclusive shops, Triskeles can be found on the wide range of objects, from the pottery, wine bottles, t-shirts, to the jewelry as well. Next slide, please. This motif derives from the schematic solar symbol represented by the circle or central dot with 3 or 4 rays radiating outwards. Over time, the centrally placed dot in this sign was replaced by Gorgoneion, schematic head of Gorgon, from which 3 anthropomorphic legs extending outwards bent at knee and creating the illusion of rotation. So you can see a very schematic solar symbol, which later developed over the centuries. Next slide, please. Over the centuries, the symbol, as I said, went various modifications, eventually taking form of a composition consisting of the head of Gorgon, and Roman period named also Medusa. Those hair arranged in the locks became intertwined with snakes and ended in ears of wheat, with 3 legs radiating onwards from the head. While a similar symbol also appears on the object from Macedonia, Greece, and Magna Graecia, its triadic form in Sicilian context appears intentional and meaningful, evoking the island's triangular shape defined by the capes of Peloro, Passero, and Lilibeo, and the 3 seas that surrounded the island, the Mediterranean, Ionian, and Tyrrhenian, and the 3 indigenous people who inhabited Sicily before the Greeks arrived there, the Sicels, Sicanians, and Elymians. In the Lucretius poem on the nature of the things, there is a reference to this, the glory of triangular island, which the Ionian Sea washes with its blue waves and separates from the shores of Italy. Also, Ovid, writing poetically in the Metamorphoses, noted that the great triangular island presses upon the giant, who is a high his pride saw on the possessed dwelling of the heavens above. According to the legend, of course, the island itself was said to have emerged from the sea through the intervention of the 3 nymphs who, holding it at the 3 points, placed it upon the surface of the water. Next slide, please. At the beginning, the Triskeles appeared on some objects. The oldest known archaeological artifacts from Sicily presenting Triskeles are painted dinos, means a large bowl for mixing wine and water, from Castellazzo di Palma di Montechiaro, province of Agrigento, on the left side, and from Bitalemi, province of Gela, on the right side, both dated to the 7th, 6th century before Christ. Next slide, please. The symbol, however, was not widely used in this early period of Sicilian history. Its presence remained relatively limited. It was only in the second half of the 4th century BC that the Triskeles gradually began to gain symbolic power and become increasingly associated with identity of the island. This development coincides with the period of significant political transformation in Syracuse, one of the biggest cities on the southeastern Sicily and wider Sicilian world, when symbols representing collective identity and territorial unity become particularly important. During this period of so-called First Syracusan democracy between 344-317 BC, the Triskeles began to appear on the official coinage, marking one of the earliest stages of integration into visual language of Sicilian political authority. The symbol was particularly prominent during the rule of Timoleon between 344-37 BC, the person who played a crucial role in restoring democratic institutions in Syracuse after years of internal conflict and foreign domination. The Triskeles was visible on the Syracusan litra, the kind of the Greek coin, minted between 344 and 336. The symbol, however, gained widespread popularity under the rule of Agathocles, who ruled between 370 to 289 BC, means from the late 4th century onwards, when it most commonly appeared on the coinage, which served as an effective instrument of the propaganda. Please, next slide. So the Agathocles, through the extensive propaganda activities pursued in his own political interest, contributed to consolidating the association between symbol and the island territory. After a period of exile from Syracuse for a while, Agathocles returned in 319 BC with a large army and carried out a series of coups, eventually becoming tyrant 2 years later. In the early years of his rule, he regularly visited the Greek cities in Sicily, planning their unification and the creation of his own kingdom, modeled on the other Hellenistic states. Following his victory over the Carthaginians in 310 BC, Agathocles minted 2 types of tetradrachms. They are also a kind of the Greek coins, one depicting a galloping quadriga, which is visible on the left side, and another featuring the image of goddess Nika on the right side. Both reverse of the coins' designs were accompanied by the small triskeles. His goal to unify the Greek centers of the island and creating a single state needed as a symbol with which the inhabitants of various Sicilian polis could identify. Therefore, Triskeles became his official visual language to communicate the unity of the Sicilian Greek towns under the Syracusan leadership and to promote a shared regional identity. I need to mention that it was his dream, of course. No, everybody agree with us. And next slide, please. During the reign of Agathocles, new attributes were added to the Triskeles, named wing feet and the Gorgoneion, the head of Gorgon, which you have marked here on the slide. And next, please. And now we are approaching to the gold applique from the ancient Acre, the town which has almost 2,000 years of the history. And next slide, please. The town is located in southeastern Sicily, within the Heblan mountain range, near the modern town of Palazzola Acreide, in the province of Syracuse, in the distance of the direct line 35 kilometers from the Syracuse. The town stands on the Acremonte, on the hill, and the position provides a very great wide view of the surrounding area. Next slide, please. Acre was founded by the colonists of Syracuse, of course, around 664-663 before Christ, and until the 3rd century BC was generally perceived of a marginal town and appears to have remained strongly influenced by Syracuse and the political, culture, and economic aspects. It is essential to keep in mind, since Syracuse was the primary source of both political influence and daily practices that shaped life in Acre, also in the jewelry and adornment. The development boom began in the middle of the 1st century BC, but after the Roman conquest of Syracuse in 212 BC, Acre acquired the status of so-called civitas stipendiaria and had to pay taxes to Rome, and of course become a part of the Roman province. It remained autonomous but depended on the Roman administration. The city has a long story because it was uninhabited until the beginning of 8th century AD, but this is not the time to talk about this. And next slide, please. In the course of the archaeological campaigns conducted from the 2009, late Hellenistic Roman houses were discovered there. The houses were constructed towards the end of the second half of the 3rd century BC, adhering the systematic urban layout. Next slide, please. The excavation have yielded enormous amount of archaeological material, confirming the very active and continuous occupation of Acre throughout the Hellenistic, Republican, Imperial, Byzantine periods. Among the finds, there was a large number of artifacts classified as elements of dress, jewelry, personal equipment, as you can see here, hairpins, rings, brooches, necklaces, etc. Next slide, please. But the unique find is a gold applique depicting a triskeles, representing the rare example of the use of the symbol in the precious metalwork. The object is made of the thin sheet of the gold using the repousse technique, so the technique method in which the metal is carefully hammered from the reverse side in order to create the rise of relief on the front surface. This technique allowed for the production of delicate yet visually expressive decorative element, emphasizing the symbolic motive while preserving the finesse and lightness of the material as gold. The applique measured 1.7 centimeters in diameter and approximately 0.1 centimeter in thickness. The object is circular in shape, with the triskeles occupying the central area of the composition, as you can see. The choice of gold as a material combined with the labor-intensive manufacture technique suggests that the applique was a rather high-status object, likely intended for the personal adornment, or can be, of course, attached to the larger object like the pectoral, I will talk about this later, or just a simple decorative element. The use of such a significant symbol on the gold object further highlights the culture and ideological importance for triskeles during the period in which it was produced. The rarity of this find makes the particularly significant, and as example of triskeles executed in gold are unique comparing to this preserved on the coinage or later on, for example, on the lead seals, which I will show you also as well. Consequently, the applique provides valuable evidence for the broader use and the perception of symbol beyond official monetary context. Next slide, please. Okay, the artifacts, because I want to say that on the river side, it has as one slide was missed, I think. On the river side, it has the loop. The loop was made of a wire that has been cut and hammered flat. The artifact was found in the rubble in the room number 6, covered by the mosaic, which is called opus signinum, decorated with the white marble tesserae. This type of the floors is technique with geometric decoration introduced to Sicily at the end of the 3rd century BC, gained popularity since the 2nd century BC. So the stratigraphic chronology, because it's very important that we can, when we are dating the artifacts, we cannot only date by the stylistic, but also by the stratigraphy. Artifacts is closed between the end of the 3rd century BC and the end of the 1st century BC. Next slide, please. This is the, what I said, this is the loop. The applique present 3 legs. Please, next slide then. Okay. With winged feet, Gorgoneo as a central motif and a rotational composition. The object is decorated along its edge by 2 rows of small punch dot ornaments. Having winged feet and Gorgoneon, It shows parallels with the coin iconography of Agathocles. As you remember, I told you that the Agathocles was a person who added this to the iconography of Triskeles. The presence of Triskeles motif in personal jewelry from the town can demonstrate how symbol associated with territorial official ideology extended beyond official media into the private and everyday context. Please, next slide. The presence of loop suggests a functioning system for fastening the ornaments, for example, to the textile surface. The element could have been sewed onto garments such as clothing, veil, belts, or headdresses, of course. In this scenario of interpretation, a thread would have been passed through the loop and subsequently secured with the textile structure, ensuring stable attachment while allowing flexibility in positioning. Alternatively, of course, the object may represent an element of the large composite ornament, such as a pectoral decoration, for example. In this interpretation, the loop functioned as a connective device, enabling the integration of the piece with other decorative elements. The system would have allowed the construction of multi-part jewelry assemblies, in which individual components were linked together in unified ornament composition. To be honest, for me, the first interpretation is much more true, but of course, it can be another possibility. Please, next slide. By analyzing this object, it seems that Triskeles underwent the transition from the civic ideology presented on the coins to the individual displayed on the personal jewelry, because we are speaking about the official ideology, which was in the end of the 4th century BC, and the artifact which appeared in the contest at least 1 century later or more. So when Triskeles began to operate beyond official state of imaginary. So after the death of Agathocles, the official symbolic significance of the Triskeles diminished, which may reflect the sentiment of the inhabitants of Greek towns who, valuing their autonomy, were not fond of autocratic rules. The gold applique decoration reveals how regional identity was experienced locally, and accurate artifacts illustrate the diffusion of Syracusan visual culture. Of course, as everywhere and every place in antiquity, also in Sicily, jewelry functioned also as a medium through which social distinction, civic affiliation, and culture memory were negotiated and expressed. So the gold decoration reveals both the circulation of artistic fashion with the Syracusan sphere and appropriation of political symbols within domestic life. As such, the object provides important evidence for understanding how broad the Sicilian identities were materials and experienced at the local level in Hellenistic and already under the Roman administration town. Please, next slide. It will be the last one. However, in the later periods, we are speaking about after the Roman conquest, after the 212 before Christ, when Sicily was entire under the Roman administration, Triskeles gradually moved beyond its previous Hellenistic official role, and the motif was progressively adopted into the personal ornaments, including also jewelry, like gems for the rings, amulets, and other decorative objects. As you can see here, they are also lead seals for sealing the goods. They are pieces of pottery, and the roof tiles with the stamp of the Triskeles. So detached from its original political context, it came to represent regional identity, culture, memory, and personal protection sometimes as well. Worn as a personal object, the triskeles became associated with individual experience. Interpreting symbol used by the people right now, but the most in the past, is not an easy task, and sometimes it's not possible at all. And in this case as well, it remained unclear whenever the triskeles become a symbol of the island because its symbolic representation, the apart path of sun, birth, and rebirth gradually elaborated over the time with new elements such as feet, wings, and the head of Medusa, ears of gray, etc., came to be associated with friendly, warm, and fertile land, or whenever, conversely, a legend repeated by successive authors and generation become actual component of the island culture heritage. Because as I said at the beginning, triskeles is visible in every place here in Sicily, in every object from the jewelry to the buildings, to the magnets, and to the t-shirts. Thank you for your attention, and I hope if somebody will find something similar, because as I said at the beginning, I'm sharing these artifacts because I cannot find the precise analogy to this object, and it's very precious. So please contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very interesting as well. Quite different from the previous presentation, and that's also what I like about the program, that it's so diverse. Thank you so much. Yeah, we learned a lot about the objects from Sicily. Let's see if there are any questions. Yes. Yeah, many people saying thank you so much for the presentation. Very interesting. Thank you. Great lecture.
If I may, can I greet the Cornelia Kasperkiewicz because I see her name, and she was an excavation with me.
Okay. Oh, that's nice.
Yes, I want to greet you back. I remember those pictures very well, so it was a nice nice travel back into, you know, the
Yeah, nice memories, still mysterious.
It is.
That's good, nice. Yes, let's see. Do we have any questions or comments or such? Which excavations did you work on together?
It was an excavation at Krai. She was, I think, Cornelia, you have been already after your master thesis when you came first time in Akrai?
I was already a PhD student, yes, and I volunteered. I'm well more specialized in Near Eastern archaeology, but again, the whole Mediterranean is so interconnected culturally, and it also symbolically when you see a lot of those adornments, there's a lot of links. So it's always good to expand your knowledge and your horizon.
And we found a lot of similar interest with Cornelia because she's also interested in the landscape studies and with the also the gender studies. So we share a lot of experience, and it was very great when she was on the excavations.
I'm very thankful. Everyone who's will visit Sicily sometimes. Accra is one of the most beautiful places I have ever been. Not only the excavations, but Palazzolo, the small city, just absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, Cornelia, for coming in and also sharing your experiences. Yeah. Yeah, so Roxana, thank you so much. I see many people agreeing that it was an interesting, fascinating lecture. I don't see any further questions, but I'm sure if anyone has any further questions, you could contact Roxana or through SASA. We can make sure that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Time for our next speaker. Let me just have a look and see if everything is working fine. The last one for this session, and after that, I am going to hand over to Cornelia, in fact. But first we have Delia Goda. Good morning or afternoon? Yes, I see you're here. Can you see us and hear us?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, perfect. Let me quickly introduce yourself and then you can share the screen. You can already start with that, of course.
Okay.
Delia Mohammed Goda is an Egyptian archaeologist who specializes in the late period of ancient Egypt, which is particularly the 26th dynasty, as well as archaeology of Egypt during the Greco-Roman period. In her research, she focuses on funerary practices, iconography, and cultural identities in the Nile Delta. She has participated in several excavation seasons at Tel Erdeir in New Damietta, contributing to the study and publication of funerary monuments and archaeological finds from the site. Through archaeological research and the analysis of the associated material evidence, she has identified the owner of the oldest tombstone discovered in the Damietta governorate, attributing it to Hor, which is the ruler of the 17th Dam of Lower Egypt during the reign of King Apries of the 26th dynasty. Wow, that's like quite a big found, I would say. And she has published several studies in funerary monuments and previously unpublished archaeological materials from Tel Erdeir. And she's going to talk to us today about fashioning sacred identity, Roman dress and a religious symbolism on a funerary stela from Tel Erdeir from the 1st and 2nd century CE.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen now.
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 minute. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
It's still coming? Yes, yeah, we can see it. All right, it's all yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the conference organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my research today. Today, I'll be presenting a paper entitled Fashioning Sacred Identity, Roman Dress and Religious Symbolism on a Funerary Stela from Tel Erdeir, 1st, 2nd century CE. Before discussing the monument itself, I'd like to begin with a simple question. Why dress matters? Sorry, why my screen doesn't work? Okay. When we think about clothing, we often think about fashion or personal appearance. However, in the ancient world, dress could communicate much more than that. It could express social status, cultural affiliation, and even religious identity. Funerary monuments are especially valuable because they preserve how individuals wished to be represented and remembered after death. This brings us to the central question of this paper. This study asks, how does the combination of Roman dress and religious symbolism on a funerary stela from Tel Erdeir express social and religious identity in Roman Egypt? To answer this question, I'll first introduce the archaeological context of Tel Erdeir and then examine the visual elements represented on the monument. Tel Erdeir Cemetery is considered one of the most significant and earliest archaeological sites in Damietta Governorate. It's located in the northeastern Nile Delta, Egypt, close to the Nile and the Mediterranean Sea. Recent archaeological discoveries at Tel Erdeir have contributed to a re-evaluation of the historical timeline of the governorate. The cemetery dates back to the 26th dynasty and continued to be used throughout the Ptolemaic and Greco-Roman period. Talidir provides a rich funerary landscape that reflects the cultural diversity of the Nile Delta during the Roman period. Among the monuments discovered at the site is the funerary stela that forms the focus of this study. The stela was discovered at the eastern edge of Talidir Cemetery. This limestone funerary stela dates to the 1st-2nd century CE and depicts a standing male figure surrounded by several symbolic motifs. At first glance, the monument appears relatively straightforward. However, a closer examination reveals a carefully constructed visual program that combines dress, hairstyle, and religious symbolism. Let us begin with the central figure. The deceased is represented standing frontally. The weight of the body rests on the left leg, while the right leg is relaxed and slightly bent forward, wearing a tunic covered by a pallium and characterized by a distinctive Roman hairstyle. These features immediately raise an important question. What message was this representation intended to convey? To answer this question, we must first look more closely at the clothing itself. In Roman Egypt, dress functioned as an important marker of social presentation and cultural affiliation. Based on comparisons with funerary monuments from Oxyrhynchus and other sites in Roman Egypt, the figure appears to wear a tunic covered by a pallium. This type of garment, known as the arm sling style, first appeared during the late classical and Hellenistic periods and gained widespread popularity by the end of the 2nd century BCE, remaining common throughout the Roman period. The pallium was one of the most recognizable garments of the Roman East and became an important marker of cultural affiliation and social respectability. Yet dress is only one component of the monument's visual language. The representation also includes a distinctive hairstyle that contributes to the construction of identity. The deceased hairstyle is represented by locks of hair closely fitted to the head and falling forward onto the forehead. Although part of the frontal section is damaged, strands descending on either side of the forehead remain visible. This coiffure was characteristic of the Roman period, while Roman hairstyles generally resembled those of the Greeks. Roman hair was typically worn closer to the scalp. Together, the hairstyle and dress place the deceased within a recognizable Roman visual tradition. However, the monument doesn't rely on Roman visual conventions. It also incorporates a number of powerful religious symbols. In addition to Roman dress and hairstyle, the stela incorporates 3 significant religious motifs: the griffin, Agasta daimon, and Isis Thermotis. Rather than appearing randomly, these symbols form an integral part of the monument's visual composition. Let us consider each of them briefly. The griffin. The first religious symbol represented on the stela is a winged griffin standing on the wheel of fortune. This figure can be identified as the goddess Nemesis in her zoomorphic form. In Roman belief, Nemesis was associated with fate, justice, divine retribution, and the protection of the righteous. Although her cult originated in Asia Minor, it became widely diffused throughout the Hellenistic and Roman world. From the 1st century CE onward, Nemesis acquired a significant funerary role in Roman Egypt, where she functioned as a protective deity of the deceased. Her representation in griffin form appears on a variety of funerary monuments, including the Nibin Grab tomb in Alexandria as well as funerary stela from Cum Apopello. On the Talidir stela, the graven is positioned directly behind the head of the deceased, creating a close visual association between the figure and the protective power of Nemesis. Rather than serving as a decorative motif, the graven contributes to the monument's broader message of divine protection and safe passage into the afterlife. The Agasa diamond, the protective function expressed through Nemesis, is further reinforced by another important symbol represented on the stela, the Agasa diamond. Depicted as a coiled serpent, the Agasa diamond was closely associated with protection, prosperity, regeneration, and guidance in the afterlife. It was associated with Shoi, the Egyptian god of the fate. Common in Roman Egyptian funerary art, the protective rule represented by the Agasa diamond is complemented by another serpent deity depicted on the opposite side of the stela, Isis Tormutis. On the opposite side of the stela appears Isis Tormutis, represented in her characteristic serpentine form as an erect female cobra. Isis Tormutis was a distinctly Egyptian deity associated with fertility, agriculture, abundance, protection, and regeneration. During the Roman period, her cult became particularly popular in the Nile Delta and the Fayum region. In funerary context, Isis Tormutis could serve as a protective deity and as a symbol of renewal and rebirth. Her presence on the stela therefore complements the protective functions represented by Nemesis and the Agasa diamond. Together, these symbols create a sacred framework surrounding the deceased and emphasizing divine protection in the afterlife. When considered together, Nemesis, the Agasa diamond, and Isis Tormutis don't function as isolated symbols, rather, they form a coherent religious program surrounding the deceased. This brings us to the central interpretation of the monument. If we consider all of these elements together, a clear pattern begins to emerge. The monument combines Roman dress and hairstyle with local religious symbolism in a single visual composition. Identity is therefore constructed not through one element alone, but through the interaction of multiple visual signals. The result is what I describe as a sacred identity carefully fashioned through dress, appearance, and religious imagery. This interpretation has broader implications for understanding identity in Roman Egypt. The adoption of Roman dress didn't necessarily indicate Roman ethnicity. Instead, it reflects participation in a wider Roman visual culture while maintaining strong connections to local religious traditions. The monument therefore illustrates a process of cultural interaction rather than cultural replacement. To conclude, this funerary stela demonstrates how dress could function as a powerful visual language in Roman Egypt. Roman attire, hairstyle, and religious symbolism were deliberately combined to communicate social position, religious affiliation, and cultural belonging. Through this interaction of dress and symbolism, the monument constructed and preserved the sacred identity of the deceased. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Delia. Let's see if we have any questions or comments. Yes, let's see. Yeah, we have a few questions here. Let's start with this one. How do we distinguish between regular, ritual, or royal dress in ancient writings?
How what?
How can we distinguish between regular, ritual, or royal dress in ancient writings?
I think this clothing here not royal. It's for common people, not royal people. And I do a comparative between some statues and some funerary steles for common people, not royal people. And I find many samples of this kind of cloth for common people, not royal people, such as funerary stele from Oxyrhynchus or Com Apopello and Alexandria also.
All right, thank you very much. For the person in the chat, I hope this answers the question. Thank you. Yeah, we have another one. You mentioned creators. Who were these creators? Were they protectors or representatives of safety? And how do we know the difference?
All the symbols I mentioned on my funerary stele were for protection, such as Isis, Hormutis, Agathos-Daimon, and Nemesis. They are all symbols for protection the deceased in the afterlife.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see. Interesting presentations, and many people are just saying thank you very much. Very interesting, good questions. All right, let's just wait.
You are welcome. Thank you for your questions.
Let's just wait another minute to see if we have one final question. And maybe anything else you would like to expand on briefly?
No, I don't like to expand anything. It's all about my funerary stele.
Yes, of course. Yeah, there is another one, and I think that will be the final question. Was the face damaged or vandalized? I'm not completely sure. Do you know which objects they mean? They say a face was damaged or vandalized.
Yeah. The face was damaged because I find the same one in this season excavation, and the face was completed. So I think this face is damaged, not poor curving. It's damaged. It lost his nose and his mouth.
Yes, all right, that makes sense. Thank you. Let's also check here. I don't see any further questions. Someone is responding to that saying, but it did seem damaged. Well, I think it's just the way of looking at it. All right. Well, I don't see any further questions at the moment, but I'm sure if anyone has further questions for Delia, we can make sure that they will get to you later, of course. Thank you all so much, Delia, Sigrid, and Roxana, for a very interesting panel on jewelry and clothing. We learned a lot. I definitely did. Thank you so much. And now I will, thank you, Delia. Of course, that is the first thing. And then I will thank all of you for joining us, for your contributions and for sharing questions and comments in the chat and for joining us for this session, of course. I will now hand over to Cornelia, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of your day or evening. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Martina. I'm Cornelia from the mass communications team, and I'm happy to moderate the third and last session of this first day of the virtual conference. So before we jump in to the second keynote speaker and the other panel, the other papers, I would like to invite Lauren Birchnell to present the SASA major donor team, and the floor is yours.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Thanks for having me today. It's been really fun watching the presentation so far. I'm so excited for the rest of this conference. My name is Lauren Birchnall. I am the major donor team lead here at SASA. I'm also a graduate of Yale Divinity School, where I studied the Hebrew Bible in the ancient Near East, and I'm currently a high school teacher teaching religious studies. So here at SASA, I have the privilege to lead a wonderful team of volunteers, and I'm excited to be here today to share a new initiative that we've been working on and are excited to launch. Over the course of this conference, we've experienced what makes conferences so valuable. We hear incredible research, we engage with thoughtful discussions, we connect with colleagues from around the world, and we celebrate the many different ways people contribute to the study of the ancient world. Conferences like this are where ideas are exchanged, collaborations begin, and careers begin. But for many students, especially undergraduate students, attending a professional conference simply isn't a matter of registering and going. It's the cost of lodging, travel, registration, and meals that can quickly become overwhelming, especially for students whose institutions have limited funds or no funds available for such extracurricular activities and career building experiences. So what this means is that too often talented and passionate students miss out on these opportunities, not because they lack the ability or the drive or the intelligence, but because they can't afford to be in the room. So at SASA, one of our core beliefs is that we believe that financial barriers should not determine who gets to participate in the field. So we're excited to announce the launch of the SASA Undergraduate Conference Scholarship Fund. Beginning this summer, SASA will be raising funds each year to help undergraduate students attend professional conferences, such as ASOR, SBL, what have you, anything under the umbrella of ancient studies. These scholarships will be open to any undergraduate student attending a conference related to any area of the ancient world. So this initiative sits at the core of SASA's mission. It's about investing in the future of our discipline. Every scholarship recipient will have the opportunity to learn from leading scholars, present their own work, build professional networks, and see firsthand that there's a place in the ancient studies community for them. So if you're someone who's benefited from attending conferences like this one or other professional conferences, or someone has invested in your own academic journey, we hope you'll consider paying that opportunity forward. Every contribution, large and small, makes these experiences possible for the next generation of scholars. And so if you'd like to learn more about this fund, the Undergraduate Conference Scholarship Fund, including how to apply and how to donate to support future scholarships, please visit the scholarship webpage at the SASA website, saveancientstudies.com/scholarships. And I'm actually just going to share my screen and pull that up right now. See if I can. Well, it's not really showing me. Let's see. Let's see if I can share right now. Permission required. I don't think I actually can, but it is saveancientstudies.com/scholarships. And on the webpage, you'll see a couple different sections, but most importantly, at the end, there's a section that says, there's a little form that you can sign up to be notified when the scholarships open. So they're not open now, they'll be open in the fall. But if you're an undergraduate student interested in hearing more, we encourage you to sign up so you can learn more about the scholarships and be notified when they're open so you can be ready to apply as soon as it launches. But for now, we're fundraising and we're excited to see where it goes. And we encourage anyone who's benefited from attending conferences to get back to this initiative. That's all I have today for you guys. I will turn it back to you, Cornelia.
Thanks, Lauren, for presenting this absolutely amazing initiative. I hope a lot of students, young talent, will receive scholarships that will help them to facilitate their work in ancient studies in any facility that they can. So thanks a lot, Lauren. Next I would like to invite, so maybe anyone has any questions for Lauren? If not, thanks, Lauren, again. Then I would like to invite David Danzig to present the SASA Access team. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And I'm going to talk about the wonderful resources SASA has that our Access team helps produce. Let me share my screen for a moment, and I'm going to walk you through our website and how to use it, and where you can have the opportunity to gain access to more resources about ancient studies. There we go. See my screen. So at SASA, one of our core tenets is the increase of access to ancient studies. We believe that everybody should have a role in sharing our pasts, our deep histories of all human societies, whether their own personal cultures that they associate and identify with, or with other people's past cultures, or even past cultures that are no longer in existence. We feel that this is really crucial for developing worldwide empathy, intercultural empathy, interethnic empathy, and in effect, in the long run, making the world a better place, because people are more able to get along with others who they feel familiar with. And we're all just people, humans on this earth, and getting along is very important. As we see, there are wars and conflicts across the world today. So one way of doing that is becoming familiar with our cultures and our pasts. But it's actually pretty hard to gain access to quality scholarship, and not even scholarship, to quality educational opportunities to study the past and to learn about it, especially if you're starting out on your own, and especially also at the university level where the cost is so high. So SASA has been working for a long time on putting together a whole bunch of different resources that help people get into ancient studies for themselves in a variety of different ways. Now, to start off, if you're looking at our website, I'll just give you a little tour. The resources page is dead center here. And the first thing I want to do is take you to our online resources database, which I just clicked on here. Now, this is a database that appears on this page, online resources database, and it includes hundreds of ancient studies related websites. Many of them are scholarly, some of them are more educational bent, some of them are more modern media bent, and they are all vetted. They have interesting information about them, and they're categorized, and you can search for them to find something you're interested in. Here are just a few at the top that are featured today. But if you scroll down, you have our search. We can search for any single topic. Let's say we were interested or by category or by type. Let's say we actually, I wonder if we have things about our conference today. So let's say if we have anything about clothing. I have no idea what the search results will be. Okay. We have a website called the Lexis of Cloth and Clothing Project. Category is Late Antique Medieval Studies. We have a visual source book of Chinese civilization that also has some materials on clothing, and the National Museum of China. I'm going to follow this link to this website and see what we get. The Lexis Project of Cloth and Clothing by the University of Manchester. We have medieval textiles. This is wonderful. And SASA's database just allowed me to find an interesting place that I can learn more about this? Okay. So let's say I'm interested in biblical studies. I'll go to the category. First, I want to X out clothing. Go to the category, go to biblical studies, and let's see what our returns are. We have lots of different options here. None of these appear to be in biblical studies. Not really sure why that is. We need to search along with it. Okay, here we have Bible Odyssey. This is a website of one of SASA's partners, the Society of Biblical Literature, SBL. And if we follow the link, we can go there. But we also have Christian Classics Ethereal Library, free online Bible library for the Dead Sea Scrolls, and a bunch of other options here. We go down to the bottom, we'll see we have 4 pages of over 40 sources, and we're always looking to add more. Right now, this database holds a total of over 600 databases that we've checked. Now, you can go look at Google, but we've made sure that these websites have quality content that will be useful for you. Another of our resources project is Port Ancient. Port Ancient, which is loading now, is our partner project gallery, where we have listed here all the many partners of SASA. Many of them do different types of public scholarship, online media they produce on different topics. Archaeology Podcast Network, one of the participants in this conference, is on here, as well as World History Encyclopedia. Let's see. Let's say I'm interested in education and courses. Okay, so we've got all about the ancient world, Glasgow, EBR, Roman technology, Altminster, and Archaeodeath. These are some interesting sets of partners. What about social media? We have a couple of nice channels to look at. This is a great place to learn more about different people who are trying to popularize the ancient world. Another webpage is SASA's Ancient Fan Fiction. We have stories that you can read related to the ancient past. They are historical fiction on a whole host of different topics. We're happy if you come take a look. You can read them. Okay, and now we have our archaeological vocabulary. So, for budding young archaeologists, if you're in the field somewhere in the world, which is usually how it happens, you get hooked up through either through your university or through somebody that you know, and you end up in some part of the world and you don't speak the language, and you need to be able to interact with people who are the locals, who are often the ones who are participating in digging, and other local people who are on the dig. So, how do you speak with them? How do you tell them the right things? How do you say, in this trench, not in that trench? How do you say trench versus bathroom? Here we have guides for a bunch of different languages that you can download that give you a list of the normal archaeological terminology. Yes, you can try Google Translate. It usually gets it right, but sometimes it'll call that dig section over there the bathroom, and you get things wrong. Here we have terms that are verified and easy to use. Just put a PDF down onto your phone. Another access resource we have are intro guides, and we are working on creating more of these. So these are great projects. They are small, several page intro guides. So if you want to learn about something, let's say you want to start reading papyri in Greek or Egyptian, you take a look here and you'll have access to a whole bunch of information about how to find out more about ancient papyri. You'll have bibliography for the main works there. You'll have a whole bunch of different resources otherwise, and it'll really give you an avenue into knowing what to do. Now, if you go look on Google, or Google Scholar, my favorite, and you look into Introduction to Papyri or Papyrology, the highest rated return results are often going to be something from the 19th century, which is way out of date and might have actually a lot of information that's just flat out incorrect at this point, that we know better. This is why SASA has this project to give intro guides to help people begin their self-study, either along with early coursework or as a way of preparing yourself to apply to programs to study these things in. Now, as one final point, I just do want to point out we have another wonderful program resource that is not yet public. It's in development still. It's called our Where to Study Ancient Studies database. And what it consists of, and when it's published, it'll have as many places as possible. It consists of any place where you can study any discipline that we put together under the rubric of ancient studies, which means any field globally that studies the pre-modern past. Right now, our focus is on the United States of America, although we've also been collecting places in other parts of the world, and it'll be categorized by type of degree. So let's say somebody is interested in classical archaeology or in Iranian studies, they will be able to go and search for the different universities and colleges where that is taught, and we'll have links to those places and be able to find fairly quickly good places for them to study those fields. I know personally when I was getting into ancient Near East, it was just Googling for different places that taught Intro-Akkadian, different colleges. I knew a few on my own, but I ended up finding a dozen more. If I had a resource like this, it would have been amazing, cut down on my time significantly, and given me quality information. This should be published sometime within 2027, and we will let you know all about it then. So, I think I've covered all of our resources. We're always working on more ideas to find new projects where we can put together resources for people to learn more easily about the past. If you have any ideas, please feel free to email us at info@saveancientstudies.org. And I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule now, but I will stop my share and let's see if we can move on to our next presenter.
Thanks, David. I think that there are so many resources here at SASA that I haven't been able to go through all of them. So there's always more to discover. So I encourage everyone to have a look and see what they can find for themselves. Are there any questions for David? If not, I would like to proceed to present our second keynote speaker. So Dr. Mireille Lee is the founder and executive director of the Foundation for Ethical Stewardship of Cultural Heritage, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the legal and ethical stewardship of cultural property in academic, public, and private collections. She currently serves as project director for the Mediterranean Antiquities Provenance Research Alliance, very long name, which trains students to do provenance research on undocumented antiquities in the US academic collections. Dr. Lee earned her MA and PhD in classical and Near Eastern archaeology at Bryn Mawr College. She has published extensively in ancient Greek art and archaeology, especially on issues of gender and classical reception. Her first book, Body, Dress, and Identity in Ancient Greece, was published by Cambridge University Press in 2015. And her second book on ancient Greek mirrors is under contract with Oxford University Press. Her work has been supported by the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Center for Advanced Study in the Visual Arts and National Gallery of Arts, and the American Council of Learned Societies, amongst others. And I'm very happy to announce her keynote paper on ancient Greek dress and social identity. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
I hope. Great. Okay. And so I will run this from my machine, yes? Okay, and can you see and hear this?
Yes, yes, it can.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty seeing around my Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here. I would especially like to thank Abby Bertram for facilitating my talk, but of course the whole staff of SAVE Ancient Studies Alliance for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here. So my talk this afternoon is related to my book, Body, Dress, and Identity in Ancient Greece, which investigates the way in which the ancient Greeks constructed identity by means of personal appearance. Scholars have tried to understand ancient Greek dress since at least the Renaissance. In the 17th century, Albert Rubens, the son of the painter Peter Paul Rubens, consulted ancient monuments in order to reconstruct the appearance of ancient garments. His research was quite influential on the classically themed paintings of his father, as we see in his Mars and Rhea Silvia. More recently, Hollywood treatments of ancient Greek epic have sought inspiration from ancient monuments for costume designs in order to lend a patina of authenticity. I should say Christopher Nolan's Odyssey does not appear to be an example of this, but in his retelling of the life of Alexander the Great, director Oliver Stone sought the advice of Lloyd Llewellyn-Jones, who you all heard from this morning, although my understanding is that much of Lloyd's advice was rejected for the final version of the film. While most previous investigations of ancient Greek dress have emphasized the appearance and the reconstruction of garments, my own research is concerned with the social functions of dress, the contexts in which it was worn, and the messages it conveyed. I argue that by considering the apparently mundane aspects of dress, we can learn about aspects of ancient Greek life that are otherwise lost to us, especially social constructions of gender, status, and ethnicity. One major stumbling block for scholars of ancient Greek dress is that no complete garments survive from the ancient Greek world as they do in Egypt, for example. But a few precious fragments of textiles have survived, giving us important information, important evidence for the production, color, and decoration of ancient garments. This 5th century BCE linen textile fragment from Koropi in Attica is embroidered in a diamond lozenge pattern with inset lions in gold and silver thread. Embroidery is not a native Greek technique, and this textile was likely imported from the East. Other fragments of linen, cotton, and even silk have been recovered from elite tombs in and around Athens. While many have assumed that these fibers must have been imported, recent studies in paleoethnobotany have shown that they may have been produced domestically, even the silk, which was made from the cocoons of wild moths as early as the Bronze Age. Although we tend to think of ancient Greek garments as pure white, there is extensive evidence for a range of colors and hues. Fragments of silk cloth recovered from the Kerameikos cemetery in Athens were woven with red stripes and embroidered with red thread. Archaeological evidence for dyeing includes several excavated dye works, as well as floral and faunal evidence for dyes of various colors. Purple made from murex shellfish was particularly expensive to produce, and the literary and epigraphic sources confirm that it conveyed high status. Yellow was produced using saffron gathered from wild crocuses, as depicted in this late Bronze Age fresco from Akrotiri Thera. We know that saffron was also used for medicinal purposes by women and girls to combat menstrual ills. Hence, yellow garments were considered feminine. Further evidence for the colors of garments can be gleaned from the visual sources. While the conventions of black figure and red figure vase painting do not allow for a range of colors, the less common white ground technique displays garments in red, yellow, blue, and black. For example, this kylix by the Villa Giulia painter shows a priestess wearing a yellow chiton with a purple mantle called a himation draped over her shoulders. Likewise, polychromed terracotta figurines wear garments painted in a wide range of colors. The well-preserved Lady in Blue in the Louvre wears painted blue garments with gilded borders. Large-scale sculptures certainly are most important source of information about the colors of ancient garments. Although we tend to think of ancient Greek sculpture as gleaming white marble, traces of pigments remain on many statues, most notably the archaic chori, such as the funerary statue of Phrasicleia. Scientific analysis by Vincent Brinkmann and others have revealed exciting details of the polychromy of such statues. Phrasicleia wore a red belted dress decorated with meander patterns and gilded rosettes. Although we cannot be confident that the painted details mirror the appearance of actual garments, it is quite possible that the rosettes represent gold ornaments that were sewn onto the surface of the garment, examples of which have been recovered from graves of all periods. I show you here a set of gold rosettes recovered from a Hellenistic grave now in the British Museum. Other patterns were likely woven into the fabric itself. As Elizabeth Barber has argued, pattern weaving was the primary means of decorating cloth from a very early period. The name vase of the Penelope painter shows the dejected wife of Odysseus weaving just such a patterned textile. On the other hand, fragments of Greek textiles found at Kerch in the Ukraine show that textiles were also decorated by means of resist dyeing and paint, though we cannot be sure whether painted textiles were used in life or simply an inexpensive means of decorating garments destined for the grave. Garments with figurative decoration are common in black figure vase painting, as for example on the Dinos by Sophilos in the British Museum, in which the female figures all wear garments with animal friezes, not unlike those decorating the vase itself. I show you here a detail of Hebe following Dionysus in a wedding procession. While we cannot be sure that the garments worn by mythological figures accurately reflect the appearance of garments worn by real women, it seems that such figure decoration decreased in popularity over time. By the classical period, the emphasis is less on surface decoration and more on the elegant drape of the garment. Most Greek garments were draped rather than cut and sewn. Although the evidence is complex, it seems that different styles of dress were popular in different periods, for men and for women. We don't know the names of all these garments, although dozens of terms are preserved in the literary and epigraphic sources, especially the inscriptions listing votive garments from the sanctuary of Artemis at Brauron. It is difficult to identify them with the visual and material evidence. That said, there appear to have been three major types of garments in the historic period in Greece: the peplos, the chiton, and the himation. I will describe each type in turn, starting with the peplos, which the archaeological and literary evidence suggests was the oldest type of garment worn in Greece. The peplos was a simple rectangle of wool that was draped around the body and suspended from the shoulders by means of pins. The top was usually folded over to make a double thickness of cloth so as to prevent tearing by the pins. The side edges of the garment could be sewn shut or left open. It was usually girded at the waist with a belt. The peplos is named in Homer as the primary garment of women and goddesses, and a few early black figure vases depict garments identifiable as peploi, as for example in this image of the Fates on the famous Francois vase. The pins at their shoulders are shown with a sharp point facing upwards, as they are also found in graves. I show you here an excavated grave from the Kerameikos Cemetery in Athens, dating to the 10th century BCE, together with 2 bronze pins in the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, dating to the 8th century. Such dress pins disappear from the archaeological record at around the same time there is a discernible change in the visual record from the peplos to the chiton. This change has traditionally been explained by the famous story in Book 5, Herodotus, lines 87 through 80, Book 5, 87 through 88, in which the women of Athens attack the sole survivor of a disastrous military expedition to Aegina. Quote, "Even the one man, say the Athenians, did not survive, finally, but ended in the following way. He came back to Athens and told what had happened, and the women folk of the Athenian men who had fought against Aegina, furious that he alone of all should have escaped, encircled the man and stabbed him with the dress pins with which they fastened their garments, each one asking him, 'Where is my man?' So he too died. And to the Athenians, this deed of the women seemed even worse than the defeat itself. They could think of no way to punish the women but to change their dress to the Ionian mode. For before this, the Athenian women wore clothes of the Dorian fashion, which is very like that of Corinth. The Athenians now changed this to a linen chiton, that the women might use no pins. In truth, this women's clothing was not originally Ionian but Precarian. For in Greece, all the older sort of women's clothing was what we now call Dorian," unquote. The story is likely an apocryphal folk tale explaining real changes in women's dress in Athens in the 6th century or earlier, from the pinned garment called the peplos to the chiton, which required no pins. The chiton is generally understood as a full-length sleeved garment made of linen. 1 or 2 pieces of fabric were sewn together to make a tube, which was slipped over the head. Sleeves were formed by means of buttons attached at intervals along the top edge of the garment, or by sewing. Like the peplos, the woman's chiton was usually belted at the waist, though in later periods it was girded higher under the breasts. The chiton was likely a foreign garment that was adopted in Greece during the Bronze Age. In Homer, it is worn exclusively by men, and male figures in black figure vase painting are often represented wearing the chiton, usually in combination with a mantle, as we see on the Dionysus figure on the Sophilos Dinos. It is clear from the literary sources that this imported garment was considered luxurious. By the later 6th century, most men are represented only the mantle, which I will discuss shortly. It has been suggested that the rejection of the chiton by Athenian men accompanied the development of democracy and notions of social equality. As men put down the garment, women adopted it for themselves, as we saw in the testimony of Herodotus. A change in women's dress from the peplos to the chiton is discernible in the monuments, especially the chori. Archaic sculptors became increasingly adept at rendering the fine, crinkly folds of the delicate linen fabric, as on the famous Cheops chore from the Athenian Acropolis, whose blue chiton appears to cling to the form of her body underneath. The artist clearly distinguishes the linen chiton from the woolen mantle called the himation, which was worn in various ways by both sexes. On the chori, it is draped diagonally across the body, at least on most of the chori. Though the method of fastening is difficult to decipher in most cases, this diagram is quite conjectural. In other renderings, it was draped over both shoulders, as we saw on the white ground kylix depicting a priestess. Alternatively, it can be simply wound around the body without any fastenings, which is the preferred mode for men who retain the himation as their primary garment following the rejection of the chiton. On the exterior of this red figure kylix by the Calliope painter in the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, we see that the women drape their himation over their chitones, while the youthful male figure wears his over his bare torso. As a simply draped garment without any fastenings, the himation required a great deal of attention on the part of the wearer in order to manage it properly. It was not a garment that allowed for dynamic movement. On the contrary, the hammatian reflected the conspicuous leisure of the wearer. The peplos, chiton, and hammatian were the foundation of Greek dress, but an individual was not fully dressed without various accessories, many of which have been preserved archaeologically. Jewelry was essential to the construction of elite identity and is worn primarily by female figures in vase painting and sculpture. The Kore Phrasyclea wears an elaborate crown, earrings, necklace, and bracelets, which were originally gilded. Actual examples of jewelry in gold, silver, and bronze and semi-precious stones were common finds in graves and sanctuaries where they were dedicated as votives. I show you here an assemblage of jewelry from the Hellenistic period, including a finger ring, pierced earrings, a necklace with multiple pendants, a chain fastened with a Heracles knot, which was likely worn as a belt, 2 spiral form armbands, and a gold hairnet with a figured medallion. Certainly, such objects had an intrinsic value and advertised the wealth of the family of the wearer. On the other hand, jewelry had a symbolic function as well. For example, it has been argued that Phrasyclea's jewelry in the shape of lotus flowers marked her as a bride. Other types of jewelry had an amuletic function, serving to protect the wearer from malignant forces, and I'll return to this idea shortly. Other articles of dress preserved archaeologically include perfume and cosmetic vessels, such as the eriboloi and pyxides seen here. Scientific analysis of the residues inside perfume vessels have allowed us to reconstruct ancient scents, which were created by steeping various botanicals in olive oil. Cosmetics are preserved as tablets of white lead carbonate and red alkanet, which would have been mixed with a binding agent, most likely spittle. Interestingly, although ancient authors denounced the use of cosmetics by proper women, such finds are widespread in women's graves of the classical and Hellenistic periods. As are mirrors, of which you see an especially fine example here from the Metropolitan Museum. Mirrored glass was unknown in the Greek period. The reflective surface was a convex disc of polished bronze, which allowed for an expanded view of the head and upper body. The finely sculpted caryatid handle of this mirror represents the feminine ideal to which the user aspired. As was mentioned earlier, my current research is focused on ancient Greek mirrors. Stay tuned for more on those. Other articles of dress are known only from visual sources, especially the iconography of Greek vases. In this category are various types of headgear, including the pilos and petasos, which were worn by outdoorsmen and travelers for protection from the elements. Women's headgear includes a turban-like mitra and the sakos, a kind of snood, which you see here on a wine jug in the shape of a woman's head. A range of veils are known, including some special purpose veils, such as we see on this red figure, alabastron, depicting a seated woman spinning thread, approached by a male figure leaning on a walking stick and holding a pouch, 2 significant handheld accessories. And we'll return to this image later. And I'll say again that the authority on veils is without question Lord Llewellyn-Jones. So look at his book, Aphrodite's Tortoise, to learn more about veiling. The evidence for Greek undergarments is sparse, though some textual sources mentioned a type of breastband for women called a strophion. Since most women in archaic and classical Greek art are represented wearing the chiton and hammatian, the strophion is rarely represented. I show you here an image of a bride dressing for her wedding with the aid of a winged eros. Though similar scenes are common in vase painting of the classical period, and we'll be looking at some others shortly, the reality of this scene is called into question by the presence of a mythological satyr at the far left. Finally, a variety of footwear is represented in vase painting and sculpture, including various types of sandals, closed shoes, and boots. I show you here an especially elaborate pair of sandals from a gold and ivory statue recovered from Delphi. Actual shoes are rarely represented in Greece as they are in the Roman world and in Egypt, but we do have some iron sandal beds that have been recovered from graves that would have been fitted with wooden soles and leather uppers. The visual and archaeological evidence tells us a great deal about the appearance of ancient Greek dress. In some cases, we can identify specific articles with women or with men. But Greek dress was not simply an assemblage of disembodied garments and accessories. Rather, it was worn by real individuals in specific social contexts, in which it conveyed certain messages about social identity and social role that would have been intended by the viewer and comprehensible to the viewer. Would have been intended by the wearer and comprehensible to the viewer. Indeed, dress was the primary means by which individuals constructed their own identities and construed the identities of those around them. The trick for us as modern researchers is to reconstruct to the best of our abilities the dress codes of the ancient Greeks. While the archaeological evidence is rich, we must excavate further in order to understand the complex messages of ancient Greek dress. Dress had a particular meaning in every social context, at every stage of life. While it will be impossible in the time remaining to give a comprehensive overview, I will focus on the most important life stages from infancy to adulthood. I should say at the outset that because most of our evidence comes from elite sources, we will be considering primarily elite ideals, though I will point out evidence for non-elite dress where we have it. Even the youngest children were identified with their dress. Plato, in his Laws, tells us that infants should be swaddled in order to help their limbs develop properly. Swaddling cloths called spargana are rarely depicted in Greek art. This terracotta votive from Piraeus is an exception. Although it has been argued that spargana doubled as diapers, the reverse of this figurine suggests otherwise. Most babies are shown naked, as on this red figure Coos in Princeton, or rather, boy babies are clearly identified as such, while girl babies are generally depicted clothed, as we see on this Hellenistic votive relief to Artemis in the Archaeological Museum of Lamia, Greece. And I'll say the details are easier to see in this drawing. The baby girl, whose family performs a sacrifice in honor of her birth, is depicted wearing a long dress like the adult women. From birth, then, girls are identified with their garments and boys are not, a convention that continues throughout their lives. We'll consider the conventions surrounding male nudity in Greece in just a moment. And I'll also point out in this context, the votive garments that have been dedicated to the goddess, probably as thank offerings for a successful birth, or perhaps these are garments belonging to women who had died during childbirth. This is what we learned from Athenian drama. So you can see that it almost looks like the garments and a pair of shoes are sort of like almost like they're hanging up on a clothesline there in the sanctuary for display. Returning to the boy baby, we see that he is not completely naked, but wears a string of amulets otherwise crosswise around his torso. While it is possible that girls also wore such protective devices, they're not visible under their clothes. The high visibility of the boy's amulet served as an advertisement for the family's particular concern for the preservation of their sons, who would carry on the family lineage and inherit their wealth. Girls, in contrast, are a kind of liability requiring a dowry in order to marry them off. This is not to say that girls were not valued. And in fact, some of the most poignant images of girls survive in the grave monuments of those who died before their time. The girl in the well-known grave stele from the island of Paros, now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, wears an unbelted peplos that is too big for her, so that it drags on the ground. The absence of a belt allows the side of the garment to fall open, revealing her buttocks, which would not have been appropriate for an adult woman. Her open garment reflects her untamed status as a young girl. She's not yet bound by the strictures of adult society, that is, marriage. Her loose hairstyle with locks cascading down her back likewise reflect her unbound status. Compare the roughly contemporary Giustiniani stele, which marked the grave of a slightly older girl. And although the edges of the garment are open, they are carefully arranged so that her body is covered. Her long hair is bound up with just a small ponytail visible, which suggests that she is on the verge of adulthood. In one hand, she holds a pyxis from which she removes a piece of jewelry, probably a necklace, originally rendered in gold leaf or paint. Jewelry is an essential component of the adornment of the bride, and this detail may allude to her status as a maiden on the cusp of marriage at the time of her death. The adornment of the bride is a very prevalent theme in vase painting of the classical period. This red figure, Acorn Lekathos, in the manner of the mightiest painter in the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, shows several of the most significant elements in bridal iconography. The bride, picked out with added white pigment, wears an elegant belted peplos. The belt itself is highly visible, and the ends are emphasized with little raised globules of clay that were originally gilded. Her jewelry is rendered using the same technique. She wears earrings, a beaded necklace, and double bracelets on each arm, as well as a diadem in her bound hair. An attendant, less elaborately dressed, brings the bridal crown. The bride holds the edge of her mantle to veil her head. We know from textual evidence, textual sources, that the Greek wedding involved a series of veilings and unveilings known as the onycholepteria. It's interesting to note that on the vases, the bride is always shown manipulating her own veil, which suggests a degree of agency in what was essentially an arranged marriage. Finally, we may note the winged Eros kneeling at her feet to fasten her bridal sandals. It has been argued that sandals and shoes signified transitions of various types and were especially significant in this most important of female transition, from maiden to wife. The removal of the sandals mirrored the untying of the belt by her new husband on their wedding night. Adult women, that is, married women who had borne a child, did not display their belts this way. On this red figure hydria attributed to the circle of Polygnotus, the young mother wears a voluminous chiton with a draped hamartion, both of which signal her leisure status, indicated also by her seated pose on an elegant backed chair with her feet resting on a footstool. She hands her baby, clearly a boy, to a standing attendant whose sleeved garment with crenellated borders marks her as a foreign slave. It's clear that she is charged with the actual work of the household, not only as nurse to the child, but also weaving textiles on the loom behind her. The standing male, probably the husband and father, wears an elegantly draped hamartion and leans on his walking stick as if he has just arrived from the outside. His dress likewise indicates his leisure status, and I'll return to men's dress momentarily. It is clear that at every stage of a woman's life, it's clear that every stage of a woman's life is constructed by means of dress. Some have argued that women are constrained by their dress, covered from neck to foot in voluminous garments that restrict movement, their bodies bound by means of belts, fillets, and sandals. This is not to say that women would necessarily have felt encumbered by their dress. The images suggest a degree of feminine agency in the manipulation of garments and accessories, and perhaps even pleasure in the display of fine fabrics and jewels. That said, women's dress is essential to the construction of femininity, while men's undress is essentially masculine. We have seen that baby boys are generally represented naked or nude, a convention that was pervasive in Greek art from the earliest periods in the representation of males of all ages. We're so accustomed to seeing images of the classical male nude, it has become natural to us. But we should not assume on the basis of these images that Greek men walked the streets without any clothes. Rather, it is an artistic convention that reflects the uniquely Greek custom of exercising naked. Greek athletics are a favorite theme on vases used in the symposium, a ritual in the celebration of the wine god Dionysus, in which elite men would gather to drink wine, recite poetry, and enjoy the entertainments of female companions called hetairai, as well as beautiful youths. On this red figure calyx crater by Euphronius in Berlin, 3 beardless youths prepare for exercise in the gymnasium, literally the naked place, with the aid of buoyed attendants. The figure on the left seems to have just arrived, as he retains his mantle and walking stick. The figure on the right carefully removes his garment, while the figure in the center has already undressed and heaped his garment on a stool. The central figure anoints himself with oil from an eribolos in preparation for exercise. On the reverse of the same vase, 2 more youths get ready as a discus thrower practices under the direction of his trainer, identifiable by his draped mantle and long switch or stick. While the athletes have all removed their garments, they are still dressed in a way. In the formulation of Larissa Bonfante, nudity is their dress, and they engage in various practices of body modification that construct their identities as ideal youths. The figure on the left ties up his penis, a practice called infibulation, most likely to prevent unseemly display of the genitals during vigorous exercise. Certainly, physical exertion of athletics contributed to the development of lean bodies and well-defined muscles, and the application of oil on the skin would have resulted in a deep, dark tan. The beautiful bodies of youthful athletes are further celebrated in the many scenes of bathing following exercise. On side A of this red figure calyx by the Codrus painter, the figures scrape the oil and sweat from their bodies using a strigil. On side B, they bathe with water from a large basin and poured from a hydria. The artist clearly delights in the poses and gestures of the figures, as well as the articulation of their musculature. The gymnasion is an arena for bodily display. While this kind of display was appropriate for youthful males at the gymnasium, in other contexts, men of all ages were expected to wear garments, in particular the hamartion. On this red figure hydria by Phintius depicting a music lesson, boys and men are differentiated from one another by means of their physiognomies, as well as the way they wear their hamartia. The youngest, beardless boy stands between the 2 seated figures, completely enveloped in his mantle, with only his thumb and finger emerging from the folds of the cloth. As Gloria Ferrari has shown, this arrangement of the hamartion, not unlike women's garments, is an indicator of modesty, which was appropriate for an underage boy. The seated youth is on the cusp of adulthood, as indicated by the presence of peach fuzz on his cheeks. His garment is properly ordered in the conventional manner, wrapped around the lower body and left shoulder. The man seated facing him is clearly an adult, as indicated by his full beard. His hamartion has fallen off his shoulder to reveal his muscular torso. Finally, the standing bearded man on the left, leaning on his walking stick, wears his garment draped in such a way that it appears to be in danger of falling off at any moment, which it often does in the context of the symposium. On this red figure amphora by Euthymides, 3 bearded revelers dance with their hamartia in disarray, revealing their bodies underneath. As this vase demonstrates, it is the inherent variability of the man's hamartion that distinguishes it from women's dress. Whereas proper women are always covered, men manipulate their hamartia to display their bodies according to context and role. If the Greek dress code required women to be dressed but allowed men to be undressed, how are we to interpret figures that do not conform to these parameters? I'll begin with a discussion of female nudity and then consider a curious case of men wearing feminine. It's generally accepted on the basis of both the visual and the textual evidence that the first monumental female nude was the Aphrodite of Cnidos, sculpted by Praxiteles in the middle of the 4th century BCE. The original statue does not survive, but its popularity in antiquity is confirmed by dozens of copies in various media. While this statue is often the starting point for any discussion of female nudity in ancient Greece, the statue itself is exceptional and as a cult image of the goddess of sexual love, not the best evidence for the conventions surrounding nudity for actual Greek women. Let us return then to vase painting, where images of women in various states of undress are common, especially on symposium wares starting in the Archaic period. I show you here the shoulder of the vase by Phintius depicting the music lesson that we saw earlier. Two women recline on patterned cushions, their garments falling down to their waists to reveal their upper bodies. Certainly, no proper Greek woman would reveal her body in this way, and these women are generally identified as hetairai, the female companions who entertained elite men at the symposium. And indeed, the malleability of their dress suggests that they are to be equated on some level with their male clients. Other indicators of hetairai have been proposed, including the turban-like mitra worn by the figure on the left, which was likely imported from the East, and may have served as a marker of her foreign-born status. Another possible indicator of outsider status is a cropped hairstyle, as we see in the tondo of this red figure kylix by Onesimus, representing a bather. Greek women generally grew their hair long, though it was progressively bound up as they reached maturity. The short hair of this figure marks her in opposition to the feminine ideal. Likewise, her nudity is antithetical to the ideal clothed female, as does the placement of this image at the bottom of a drinking cup enjoyed at the symposium. It has been suggested that hetairai are also identifiable by the amulets they sometimes wear, as on this red figure psicter or wine cooler attributed to Euphronius in the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg. In this all-female symposium in which hetairai play kottabos, several of the women wear amulets on their upper and lower arms or strapped on the thigh. While some have posited that such amulets were employed to protect the wearer against pregnancy or venereal disease, it is probably not appropriate to equate amulets with hetairai. Indeed, the literary sources suggest that proper women also use such amulets, but clearly they are not visible to us. Likewise, closer inspection of the visual evidence reveals a conflation of the supposed indicators for hetairai and proper women. Although it is true that nudity is generally reserved for hetairai, proper women are shown in various states of undress in their preparations for marriage. On this unattributed red figure Pyxis in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, we see the various states of the adornment of the bride, starting with the bridal bath. The entire scene is easier to see in this rollout drawing. On the far left, a naked woman kneels beneath the water poured out by Eros, her upper body turned to display her breasts. While this is certainly an idealized scene and not a depiction of reality, it does show that it was considered appropriate to show an undressed female figure in the context of bridal preparations on a cosmetic box that was intended for a female user, unlike the symposium vessels on which the naked hetairai were intended to have a male viewer. But fully dressed figures are not always identifiable as proper women either. Returning to the red figure alabastron by the pan painter, we see a woman dressed in a fine chiton with a himation and a diaphanous spotted veil. Her feminine beauty is emphasized by the iconic presence of a perfume vessel and mirror hanging on the wall behind her. She appears to be a woman of leisure, seated on a high-backed chair draped with a cloth, her feet resting on a footstool. And she spins thread, which usually indicates virtue, given the high value placed on women's woolworking. She's approached by a young man wearing a himation and leaning on his walking stick to show that he is also a member of the leisure class. We might interpret this as a scene of courtship, which would be appropriate on an alabastron, a perfume vessel used by women. But what type of courtship? The purse extended by the men appears elsewhere in so-called brothel scenes, in which male clients proposition prospective hetairai. Could this man be purchasing the services of a high-class courtesan who dresses and spins like a proper woman? Or, as others have suggested, is the money a gift from the groom for the bride-to-be? Scholars have argued both ways, and the question remains open. If the distinction between proper women and hetairai is sometimes ambiguous, how are we to interpret a series of symposium vessels apparently depicting bearded men wearing women's clothes? On this red figure amphora by the Flying Angel painter in the Louvre, we see a bearded figure in dynamic movement, like a reveler at the symposium. But unlike most male revelers, this figure is fully dressed with a chiton and hamation like women wear, plus a mitra, which we have seen is often worn by hetairai of Eastern origin. An earring is barely visible near the edge of the mitra. In addition, this figure wears soft boots, which are also commonly worn by hetairai, and carries a parasol, which was a luxury object imported from the East and adopted by Athenian women in the 5th century BCE. The odd juxtaposition of masculine and feminine elements has puzzled commentators for decades. Some have suggested that the images represent ritual cross-dressing, either women wearing beards to appear as men, or men wearing women's clothes. A more nuanced reading by Margaret Miller has noted that many of the articles we identify as feminine also had Eastern connotations, and that these images represent men dressing in Eastern garb in celebration of the Eastern lyric poet Anacreon, famous for his drinking songs and hymns. I show you these complex cases to demonstrate the often subtle social messages carried by means of dress. While the meanings of ancient Greek dress would have been easily understood by the ancients, they can be misconstrued by us as modern interpreters. The visual, artifactual, and textual evidence is rich. And by considering the social functions of ancient Greek dress, we gain a profound understanding of the daily lives of the ancients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very fascinating lecture. And now we want to proceed to ask some questions. And I already received some remarks. First question is, where can we get your book? Very important question.
I'm sure Cambridge University Press would like you to buy it from them, but of course it's available at Amazon and in your local independent bookseller.
Great. So the next questions would be, do we have sources which say deploy were always woolen and chitons always linen?
It's very complicated, and a lot of assumptions have been made, mostly having to do with the ethnic identities attached to these two garments. So we're not certain that the peplos was always woolen and the chiton was always linen. On the other hand, when you look at the visual sources, it is very often the case that the peplos is represented with thicker folds that indicate a heavier garment. On the other hand, we do occasionally see a very fine peplos that maybe we're supposed to be looking at a very finely woven woolen garment, or perhaps it is constructed as a peplos but made out of linen like the chiton. So the evidence is very complicated and inconsistent, and the visual sources don't always match up with the textual sources. And in my book, I really argue, although I'm okay with us continuing to call the peplos and the chiton. I would really love for us to get away from those very strict definitions, because I'm not certain that they were always meaningful to ancient people the same way they seem to be meaningful to us. And the other issue is that, most of our sources were created by men who may or may not understand the details of women's dress and the way that women understood them, and were responsible for their construction. So I'm not sure if that answers the question, but I would really love it if we could get away from these names, but I'm fine with us keeping them just for ease of discussion.
I think this is a very big trait for archaeologists and ancient people who work in ancient studies. We need categories to somehow describe what we can see. But if I may, from my own position here, the material might very likely vary due to weather, because linen is a much better garment, much better textile for very hot days, for example, while wool is a bit more heavy and and it keeps people warm. So maybe some experimental archaeology might help to get an answer to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Many people argued that at least that wool would have been more comfortable in the winter than in the summer, and that Greece can be very hot in the summer. But a lot of traditional dress still worn throughout the Mediterranean and the Near East is made out of dark colored, often woolen fabric. And my understanding is that if it's woven really finely and if it's draped as opposed to a constructed garment like we're accustomed to and with Western industrial dress, that it can actually be quite cool, comparable to a linen garment. So you're right. Experimental archaeology would seem to be a good way to go with that.
I will conclude because there are a couple of questions here, so that we can cover all of them.
Okay.
However, this topic is quite interesting. Can a conclusion about the egalitarian nature of their society be drawn from the clothing? Did they see men and women as equal, or women as lesser status?
That's a very complicated question. So I think that what we're seeing in the visual sources in the 5th century, say, with the emergence of the, democratic ideals in Athens, what we see in the visual sources is a movement towards what one might think of as being more egalitarian dress. Less complicated decoration and so on and so forth. I'm not convinced that that was ever really the case. I think that women were always identified with their ability to produce fine garments, and that wouldn't have gone away, even with more of an emphasis on democratic ideals. So we may not have that kind of information shown in the visual sources, but there's no question in my mind that women continued to produce these fine textiles with elaborate decoration and so on and so forth. And we'll be hearing more about pictorial textiles and as a way of women's storytelling narrative tomorrow, I think. To suggest that men and women were ever really considered equal, under Athenian democracy, no. I don't think we have any evidence for that whatsoever. I do think that women had that men and women had different ways of achieving status or equality, if we could call it that. But I don't think that we have anything that suggests equality between the sexes, if that's the question.
I think it's more a question about if because you have shown that normally men were shown naked, and then suddenly we have also examples where women are also shown naked. So maybe some kind of shift somewhere in the perception. However, equality or inequality is also those are very modern terms, which sometimes fails to describe the ancient reality, the same way we can describe our reality.
Right. And I don't think that we can really identify nudity with any ideas of equality, except that for men, the fact that men exercise collectively in the nude, I think that it was a sort of uniform in a way, right?
Yeah.
And that it created a sense of social cohesion and social identity, that, you know, we are the people who perform athletics in the nude. We are, you know, this is what we do as Greek men. For women, you know, the only proper way for a woman to be shown naked or nude is in the context of the bridal bath.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fascinating topic, also very interesting, and again, more questions than answers.
Yeah.
Another question that ties in maybe to the first one, was wool from sheep, or did they have mohair or cashmere from goats?
Yes, my understanding is that they were using all kinds of fibers, animal fibers. We also have all kinds of evidence for plant fibers, not just linen, but other kinds of plant fibers being used for garments. So this is one of those really exciting areas where, now that we have the you know, various scientific approaches to be able to look at the, you know, the structure of the fibers and things like that, we're learning a lot more than, again, what the textual evidence would suggest.
Exactly. I have read, like, not very a long time ago, that even each wool has so different qualities that some kind of wools can be worn in summer when it's really hot because it keeps you cool, and others will keep you warm. So it's also a very fascinating topic on its own in this case.
And different types of fibers will take color in different ways. So if you're aiming for a bright white garment, you're probably better off with something like linen, which doesn't take artificial dyes as well, whereas wool does. So there are lots of different considerations.
Exactly.
Not just warmth. Yeah.
And the last question, which I find it's a very good one. Was it taboo for men to wear women's clothing, or maybe humorous?
We certainly do have evidence for humor being attached to sort of the ridiculousness. I'm thinking of Euripides' Bacchae, for example, when Pentheus dresses up in women's clothing in order to spy on the women. And the humor of the story of the passage has to do with the fact that he doesn't really understand how to put it on and how to arrange it and how to you know, how to be a properly you know, dressed woman. So there does seem to be a suggestion that there would have been humor associated with it. And I think that this example of the dress associated with the poet Anacreon, there's no question that, I mean, we have difficulty viewing this image and determining whether it's supposed to be women's dress or Eastern dress. And I think in the ancient Athenian mindset, those two things are very close to one another. That, you know, the Eastern origin of this garment lends it a degree of femininity. So I think that there would have been a sort of feminine reading to this, and where we see a strict division between these things, I think that they were very much conflated in the Greek mindset.
Yeah, great. Another question just came in. What did the ancient Greeks use to create linen for their garments? I interpret this question that on one hand, the material itself, the textile for the textile, but also maybe tools.
So I'm not a textile specialist, but my understanding is, so linen comes from flax, which is a plant, and it needs to be, it can be spun the same way wool can, but the treatment of the individual strands of the flax is different than it is for the wool that has to be pulled out of a tuft of unworked wool, but then you can spin it the same way. It may require a different weight of spindle whorl in order to get the twist that you are looking for. There was some discussion for a long time about linen. Oh, it must be Eastern, it must be imported, it must have come from Egypt, but we now have botanical evidence that suggests that people were cultivating flax as early as the Bronze Age. So, so it's not all Eastern imported. People were making it right there in Greece.
Okay, yeah. Again, linen has a quality which, if you don't spin it or treat it in a specific way, it tends to be very hard and harsh. So it has to be treated a little bit differently. So,
that's right.
But I'm also no expert
right.
here
right.
As well. Are there any more questions in the chat? I don't get any more here, because we are a bit ahead of time, which is always a good thing.
We got an early start.
We were running late at the very beginning, and then it kind of tied in everything. So because I see that our next speakers are not here yet, so maybe some closing remarks, especially on maybe how did you get interested in this topic?
This topic really came out of the research I did for my dissertation, which was focused just on the peplos, the early classical peploforos, which was a sculptural type that existed just during a very short period of time in the early to mid 5th century BCE. And I realized that I was asking much broader questions about these sculptures than I was able to address in the dissertation. So when it came time to write my first book, I decided to expand much beyond my original study and to think about dress much more holistically as a system of communication, really. And when I started doing research on dress theory, not ancient Greek dress theory necessarily, but this area of study that has developed over the last few decades, I realized that there was a very robust discussion and theoretical literature related to dress that really had been that sort of ignored ancient Greek dress, or rather people who worked on ancient Greek dress had sort of ignored this other scholarship. And so I was really interested in showing that ancient Greek dress functioned in the same way that dress in other cultures and other periods functions as a means of communication, as a means of creating social identity, So I was very lucky to be able to sort of bridge that gap between the contemporary theoretical models and the ancient evidence in a way that I think was really fruitful in the end, and it was fun and gratifying.
That sounds really fascinating. I think garments are something that seems to be such an easy topic because you have a lot of pictorial material and you can always look up at looking especially the whole conference and your presentation, it seems it's so much more complex than we thought that we tend to think about these things.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I was really wanting to challenge was the idea that dress was sort of frivolous or something that was, only of interest to women, or, that I really was anxious to show that dress is important for all of us and always has been, and that it's far from frivolous. It's far from meaningless. It's something that is essential to our human experience.
Yeah. Anyway, we don't have any more questions, and we are a bit ahead of time. I just have a look on our channel if there are more questions there, but it seems no. Just thank you for your talk. There is a discussion here going on. However, it's more between those in the chat. Someone commented that wool is able to absorb a lot more moisture without feeling wet.
Yes.
That's true, and it's something that even today, just to tie in with our modern days, wool has become like a very innovative, which sounds crazy, as an innovative resource material for garments. Even I even saw that it's very often used for isolation, like building isolation, for example. So it is generally a fascinating topic because what they knew in the ancient times, we start to regain this knowledge very very slowly, and
Right.
come back to older materials, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Any more something? Very very fascinating, very much appreciated from one of the commenters. Someone commented also flax fiber comes from the stem and has to be retted to release the fiber. So again, it has to be treated completely differently than wool.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. So no, then without further ado, I want to thank you for this very fascinating lecture, and to agree to present your research here. I hope anyone who asked will find your book to purchase it. I certainly will. I was quite taken, and we will. I just like. We'll wait because our next speakers are not in the waiting room. So Abby, do you think we can make a short break, or?
Great.
Thank you.
I can take over for a little bit. Thank you, Mary. Can you stop your screen share?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you
Right.
so much.
Thank you. Thanks for being. It was so nice to meet you, and I hope we can keep in touch.
Yes, me too.
For presentation. I think we get the most questions on it.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty. Okay, I'm just going to turn off my. There we go. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. So while we wait for our next presenters to hop on board, I would like to spend some time talking about some of the other things that SASA is doing. Taking us back to SASA's website, I think, is always a good place to go, just to show people around, so that if you're interested, you can get involved, and you can learn about other projects that we're doing. First of all, just to show you ways that you can get involved, if you've enjoyed the programming that we've had on today, our virtual conference and our other resources that we talked about, we're very happy to have people donate to the cause, to help really save ancient studies, by driving us as a grassroots movement. SASA is run mainly by a group of dedicated volunteers, who put a lot of time and effort into SASA and making things run smoothly, like this conference. And it would be wonderful if you could show your appreciation to them, by donating, to help keep things running smoothly and to help continue to grow our organization. Another wonderful thing is to look into the different types of volunteer opportunities. We have internships that run on a 3 times a year cycle: fall, spring, and summer. Our internships for fall, the applications for them are open. We have about 15 wonderful teams that do different interesting things. These internships are excellent remote, online internships for students, or others, but especially for undergrads, to get training in a nonprofit area that can supplement their coursework. We offer school credit that we've worked out with a number of institutions already. That's not an issue, so we're happy to support that. And we have a great team of team leaders on each team, a group of team leaders and volunteers who help bring our interns along, help them grow and learn on whichever team they're on, learn practical skills, learn analytical skills, and then also we have professional development events that we run monthly that help bring real-world contexts and growth opportunities for our interns. And on top of that, we have a new program called Beyond SASA, in which interns and volunteers share the research that they're doing. We've had a couple of interns just this semester who shared very interesting research that they've done at the undergraduate level. It's a great opportunity for them to get some experience in sharing things, the research that they're doing, whether it's ancient studies or otherwise. On top of that, we are looking for top talent to help join us. We could use a website designer, fundraising team leader, and a live events team leader. And there are other opportunities below. Please come to our website, saveancientstudies.org/apply with SASA, or just go to the Get Involved page and click on Apply with SASA. Now, I think we have our next presenter here. So let me throw things back over to Cornelia.
Yes, thanks, David, for jumping in. Reintroducing SASA is always a good idea. So I would like to invite all of you to the third and last session of today, which deals with technology and textile production. And our first paper will be presented by Fenella Palanza. Fenella is a PhD candidate in ancient history at Stanford University. Her master's dissertation from the University of Melbourne, entitled Counting Sheep, Textile Production and Consumption in Republican Italy, examined the scale and structure of the fabric economy during the Roman Republic. More broadly, her research interests lie at the intersection of quantitative, economic, and feminist history, with a particular focus on women's labor in ancient Rome. So maybe we will get the Roman perspective on gender studies here as well. So I invite you all to her paper, which is entitled Reconstructing Textile Manufacture in the Roman Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen, and do let me know if this is all working. Is that all good? Can you guys see that?
Not yet.
Okay, it might just take a minute.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oh.
Maybe you need to choose which screen is showing to display.
Yeah. Hang on, sorry. It seems my
Or maybe try to switch it off and switch it on again. Sometimes it's just an issue.
It looks like maybe you should head out of the meeting and try to come back in.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, will do.
Well, we see you.
Yeah, sorry, give me a second. Unfortunately, my computer's giving me a bit of grief.
So everybody in the chat, what's your favorite session been today? I think my favorite session was the first keynote by Lloyd. It really spoke to me about Persian dress and costume, and fits well into my research and trying to understand Achaemenid Babylonia. And especially the culture of regular people, even though he was talking mostly about the royal dress, but there certainly was a regular commoner or regular people dress included in that one. So I thought that was a step in the direction towards really understanding how regular people think and what they wore in the past. And the panel discussion was great. Yeah. Do we have any other podcasters out there in the chat watching right now? Oh, Vanilla is coming back into the meeting right now. Grace Marie says it's hard to pick a favorite. They all have been great. I agree. Well, what else should we talk about on the way in? I'd love to put out a poll to learn about how many people knew about SASA before this virtual conference. But while we're at it, maybe I could just ask everybody who's watching right now to check in, to give their feedback. We actually have a Zoom forum, and it's really important for us to understand what we're doing well and what we're not doing so well. I just put the link to the survey into the chat. If anybody's on, please take a few seconds to fill it out, if that's okay. That'd be really helpful for us. And I can see Vanilla is trying to join us yet again. So, yeah, Zoom is not really doing so well. Seems Vanilla's Zoom is having trouble connecting on her computer. Right now she's hovering in the limbo between the waiting room and the meeting, which is a hellish place to be.
Well, until now, a lot of the technical side was going actually quite well.
Oh, of course, but there's always going to be some challenges.
Always come up. So
exactly.
No, just to to bridge maybe the wait for Fenella. The panel discussion was so fascinating because I think that it really showed that you can communicate very complex topics in such a way that anyone can find something for themselves, and it's not just about academia, but it's about connecting people, and that came really, it really came through, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. So if we need more things to talk about until Fanella's back and on board with us, maybe we'll try reaching out to the next speaker and see if we can jump on board. Oh, she's trying to get into the meeting again. Maybe we'll give that one last go. I'm actually very interested in seeing her textile manufacture in the Roman Republic. Textile manufacture brings a ton of different elements together in terms of the economic system, bringing together the materials, the resources, transporting materials, the specialists to do the weaving and dyeing. Hi, Fenella, you're back.
Hello, I am so sorry. This has never happened before with Zoom. I don't know why it's giving me this much grief.
It's okay. So far, the conference has gone. The conference has gone so well. This is just a mild little hiccup. It's not an issue. Let's try the screen share again. If not, I think we might have your slides ourselves.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm sharing the PowerPoint. This is zoomed in for some reason. Okay. I am screen sharing on my end.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Fantastic.
Now it's working.
So you just got to go into slide.
Okay, brilliant. That's so great. Okay, let me go full screen. Okay, wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Apologies for those technical issues. I feel like this is always the way it happens. There's always something that happens, and it's always something completely new and that you've never encountered before with tech issues. But thank you for coming. As I was introduced, I would like to also thank the Save Ancient Studies Alliance for organizing this conference and kind of bringing all these really interesting speakers together on what I think is a really, really interesting topic. over the course of the conference, and I'm sure there'll be heaps of interesting papers tomorrow, there's been a lot of great work that's been presented on dress and textiles and how it links to the construction of identity and how people represent themselves with textiles. My research has been focused more on the economy behind all these textiles that we've seen. So things like where our producers and consumers are, how demand might have changed over time, how we account for labor and consumption, particularly in kind of everyday or kind of non-elite material. And this is kind of what I want to tackle in my talk today. So we're going to start by looking at some scholars' assumptions around the textile economy and kind of where the literature is at, before looking at the evidence that we possess for textiles in the ancient world. And in particular, where I'm kind of happiest, the Roman world and the Roman Republic. In particular, I want to look at the experimental archaeology that has been done on textiles in the ancient world, where archaeologists have actually made textiles from scratch and kind of gathered data about it that way, and some of the literate evidence we have for the way that textiles are made in my period of interest here. So let's dive in. The study of textiles has always been a somewhat difficult topic in discussions of the Roman economy. A.H.M. Jones, a very kind of important scholar of the 20th century, was the first to write on the Roman textile economy in 1960. And his perspective on it was, I think, a little interesting. He says, for example, that the evidence on the whole suggests that the organization of the industry was basically similar throughout the empire, and that the processes prior to weaving seem to have been entirely unorganized, given that no one calls himself a carder or spinner on his tombstone or registers himself as such in the census. I think the gendering here is important. It must be presumed that the spinning was mainly done by women in their spare time. So essentially, because women were spinning and combing or carding in their spare time, scare quotes, there was no real change to the way that textiles were made or the way that the textile economy might have been organized. Most historians are now past the stage of assuming that textile work, especially in these kind of early and essential stages, was something done completely in one's spare time, but there still remains a lot of ambivalence about how we should then be envisioning the production and trade of textiles and clothing, especially in these early but essential stages of combing and spinning and weaving. And when historians tackle this topic, they tend to take a more conservative approach to modeling textile production, given that there is an assumption that we really don't have a lot of evidence that we're working off, given how perishable textiles are. For example, it's been claimed more recently that evidence for these activities, spinning and weaving that is, does not survive in a way that allows us to really assess their economic place. And that given that it was difficult to differentiate a product that almost any household could make, there was no basis for winning consistent enough business to justify a large workshop on commercial grounds. In other words, textiles might have been vital, but since this work could be done in the household, presumably by women, there was little incentive to increase productivity, develop an economy of scale, or really see any substantial change in textile manufacture. I find this view troublesome for a couple of reasons, and I think it really stems from a fundamental lack of understanding that we have about what the actual scale of the textile economy was. That is, when we think about the sort of labor that you need to make a textile to supply an Italian population with textiles, are we talking about a labor force in the thousands, in the tens of thousands, in hundreds of thousands? At the moment, we're still unclear. And without even a rough baseline for how much labor this industry needs, I think it's difficult to argue one way or another how productive the textile economy might have been or how it might have changed. What I don't think has always been appreciated is that it is actually possible to get rough estimates of the labor and material requirements of this industry. And if we begin to place these numbers alongside the literary and the archaeological evidence, we can begin to reconstruct what the textile economy might have looked like. So let's begin with the experimental archaeology. Just so we're all on the same page, there's very, 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 very roughly 5 broad steps to how to make a textile in the ancient world. First of all, obviously, you need to gather your raw materials in some way. The 2 really big fibers around in Italy are wool and flax, which becomes linen. So you're either shearing a sheep or plucking it, or you're growing and harvesting flax. After that, you're going to need to process it into an actual fiber and either comb it or hackle it. The expression, the different type of combing used for predominantly like bast and linen fibers. Once you've kind of cleaned and combed that material into a proper fiber, spin it into a yarn using a drop spindle, which you can see in this really interesting 17th century engraving. After that, set up a loom and weave the yarn on a loom, and then do whatever finishing processes you need to do. So cutting it off the loom, sewing it together, any other sort of finishing touches. Interestingly, several of these steps, and by that I mean particularly combing, spinning, and weaving, are actually all possible and relatively easy, relatively speaking, to quantify. It doesn't cost that much to DIY a drop spindle for spinning, or a warp-weighted loom for weaving, and if you have the experience, which is a big if, all you really need to do is time how long it takes you to comb, spin, or weave something, and then record how much fiber you use up in the process. And this is what the Center for Textile Research at the University of Copenhagen did between 2005 and 2006. And just FYI, it's still very much alive, the Center for Textile Research. It's a really wonderful lab. And they've still got a lot of really interesting stuff going on. So I would definitely check them out if you haven't come across them before. But this lab, the Center for Textile Research, had several experienced textile archaeologists produce cloth from scratch in the way that we know the ancients did, and using the steps we've outlined. And they recorded every single step of their process. Here are some of their very kind of basic numbers. There's a lot of qualifications here. I should flag the flax estimate comes from a different group of experimental archaeologists, and the weaving is a lot more hand wavy, at least my estimate here, given that the time it takes to weave depends a lot on the width and the shape of the garment. So talking about it in meters squared is kind of a difficult measure. One thing I want to highlight here as well, which is probably hard to see, is that it's spinning. That's the labor bottleneck. And this is important, and we'll get to why in a minute. But what's great with these numbers, though, is that you can use them to estimate how much time it would take to make something. So for example, if you're making a Roman tunic, which was about 2-ish meters squared, or square meters rather, and with a weave of about 10 warp, so vertical and 10 weft, horizontal threads per centimeter, which is a relatively loose weave, you would need about 4 kilometers of yarn, plus some for wastage. This would take about 94 hours to spin. It would equate to about 660-ish grams of wool or flax, which would take either 4 hours or 47, depending on whether you're hackling flax or combing wool. I should note the reason there's such a large discrepancy is because there's a lot of processes before you get to processing flax in the growing and maintenance of it. So we shouldn't necessarily see flax/linen as a more efficient material. And then once you have this, it would take 30-ish, again, hours to weave. So one tunic using these numbers would take between 128 and 170 hours to produce. To kind of take this one step further, one estimate has about 4.2 million people in kind of mainland Italy in 225 BCE. We don't need to get into the complexities of Italian demography. It's kind of a difficult thing, but this has been one estimate that has been used a lot. If we wanted to give the 4.2 million people in Italy in 225 BC a tunic, it would take something like, at minimum, 540 million hours, which would equate to the labor of about 180,000 people if they're working 10 hours a day, 300 days a year. So obviously, these are meant to be very, 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 very rough numbers. And there's a lot of ways that they can be represented or tweaked depending on what sort of questions you're interested in. I'm currently doing some Monte Carlo simulations using these figures, which has been really fun. But what we can take from this is that this is obviously quite a lot of people involved in the production of clothing. At the start of this talk, I asked whether we're looking at a labor force in the thousands, the tens of thousands, or the hundreds of thousands. And with these figures, we can see that we're looking at a magnitude, at the very least, in the hundreds of thousands, quite intense labor for a relatively low amount of textiles. This is kind of the absolute basics that people need to move around, right? Now, this isn't an unreasonable estimate. It does seem that most textile work was done by women. In fact, we don't have really any evidence for spinners that are men in the Roman world, although this is kind of complicated and there are some kind of interesting pockets of evidence. And so the labor of 180,000 full-time workers could pretty easily be absorbed by the 1.4 million adult women in a population of 4.2 million. If every woman is doing a couple of hours of textile work a day, then we could argue that textile work is managed by part-time household labor alone. But we run into a couple of problems with this line of thinking. Firstly, this is really meant to be the tip of the iceberg. We're not thinking about the processes before combing. We're not thinking about the processes after weaving. And we're also not thinking about the time that people must have spent mending or repairing clothes, which must have been substantial. But more importantly, I think for my work, the numbers we have here don't account for the large-scale textile consumption that must have occurred in the Roman world, particularly by the Roman state, and by consumers like the Roman army. We have occasional lines like this in the literature, and here are two passages from Livy, who is a Roman historian from the 1st century CE, who writes a large and now fragmented history of the Roman Republic. He says that in 204, 1,200 togas and 12,000 tunics get dispatched to the army. And then in 169, Praetor lets a contract for transporting to Macedonia 6,000 togas, 30,000 tunics, and 200 horses, and for depositing them where the consul chose. Now, we can't really take these numbers at face value. If anyone here has worked with numbers in the ancient world, you know that these are kind of finicky. But these passages do demonstrate that the army is a consistently massive consumer of textiles. And in the case of 169, we're told that contracts are being lettered for the supplying the army in clothing, where Romans could have volunteered to supply this clothing and reaped the benefits or the profits from doing so. What's particularly interesting to me about this army, though, is that such demands or contracts probably required a short lead time between requesting clothes and receiving them. And by that, what we have to probably assume then is that either people are preparing clothes that are stored perhaps months in advance for situations like this, and or the state is pulling together finished clothes in a very short period of time, even though we know now that textiles take quite a long time to make. Regardless, we would need a pretty sophisticated logistical system for the supply, as well as some sort of high-intensity textile manufacture above what households might be producing. But how do we find this high-intensity production? There are a lot of ways you can answer this question, but I want to point to one important source of labor. We know that a lot of textiles were made by women, and we know that there is an enormous enslaved population in Italy by the 3rd century BCE. And when we turn to the literary sources, we find a lot of textile labor completed by enslaved women. Here are just a handful of examples that we find in the evidence that we possess. Remember how I said that spinning is the production bottleneck for textile manufacture? Interestingly, when we see enslaved women in the literature, they're not only often doing textile work, but they're often spinning. There are occasional references to weaving and combing as well. These are in a couple of the examples I've got here, but they're not nearly as frequent. These are all poetic contexts, but we find similar depictions in non-poetic contexts as well. Columella, who writes a text on how to manage a Roman estate in the 1st century CE, also spends some time talking about enslaved textile labor. He says, or is at least translated as saying, that but in order that she, the Willica, who was kind of a female enslaved overseer of an estate, may have recourse to wool work on rainy days, there should be, or when a woman cannot be busy with field work under the open sky, this is kind of interesting in itself, there should be wool prepared and combed out ready so that she may be able to more easily carry out the task of spinning and demand this work also from others. This passage is often interpreted to mean that textile work was only done in wet weather when they had nothing else to do, but we know this can't be right because Columella explicitly states 3 chapters earlier that textile work is done daily and by enslaved people as well. I think this passage instead suggests almost the opposite, that textile work and wool working is a form of labor you can simply never do enough of. This could be further indicated by the ut ad lenificium redicatur in the Latin, which the translation here kind of very clumsily sticks at the start, but in order that she may have recourse to wool work, but could be giving a sense of returning to wool work as a sort of default or regular task. And I should note, Columella is talking here about spinning as well. He says explicitly that combed wool should be prepared in advance And the most common thing you're going to be doing with combed wool is spinning it. So spinning, you can argue, takes up so much time that it can always absorb excess labor, and it seems to have been done perhaps intensively by enslaved women. Okay, so we've moved through a lot of evidence, and I should say that there's even more out there. This is just like such a rich field. And hopefully you can begin to see why this is such an interesting area of study and how there is still so much to look at with the textile economy. By way of conclusion, though, let us go back to 1960 and A.H.M. Jones's comment that we looked at the start of the presentation. We've come so far from these sorts of assumptions of picturing textile production as just women working in the home in their spare time. But at the same time, there are still so many ambiguities to how we should then be understanding the way that textile labor was organized in the ancient world, of how many people had professions relating to textiles, of how demand changed over time, of how axes of gender and enslavement intersected with textile labor. And I hope that you can all see that we have the evidence to begin answering these questions. And by looking especially at areas like experimental archaeology, at using the embodiment of this labor, enacting it ourselves and seeing what results we can get, I hope as well that we can all understand that any of us willing to pick up a drop spindle or interact with this labor ourselves can really begin to appreciate the complexity and the fascinating nuances of this labor in the ancient world. Thank you. Stop sharing.
Thank you. That was also really interesting. Right now, I'm waiting for any questions. There are no questions here. I just have a look. No, there are no questions at the moment. So thank you very much for this really interesting talk. Apparently you answered all the questions during your talk here.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, no, thank you for coming. Is the next presenter here in the chat already? Yes. Thank you, Fenella, for your talk. And if anyone has any questions, is there a way of contacting you, Fenella, for any further questions?
Oh yes, sorry, I can put my email address in the chat. That's best.
Okay. That would be great. So yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, because sometimes questions come in later. You have
of course, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have now or in the future.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Brilliant, thank you.
So our next presenter is Julia Portela. She has been researching for the past few years about weaving and the tools used to produce fabrics in ancient Greece. She's a historian with a bachelor in teaching degree by the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and she's getting her graduate degree, so her master's degree in archaeology in the Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology of the University of Sao Paulo. She has been building her research experience since her undergraduate degree alongside the Laboratory of Studies of the Ancient City, La Beca. It's a short acronym in which she's currently one of its members and participating in events and is coordinating laboratory social media. So she should be very familiar about research outreach here as we are at SASA. Julia, so she is presenting a paper with the title Weaving in Ancient North Aegean, Questions of Techniques, Places, and Gender. Julia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Save Ancient Studies for the opportunity. Can you hear me? Am I in mute?
Yes, we can hear you
okay.
very well. Yes.
Okay, I'll share now my presentation. Just a second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So today I'll be presenting here a small part, a subtopic of my master's degree research, weaving ancient North Fijian questions of techniques, places, and gender. First of all, I'll be presenting a little bit about questions about the discourse, about weaving, and nowadays, how nowadays research looks like, much like the last presenter did also. But this time we focus on Greece, ancient Greek experiences. To then talk a little bit about the techniques and tools used in ancient North Fijian in Greek period, and a little bit of a case study about an island in North Aegean. So, no longer more delays. The current discourse, we have a lot of different evidences of weaving which are studied nowadays. We have the written evidences, we have iconographic material. I will be focusing mostly on the archaeological approach, since that is my specialty. But I also use, of course, a little bit of historiographical and written evidences. The archaeological approach has been developing mostly this past 50 years. With a lot of new types of research. One of the examples given in the last presentation is from experimental archaeology, but there are also plenty of other kinds of approaches. Plenty of them, the earlier ones very much assume workers as females or did not work with questions of gender or femininity alongside these techniques. However, nowadays we see very much different kinds of arguments and discussions in this field, and the same can be said about the historiographical approach, in which we have a little bit of considerations on this, though we still have a lot of some bias in this in the research. There are also a few considerations about other types of workers in this weaving, in this world, in this kind of technique, in this production, such as the actions of slaves, men, with evidences of elite or non-elite peoples working on it. And of course, the very old approach that women would be isolated at home working silently, which is very much associated, even more so when we speak about the Greek, ancient Greek weaving, in which we have textual, very strong textual evidences which speak of it. Of course, nowadays we have a lot of considerations about it and other kinds of discussions, as I said before. Questions in gender and weaving gain weight in archaeology in the last third of the 900s, with mostly Elizabeth Barber's work in 1991, in which there comes a new point of view about gender questions in ancient weaving, not just from her work, but also a lot of others researchers that come mostly after her and centers of research and projects which start to question these kinds of things. So how much can we genderize weaving in antiquity? How much can we see gender from it? How do we understand its workers alongside social, cultural, and economic meanings? These are the questions that really lead my main research and which are a little bit present here in this presentation. Of course, they are very much present in our own understanding of the world and our own world building about this. So here I brought this painting by John William Waterhouse, Penelope and the Suitors, which kind of illustrates this imaginary situation and differentiation between women working at home and the man outside, kind of looking in, and vice versa. Of course, here I ask you to completely ignore this loom because it is not, not how an ancient loom looks like, which I will be showing in a few slides. So weaving and women. Weaving as an activity reserved for women used to be a recurring topic in written narratives, be it cosmogonies or even the epics. Even more so in connection to wealthier women, which led to a perspective in which weaving is connected intrinsically to women in antiquity. But what can the archaeological remains and vestiges tell us about this? Does it work with it? Does it not? And so I bring here I will bring here a few examples of the archaeological remains and what they show us about this. This is a Greek vase showing Penelope before her warp-weighted loom from Chiusi, Italy, 5th century BCE. And here we see not only the way we see here Penelope and Telemachus, if I'm not mistaken. And here we can see a few of the most important parts of an ancient loom. As we can see, very different from the reconstruction from 1912 in the painting. But here we have it's a structure in wood. It would usually be made of wood. Here at the very bottom, we see the way that these threads were kept straight by the use of loom weights, which I will also show very soon. And of course, the fabric being made. This is another black figure. This is another vase, now a black figure. Like it does women weaving on a warp-weighted loom. In fact, this vase shows the whole process of weaving and of making the cloth, making a textile. So, for example, here I have here we have a woman spinning the thread. Here on the bottom of this, we can see. Unfortunately, I put the text right in front of it, but you can see a little bit the spinning roll used. And here at the very center of this image I put here of the vase as a whole, we can see the warp-weighted loom. And again, it's a structure in wood, the use of the women's with the needle, and of course the loom weights. We have, of course, other vestiges of this, not only the iconographical sort of remains, but also the actual tools used. Here we have a lead loom weight from the 4th, 3rd century BCE, currently at the British Museum, and a spindle roll, which is made of terracotta, 6th, 5th centuries BCE at the Met. Both of these were tools used in ancient weaving. And here at the far right, we have the reconstruction of a warp-weighted loom at the Archaeological Museum of Tassos. Now, both the loom and the textile, the cloth, themselves do not usually survive because they are made of organic materials. And so when we speak of more ancient times, we have to resort to other kinds of vestiges. In my case, I work mostly with the loam weights, but we can also see a lot of spinnerels which remain, which are evidences which keep showing up in the archaeological excavations with a lot of frequency. I will begin now a little bit. I will talk a little bit about Tassos, just to contextualize it a little bit, to talk about its case study. Tassos is an island at the far north Aegean here, where it's circled in red, and it is characterized as a place of contacts. What I mean by that is that it is a place of encounters, where we have a lot of different cultures. For example, we have Thrace, Macedonia, and even Greeks showing up in their archaeological remains throughout time. At 6th and 7th century BC, we have the Greek arrival by Thalassicles, in which they found an apoikia, and that later on becomes a polis of its own, named Tassos, same name as the island. I focus my research on the Archaic to Hellenistic period, to the beginning of the Hellenistic period, which we can see a very prosperous polis and a lot of participation in commercial routes along the Aegean, even more so in North Aegean, which is famously harder to get around. The excavations of the site were promoted by the Corps Français de Fin, and the loam weights found there. At the beginning, I thought, before getting into the archaeological records, that I would be finding these tools mostly in the oikos, in the house, in the private spaces, which is what when we read about them, what we assume is going to happen, because it's what we find in the bibliography, in the research nowadays. However, most of them were found in the agora. Not just in temples, which is more expected, since they are used as votive offerings to gods, but also in the open areas and the so-called stores. Other individuals' loam weights were found also in the walls, housing quarters, and the docks. And this brought me a few questions, especially about their use. Why are they in these spaces and not in the space where we would most likely find them? After all, the loom weight, different from the spinnerel, is not as easily moved because it is used in the loom. And the loom, when it is already in use, when you already have a textile there, when you're already making cloth, you cannot easily move it without basically destroying your whole work. Spinning the thread, however, is something that you could do walking around, talking, and sitting in random places. It's very much something you can take around with you. And so this brought me a lot of questions about the use of these objects in these places, people, and their use and their work. Would they be there for selling? Would they be there for actually making a cloth? Unfortunately, I don't have yet these answers, since the research is still ongoing. And maybe it will be none of these. I wouldn't know. And well, what can we gather from these findings? Possible presence in public spaces, both of women for work or not. Possibility of manufacturing or not. And specifically about these objects' presence in the archaeological record. And this is mostly for the people who have tried to work with them in the archaeological record. It is very difficult to do so because a lot of them are not very continuous. I don't know if this is the right word in English, but I'll use it. Very continuous, and it's in the way they are told to be there. So in a few records from a few years, we don't have any luminoids. In a few, in other records, mostly from the 1950s, 1960s, there are a lot of them being reported. And this is a very interesting way of viewing this, because why would it be, right? Also, another question I have not answered yet, but I do hope to have them answered at some point at the end of my research. So we have different kinds of records and a lot of different ways to work with or around them. And I brought more questions than actual answers. I'm sorry for that. But what I intended to do here was show you a little bit about how we can use the archaeological record and archaeological evidence in a way to view women and weaving in other spaces, and how important it is for us to do this so that we can truly grasp where it is being done, how it is being done, and all of those questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for this really fascinating talk. Before I will jump in, because I do have a question myself. The question is, found in walls as in city walls, you mean?
Yes, I mean in the city walls. Usually closer to the housing quarters, and also to the I forget the name, where you find the ships, the docks. But yes, along the walls of the city.
It is quite interesting because it also shows that usually we have this picture of someone weaving inside the house because it seems like a convenient place in a way, but it kind of throws this picture a little bit on its head in a way, because we have to question if I don't know, maybe they were like gathering somewhere around and then just weaving in public spaces, like somewhere outside the houses. Do you think is it possible that this could have been like a not a professional manufacturing process, but a sort of community activity between those who were weaving, for example?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
If it might have been like a community activity, like they were like sitting around, maybe talking and weaving the garments, the textiles.
I think it is very much a possibility, because there was said that women would weave together sometimes inside the house while talking and teaching the smaller children about practices, cultural practices, and stuff like that. So I wouldn't doubt it. And what interests me is, what I find more intriguing about this is that how do you weave in a full loom outside? Like, what do you do if it rains? And of course, you usually which month will rain, which month will not. But is it still very it brings a lot of questions. Yes, and I find it very interesting that it is a possibility that like you could reunite people and like weave there while talking, and in a way more in a like community space, which interests me a lot, because in this period of classical Greece, archaic classical Greece, women isn't thought to be in the public space according to a lot of textual evidence, which of course we are always questioning and everything. And I guess that's a little bit why I ended up falling this rabbit hole that is Lomoids of Thassos.
Great, that's fantastic. I see that there are no more questions here. Well, because you said you are still like in the research process, and I was thinking, do you have like already hypotheses that are forming already in your head? If you might share something about that.
Well, a few, a little bit. I think mostly what you said before about weaving together in a community is very much a possibility. It also brings questions of potential selling of these objects, and bartering for them and things like that. My mind goes mostly to this kinds of possibilities, but there is still a lot for me to try and gather, mostly about data and stuff like that, so that I can properly try to answer and bring more robust hypotheses to this.
Great. So we keep our fingers crossed for this very fascinating project. I also read some of the comments here in the chat. Congrats, Julia! Great, clear presentation and approach. Fascinating subject. Had my hands full for a moment, but I'm still here. Thanks, Julia. So everyone was really fascinated by your talk, as was I. So thank you. Thanks a lot. And we will move on to our next speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're welcome. Our next speaker is McKenna Litinsky. Dr. McKenna Litinsky is currently an assistant professor of anthropology at the University of Wyoming. Her academic interests and topics that encapsulate her research include archaeology, environmental archaeology, experimental methods, hunter-gatherer life ways, proto-economic based analysis. And as an interdisciplinary archaeologist, McKenna is interested in past human-animal relationships to understand the adaptive processes that influence past humans' ability to inhabit diverse and often challenging environments. Her current work is based in North America and explores the integral role of animals played in shaping human adaptation to changing environments during the late Pleistocene through the late Holocene. This includes evaluating when, where, and why animal remains were transformed into clothing, bone needles, and awls, which dramatically increased people's ability to thermoregulate and thus propelled global human dispersal even amongst the dynamic climate variability of the Pleistocene. Beyond North America, McKenna is actively involved in research aimed at understanding the relationship between humans, both wild and domestic taxa in Mongolia through emerging biomolecular technologies. And I invite you all to listen to her paper with the very thought-provoking title, "Can you imagine a world in which clothing never existed? The importance of sewing needles and awls from an archaeological perspective." McKenna, the stage is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you for that introduction. I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Okay, I hope you're seeing the PowerPoint. Okay, so yes, I'm so excited to be here and to be able to share some of my work. At the time that I was invited to present at this conference, I was adjunct assistant professor of anthropology at the University of Wyoming. And currently, I am a postdoctoral associate with the Museum of Natural History at the University of Colorado, Boulder. And today I'm going to be presenting some of my dissertation work. And as mentioned, part of the title of my dissertation is, Can you imagine a world in which clothing never existed? And that's really going to ground us as we move into the next slide. So I really want you to let that sink in. As you're sitting down, listening to all of these wonderful presentations, I want you to think about this question of, can you imagine if clothing never existed? As you're thinking about that, I want to ground you by also saying that clothing varies in terms of complexity. Clothing can consist of a simple, draped, loosely fitted layer over the body, or it can be more complex with multiple layers of fitted clothing that are tightly woven to the body due to the invention of things like bone needles that allowed for very fine stitching. And it's really the development of the latter, this multi-layered fitted approach to clothing, that dramatically improved our ability to keep warm. In fact, so much so that it allowed early human populations to expand into these really cold regions of the world, like Pleistocene Eurasia and North America, during this very frigid period in history known as the late Pleistocene. All of this being said, without the sewing needle, and supplemented with the sewing awl, clothing may have never achieved the warmth capacity that enabled humans to expand across the world during the Pleistocene and more than 13,000 years ago. Despite the importance of complex clothing for not only thermal insulation, but also cultural, social, and symbolic practices over time, clothing is predominantly organic and thus largely absent in physical form in the archaeological record and in the ground. And this is directly a reflection of taphonomic bias, meaning that organic materials are more likely to disintegrate over time, as opposed to those non-organic materials that survive the test of time, things like stone tools. All of this being said, bone needles and awls are often observed archaeologically. And so it's really by studying these archaeological sewing toolkits that we can ultimately shed light on clothing as a whole, both as a form of functionally important material culture and also as a source of bodily adornment and cultural expression. Okay, so what is a bone needle and what is a bone awl? Well, modern sewing needles of today are primarily composed of steel, iron, some sort of metal, and that's a very naturally strong material. This said, animal bone is actually one of the most pervasive and frequently used raw material types for the construction of needles and other sewing tools in the past. You can think of bone needles as analogous to those metal sewing needles of today, in that they're representing these worked pieces of animal bone with a long body, a point or a tip at the end, and then sometimes an eye for threading, as seen to the right in this illustration. Awls are considered a pointed hand tool with a handle at the top, and that tapers down into a point at the bottom. And awls were typically used for punching holes in clothing for the manufacture of clothing. So while awls did not pass all the way through the medium being sewn, needles did, in that needles were actually used for that more fine beadwork and stitching. But again, more than just thermoregulation, more than just keeping warm, needles and awls are associated with a variety of cultural functions, such as adorning clothing with beadwork for social and identity expression. But actually, needles and awls were used for things outside the realm of clothing manufacture as well. So in addition to clothing manufacture, we find needles and awls used for things like tattooing, medical suturing, floor mat production, shelter, basketry, and so much more. My dissertation as a whole investigated the cultural, functional, and environmental factors that influence the manufacture and use of needles and awls, predominantly for the manufacture of clothing in the past. And I accomplished this through very interdisciplinary and blended approaches. So I used proteomics, experimental approaches, and ethnographic records. The presentation today is really going to hone in on the proteomic side of my dissertation. And it simply asks the question of how and why people selected certain animals over others for the manufacture of these really meaningful sewing toolkits, which ultimately played a very meaningful role in the construction of culturally, socially, and functionally important clothing items thousands of years ago. So, to restate the question, what animals did people choose to craft sewing technologies out of in the past? Well, an initial model suggests that these sewing toolkits may reflect what's called opportunistic procurement, meaning that people thousands of years ago reduced the amount of time that it took to find animal bone to work down into these tools by using the materials from animals previously hunted for either meat consumption, hide processing, marrow extraction, or even fuel. Under this model, I anticipated that needles and awls would generally reflect those animals that were more represented in people's diets in the past. So for example, these faunal records across time and space in Wyoming, archaeologically, are dominated by what's called artiodactyls. So things like elk, moose, deer, bison, etc. But specifically, they're dominated by bison and pronghorn, those two species in Wyoming. Therefore, if people took bone readily available to them for tool manufacture, then I expected these tools to reflect higher proportions of bison and pronghorn in specifically the Wyoming archaeological record across the various archaeological sites considered. I also inquired whether people selected certain animals to either reduce the manufacture cost or improve tool durability. So what do I mean by this? Well, I mean that perhaps people selected bones that more closely resembled the shape and size of their intended tool type, and thus reduced the amount of time that it took to craft these really meaningful sewing technologies. Under this assumption, the remains of small fauna, like rabbits and birds, could have been pursued for the manufacture of needles, whereas larger taxa, like deer, pronghorn, etc., might have been preferred for awl manufacture. Secondly, I kind of contemplated whether bone structure changed animal choice when it came to crafting these sewing tools. And I hypothesized that some of these larger animals associated with a bone structure called plexiform bone would be more ideal for the construction and use of these needles and awls, meaning that when someone's sewing clothing, you can use that tool for a longer period of time before it snaps in half, and you have to make an entirely new tool. Finally, we also have to consider that the social and symbolic roles that certain animals play in societies can certainly influence the decision to select the bones of certain animals and avoid others for the manufacture of these really important tools. In this case, I expected these sewing needles and awls would reflect the devotion of extra calories and resources to procuring the bones from animals that hold greater cultural, symbolic, mythological, or even magical properties, as opposed to those species selected for practical availability or use or perhaps manufacture cost reasons. All right, so now that the stage has been set, how did I actually determine what animals people crafted these ancient sewing technologies out of in the past? Well, I pursued a very special technique on several awls and needles, specifically 111 awls and 37 different bone needles across 20 different archaeological sites in the state of Wyoming in North America. And that technique is called zooarchaeology by mass spectrometry, or ZOOMS. And this technique involves producing collagen peptide mass fingerprints to identify animal species. Let's go into a little bit of the nitty-gritty behind that. So this is done by extracting collagen from bone, digesting that collagen strand down into smaller bits called peptides, and then running those peptides through a mass spectrometer, and that results in a series of peaks on a screen. And you can think of those peaks as kind of like a barcode for species identification. I then identified these animals by simply looking at the position of those peaks on the x-axis relative to the position of peaks associated with known animals. So the same technique was run on known animals, and then the unknown archaeological samples were compared to those reference spectra. This primarily involved using what's called published marker peptides, which are just simply good discriminators between these different animals that we see archaeologically. So here's a great example. The assumed C-peptide corresponding with elk and moose is at 1550.8, as seen to the left here, whereas other North American bovids, cervids, and pronghorn have a C-peptide at 1580.8. So just that subtle difference can tell us a little more about what we're looking at. I then compared animal identifications among these tools to published archaeological information illuminating the representation of these animals more broadly in Wyoming. And I did this through both establishing the presence and absence of these animals in the archaeological record and through a statistical approach called Monte Carlo simulations. These simulations basically asked, what is the probability that given X number of animals, I would draw a large, small, or medium animal in the archaeological record? And then how does that compare to the likelihood of observing that animal among these really vital sewing technologies that allowed for clothing manufacture in the past? Okay, so what did I find? Well, the Zoom's results indicate that the large majority of these sewing technologies directly reflect bison, pronghorn, and deer in Wyoming. This high abundance of pronghorn, bison, and deer supports the expectation that people selected bones that were more readily available to them based on animals previously hunted for dietary purposes. But we can also observe some really unique findings among these sewing tools. A really clear example is work presented in a publication by Dr. Spencer Pelton and colleagues. And we found that at this 13,000-year-old mammoth camp and kill site, we have this needle produced from fox, and we have other needles produced from some sort of felid, so lynx or bobcat, and jackrabbits. We also see evidence of needles manufactured from rabbits associated with Hell Gap, which is a Folsom archaeological site, meaning that it was around 11,000 years ago, and people were eating a lot of bison at that time, so jackrabbit was a bit unexpected. And then I think one of the most surprising findings was that I discovered that an awl associated with another early archaeological site was actually produced from the leg bone of a sandhill crane. And I was really excited to see that because that's incredibly rare in the Wyoming archaeological record. We also see some notable differences in the animals reflected among sewing needles as compared with sewing awls. So we actually see more sewing needles produced from the remains of smaller animals, specifically rabbits, whereas the sewing awls were selected from the larger animals with a specific focus on those medium-sized artiodactyls, so things like the deer and the pronghorn. And that's actually despite the fact that bison were more readily available to people at the time and actually are associated with a suitable bone structure that would allow for the use of these tools for a long time. And we see that trend carrying out into these Monte Carlo simulations as well. So we see that overrepresentation of those medium-sized ungulates like the deer and the pronghorn, and kind of an underrepresentation of what we should expect these tools to be reflected of when it comes to the bison. So this really suggests that skeletal metrics might have outweighed an emphasis on bone strength in some of these cases, suggesting that people were targeting skeletal elements to allow for quick manufacture of these tools rather than lengthened use lives of these tools during the act of sewing when manufacturing clothing in the past. So all of this being said, the needle and the awl species identifications suggest that in Wyoming, raw material procurement for the manufacture of these needles and awls was primarily influenced by a combination of opportunism and skeletal metric attributes as opposed to bone mechanics. And once again, I would really like to highlight those rare and unique taxa that we found among these sewing toolkits, like the jackrabbit, the fox, and the felids. So some questions remain as to why people selected those rare animals on the landscape as opposed to the more common animals. Is it related to the fact that fox and jackrabbits have very warm pelts, or is it something related to the symbolic or cultural attributes of these carnivores and jackrabbits? And then once again, to highlight that sandhill crane bone awl, this not only reflects a curated toolkit, meaning that people constructed this awl somewhere else and then brought it to that site that we found it, but it's also the only tool represented in Wyoming as a whole that was constructed from birds, which to my knowledge is pretty interesting. To wrap all of this up, I would like to conclude with the original thought exercise of, can you imagine a world in which clothing never existed? This presentation began with consideration for clothing as this form of human adaptability and complex material culture. My research considers how the invention of one small object, in this case, the simple-eyed sewing needle, not only led to the development of critically important material culture, but it also had secondary consequences that ultimately shaped human development and our daily lives today. Clothing is an intrinsic aspect of our life, and without it, our world would simply not be the same. So it is not only these tools and clothing themselves that are significant, but we also have to think about the people that once used these objects in the past. It is through examining things like the sewing needle and the awl that archaeologists can reveal their capacity to unravel this broader story about human ingenuity, adaptability, and cultural evolution over the last several thousands of years and throughout the world, which I think is really special. And with that, I would really like to thank the opportunity to present today. If you have any questions that you think of later on, you're welcome to email me. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer some questions now. And yeah, just thank you again.
Thank you for this really fascinating paper. And it also shows that, well, people are actually more opportunistic than thinking ahead. Which proves what you have found out here as well. I have some questions from the audience. First one is, I wonder if some of the stitching holes were pre-punched, so to speak, to help preserve needles.
Yes, absolutely. So some people used awl as this sort of prerequisite to sewing with needles. So by punching holes in the leather with the awl, you could then reduce the likelihood of that sewing needle breaking, especially in the case of those thicker animal hides. In the case of very thin garments, you could probably get away with just using a sewing needle. But especially in the case of things like the larger animals on the landscape, you would want to use that awl. I would also argue that bone needles are more commonly used for the tiny, intricate details like beadwork, kind of seamstress techniques, and embroidery, whereas the awls were used for more of the heavy duty, like let's punch a hole in this leather.
Exactly. Do you find needles and awls made from antlers, not only bones?
I have not encountered that. It would not surprise me if there are some antler awls out there, but I personally, in my work, have only encountered the awls and needles made from animal bone archaeologically. That said, I have done some ethnographic work, and we actually see needles and awls constructed from lots of different materials that we wouldn't find archaeologically just due to their likelihood of disintegrating quite quickly. So we actually see, for example, some needles constructed from cactus spines or more delicate fish spines. So there's actually lots of different materials that you can make a needle or an awl out of.
Okay, well, it would make sense because I think antlers are much more durable, and it's actually, even if an animal dies, just like it lies there, so it would be kind of, it would make sense. But as you see, people react differently to what is given to them.
No, I agree. Yes.
Yeah. What about hand size? Seems like deer bone fits easier in the hand than bison, maybe.
That could be a very real possibility. I mean, in the end, like the bone needles themselves would be a pretty consistent size in the past. It really comes down to the amount of time that you want to work bone down into that more common size that we see in sewing needles that would allow for the construction of clothing and beadwork. So when we're thinking about a smaller animal like the jackrabbit and the bird, obviously, that's going to take a lot quicker to make that needle as compared to a very large bison bone, unless there is some way to splinter it to where bone needles could be made very swiftly. In the end, it would just take a lot longer.
Mm-hmm. And another question is, do you have an idea of how a crane bone would arrive in Wyoming? Were cranes present in the ecosystem, or was it likely to have been transported there by early humans?
So we actually see sandhill crane in Wyoming today. Wyoming, in some parts, represents a critical breeding ground for sandhill crane. So my best guess is that individuals visiting kind of the area around these breeding grounds, they hunted this sandhill crane, or perhaps they scavenged their bones, and they produced this lovely awl from their remains. And then as humans were very mobile during this period in history, perhaps a group of people would have then carried that awl to its last resting place in the ground. So that is how I envision that travel experience went. And I hope that answers the question.
I hope so too, but I think so. Thanks a lot for this talk, and also thank you for leaving already your email address for everyone to write down if they have any other questions or suggestions, or want to reach out to you to some extent. Thank you. This was the last presentation for today, and hereby I close the session. And I would thank all of the speakers here for their contributions. And I would like to hand over to David to close off the day.
Thank you so much, Cornelia, and thank you, McKenna. That was a very detailed and excellent presentation, and it's really great that you're doing work like this. I wondered, just if you could stay on for a second, when was the first time that you went to an academic in-person conference?
The first time?
The first time.
Ooh, probably in my senior year of my undergrad, so 6-7 years ago.
That's great. So this is the reason why I'm asking is because SASA is just starting off a new project, and where we're trying to raise money to give out scholarships to undergrads to attend conferences in person. How were you able to attend that conference? Was it local, or did you have funding?
It was local. I didn't have funding for that one. And actually, it's quite difficult to get funding for conferences. So this is a wonderful opportunity for undergraduate students. And I hope that they kind of pounce on it.
Yeah. So I think it's a really great opportunity. I've met several undergraduate students at different conferences, and I'm always blown away, first of all, that they're there and that they're really, grabbing the opportunity to meet with scholars and find new interesting ways forward in their academic journeys. So on that note, I really think think it would be great if people will continue donating. We've already raised some money towards our first scholarship, which hopefully, if we have enough funds, will be go live. The application cycle would be this coming September. That's just in a month and a half. So we're actively seeking your donation. Thank you, McKenna, so much. Have a great day. And also, I just want to end off today by going over some highlights from tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to start at 9:15 in the morning Eastern Time with our third keynote presentation by Dr. Anthony Tuck. It's called The Cloth of Helen, Textiles and Narrative Transmission in the Archaic and Classical Mediterranean. I know he's been actively digging in Italy, and the presentation is going to be excellent. And then we have 3 more sessions after that. One will be on women, one on dress and the Greek warrior, and then the final one on power and clothing. I hope you will all be there tomorrow. And we've had a wonderful time today. Have a good evening. Rest well. See you tomorrow.